Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The seemingly stable world of the Craig family from Colorado took an unexpected and devastating turn in March 2023, amid the everyday routines of family life. Once seen as the epitome of stability, their marriage and careers started to fall apart as long-kept secrets and a lack of trust came to light. New information created even more questions as friends and family tried to make sense of the situation. What actually transpired in this seemingly ideal family behind closed doors? On March 15, 2023, at approximately 11 a.m., Angela Craig was taken to the hospital due to severe headaches, nausea, and dizziness. She was admitted to the hospital for the third time in 10 days, but this time the circumstances were much more concerning. In an attempt to stabilize her condition, which was rapidly declining, medical personnel put her on life support. Her family, including her husband James, was in disbelief at how quickly and abruptly her health had deteriorated. Angela was born in Dodge City on April 15, 1975, and from a young age she had played a significant role in her family and community. Despite having allergies, she grew up in a big family with 10 siblings and fell in love with animals. Her hobbies included woodworking and reading, and both friends and acquaintances were won over by her easygoing demeanor and charisma. Angela was a successful interior designer who was well known for her cozy and welcoming designs. She also loved genealogy and helped people find long-lost family members. James Craig, who went on to become a dentist, married Angela on December 18, 1999. After earning his degree from the University of Missouri-Kansas City in 2006, James started participating in dental programs abroad. They established a life together in Colorado, where James opened an Aurora dental office. Despite her hectic schedule, Angela remained close to her siblings, especially her sister Toni, with whom she spoke on a daily basis. The couple had 6 children together. Angela's life appeared to be ideal. She oversaw a choir, ran youth programs, and was very active in church activities. But everyone was taken aback by her unexpected health problems in March 2023. She had complained of a headache only a week before, but the symptoms had gone away quickly, so there was no reason to be concerned. The doctors and her family were unable to explain why her condition was now getting worse so quickly. James, meanwhile, stayed by her side, as always attentive and considerate. 2 p.m., Angela experienced a severe episode that same day, leaving her loved ones feeling scared and powerless. The cause of her condition was still unknown despite the medical team's tireless efforts to save her, which increased the already existing stress and anxiety. Doctors put in endless effort to stabilize Angela after she lost consciousness, but things got out of hand. Her stroke on March 15, 2023, was a pivotal moment in her life. She was already in a serious condition when they got to the hospital, according to her brother, who had driven her there that day. Her symptoms, which included severe nausea, excruciating stomach pain, and dizziness, had gotten worse. She had visited a hospital 3 times in 10 days, but this time the situation seemed to be very serious. Just 1 day after returning from a trip to see her sister Toni in Utah, Angela was admitted to the hospital for the first time on March 6. Her symptoms were considered minor by the doctors at the time, and following an evaluation, she was released. But on March 9, she went to the doctor once more. James, her husband, a longtime dentist with years of experience who had always been there to support her through tough times, was very worried. He turned to the wife of his doctorate-holding colleague and friend, Ryan Redfern, for advice. Ryan and his spouse continued to be involved in the days that followed, keeping tabs on Angela's health. They suggested more tests and consultations, offered their support, and shared their knowledge of possible causes of her symptoms. James shared test results and updates with them on a regular basis. MRIs, ultrasounds, blood tests, and CT scans of different body parts were among the tests that were performed on Angela. All of the results were within normal ranges in spite of these efforts. Despite receiving intravenous fluid therapy, Angela's abnormally low blood pressure remained the only consistent anomaly. James realized how serious the situation was by the time Angela had a stroke on March 15th. He sent Ryan's wife pictures from the hospital room as he broke the heartbreaking news. The pictures showed Angela surrounded by medical equipment while being watched closely by a group of experts. Even so, The doctors were unable to come up with a conclusive diagnosis, which left everyone feeling overwhelmed and powerless. A desperate phone call on the morning of March 15 would make James even more anxious. Angela's brother told him that her condition had drastically worsened and that he was taking her to the hospital. James was treating patients at his clinic at the time. He left as soon as he heard the news to be with her. Desperate for answers, James decided to speak with Ryan's wife once more, after realizing that the traditional diagnostic techniques were not working. The events leading up to March 15, 2023, were tense and unnerving because Angela's health was continuing to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Angela was admitted to the hospital for the second time on March 9 and was monitored overnight. Doctors hoped she would get better, but they couldn't figure out what was causing her symptoms. Even though the test results were always normal, the growing anxiety among her family and the medical staff was concerning. Despite all of these changes, Ryan and his spouse remained influential. James's longtime friend and financial partner Ryan had previously helped him through difficult times, including rescuing James's dental practice in 2021 during a financial crisis. Their help was equally important this time, since Angela's life now depended on it, and the cause of her pain was still unknown. At James's dental clinic, Caitlin, the new office manager, couldn't get rid of the feeling that something strange was going on with her boss. After multiple incidents in the days preceding March 15, when Angela's condition deteriorated to a critical level, her suspicions started to grow. After speaking with James's close friend Ryan, she was able to piece together her observations and uncover an unsettling pattern. Everything began on March 6. Caitlin was working late that night when James showed up at the clinic out of the blue. He had no appointments with patients, and his actions appeared unusual. James went into one of the exam rooms and used the computer there rather than using his office computer. Although Caitlin thought this was strange, she didn't give it much thought at the time. On March 13, a package reached the clinic a few days later. James had made it clear that Caitlin was to accept it herself and that no one else was to open it, but when she went to pick up the delivery, she found that the box had already been opened by another employee. A cylindrical container bearing the warning label "hazardous materials" and the words "potassium cyanide" was found inside. Startled, but aware of James's instructions regarding confidentiality, Caitlin promptly resealed the package and gave it to him without question. She witnessed James carrying the brown paper-wrapped container out of the office later that day. Her suspicions were strengthened by this incident. She looked into potassium cyanide because she was becoming increasingly uneasy, and what she discovered was terrifying. The dizziness, nausea, and low blood pressure that Angela had been experiencing for days closely matched the symptoms of exposure. Angela was in critical condition by the time Ryan and his wife got to the hospital to help James. Ryan was surprised when Caitlin told him about the odd things that happened at the clinic, even though he was already aware of some of the family struggles. He was so horrified by her story that he called the police and told them what she had told him while he was on his way to the hospital. Nevertheless, Caitlin observed other peculiar actions from James. She remembered something else. As she was leaving the office on the evening of March 6, James texted her to ask her to personally make sure that a package that was scheduled to arrive was delivered to her. This request appeared to be merely a formality at the time, but in the context of later events, it became more significant. Ryan made the decision to speak with James when he got to the hospital. James asserted that Angela had requested the order for the aforementioned chemical, potassium cyanide, but his explanation sounded tentative, which made Ryan even more suspicious. Ryan shared this information with investigators out of concern, and they started to suspect that this case was much more complicated than it first seemed. Angela was taken to the hospital once more on March 15. Her symptoms, which included sharp abdominal pain, nausea, and extreme dizziness, had gotten critically worse. By the time police arrived, Angela could hardly stand, according to her brother, who had driven her to the emergency room. James now appeared to be aware that things were rapidly getting out of his control. James was questioned by police later that day. Investigators focused on a crucial question even before the official interview began. How would James explain the link between his purchase of potassium cyanide and Angela's abrupt and serious health decline? Interviews with the hospital's medical staff, where Angela was receiving treatment, marked the start of the investigation. Ryan's worries alerted a nurse, who confirmed that Angela's test results revealed odd markers, or symptoms, which include seizures and rapid deterioration, may be consistent with exposure to a toxic substance, according to her attending physician. Investigators turned their attention to the circumstances surrounding Angela's hospitalization as a result of these statements, which turned into crucial pieces of evidence. Detectives went to James's dental clinic the next day. The office manager, Caitlin, made a number of observations that added to the mystery. She remembered James talking about looking after Angela and making her a protein shake on March 6. Angela's health started to deteriorate shortly after, which was a coincidence that investigators noticed and led to further inquiries. In the days that followed, Caitlin added, James frequently seemed nervous, shunned social interactions, and talked on the phone a lot. She was especially drawn to his request that she sign documents pertaining to the purchase of clinic equipment. Investigators suspected possible financial misconduct after examining these documents and finding that the amounts listed were significantly greater than the equipment's true cost. James regularly used the office computer for personal purposes, according to one of the clinic staff members. The employee remembered in February that James had visited a website about chemical reagents that contained references to potentially very dangerous substances. These findings were consistent with the identification of James's potassium cyanide purchase. James's financial activities were soon the subject of the investigation. Investigators discovered that James had sent a sizable amount of money to an unidentified supplier connected to the sale of chemicals on March 4. James was able to conceal the order from his family because it had been shipped to the clinic's address. Investigators linked the package Caitlin had seen to the delivery when they tracked it down. She explained the warning-labeled container and mentioned that James had retrieved it and taken it home. The focus soon shifted to James's clinic office. James has been locking his office door during lunch breaks, which is not something he usually does, according to another employee. Investigators discovered traces of packaging materials that seemed to match the delivery of the potassium cyanide while searching the office. Hospital personnel persisted in trying to save Angela's life in the interim. Doctors ruled out accidental poisoning because of the high levels of toxic substances in her system. The foundation for additional accusations against James was established by this crucial detail. In the hopes of discovering more evidence connecting James to Angela's declining health, detectives secured warrants to search James's house and car. In her additional testimony, Caitlin noted that Angela's symptoms were consistent with those of potassium cyanide poisoning, which include nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure. She added that even in tiny doses the chemical could be fatal. Investigators' suspicions grew stronger with each new piece of evidence, which led them to believe that intentional actions caused Angela's health crisis. James's computer was examined as part of the inquiry. Detectives discovered notes on it that listed the times and dates that Angela's symptoms worsened. The nature of the record suggested that James may have been using them to track and control her condition, even though the entries seemed to document her health problems. Further information was uncovered by looking through the couple's messages. Angela thanked James via text on March 6, 2023 for making her coffee. She reported feeling weak and lightheaded shortly after. In response, James advised her to take her blood pressure. During the same conversation later that day, James mentioned strong medications and blamed her symptoms on possible triggers, which investigators later saw as an effort to avoid suspicion. James' longtime friend and business partner Ryan revealed that James had confided in him about significant marital and financial difficulties in 2021. James was even thinking about getting a divorce at the time. James subsequently stated that Angela had been experiencing extreme depression and related an instance in which he allegedly prevented her from hurting herself. Their 6 children's testimonies, however, ran counter to these assertions. They characterized Angela as a lively, upbeat individual who displayed no symptoms of depression or odd conduct. Investigators also investigated James's divorce demand. In December 2022, he had mentioned Angela's mental health in conversations, but he did nothing to get her professional help. James's habit of hiding important information and this inconsistency increased suspicions that his actions might have been a part of a premeditated scheme. Additional evidence was found during the search of James's house and car. Investigators discovered pieces of packaging thought to be connected to the cyanide delivery in his home office. Traces of a powdery substance were found in his car and sent for examination. As the evidence grew, investigators were able to concentrate on James's possible double life. Even though he presented himself as a loving family man, he was starting to show signs of secretive behavior and hidden problems. A clearer picture of what might have been going on behind the scenes was emerging from the financial difficulties, marital strife, and thorough notes about Angela's symptoms. One of the most important aspects of the investigation was the history of James and Angela's marriage. According to Angela's sister, Angela had often confided in her about feeling pressured and manipulated by James. According to her, he could talk about his issues for hours on end without taking responsibility or demonstrating any desire to change. According to reports, Angela felt stuck in the circumstance and lacked the strength to escape. These reports corroborated remarks made by James's co-workers, who observed his repeated grievances regarding family issues. James once remarked that life would be simpler without all of these responsibilities, according to one co-worker. Throughout the investigation, Angela's medical records were extremely important. She had seen doctors more often than usual over the previous 2 years, complaining of inexplicable symptoms like weakness, dizziness, and stomach pain. Investigators suspected a potential link between her health problems and James's behavior, because these visits fell during times when their relationship was more tense. James's search history showed meticulous preparation. He had studied the uses of toxic substances, such as cyanide and arsenic, and discovered ways to cover up their taste in food and beverages. Articles about avoiding suspicion in poisoning cases also piqued his interest. This digital trail demonstrated a high degree of intentionality and preparation. The situation was further clarified by financial records. Investigators discovered that James had been paying for a mailbox he rented in a far-off location, which he used to accept some deliveries. According to delivery service staff, James regularly picked up packages, usually in the evening. His cyanide purchase, which was already being investigated, coincided with one of these deliveries. Additional leads were obtained through interviews with Angela's friends. According to one friend, Angela had complained of odd symptoms weeks prior to being admitted to the hospital, and she had expressed concern that they might have been caused by something she had eaten or consumed. Nevertheless, she ruled out James's involvement, blaming her illness on fatigue or other medical conditions. Investigators sought the opinion of toxicologists, who tested Angela's hair in order to shed light on the matter. Traces of arsenic and other harmful substances were found during the analysis, suggesting that the person had been exposed to poisons for a long time. These results clearly indicated that Angela's declining health was not a coincidence. A coherent story started to emerge from the gathered evidence, which included witness accounts, financial transactions, and the outcomes of medical tests. Long before Angela was admitted to the hospital, James had not only carefully planned his course of action, but had also started carrying it out. Nevertheless, investigators persisted in their efforts to dispel any remaining uncertainties. Investigators also looked into James's financial circumstances and found some concerning information. With more than $2 million in debt, his dental practice was in terrible shape. This was made worse by his gambling habit. James's financial situation was already unstable because he had lost a significant sum of money in Las Vegas. These disclosures provided a fresh viewpoint on James and Angela's marital problems, which, in the words of Angela's sister, had been anything but ideal for years. According to Angela's sister, James had consistently persuaded her to stay in the marriage, despite her attempts to leave it for 16 years. Those close to her claimed that despite feeling emotionally spent and stuck, Angela lacked the willpower to break up with him. Investigators suspected James of employing manipulation techniques to keep control of the situation as a result of these accounts. Another aspect of James's life was illuminated by emails discovered during the investigation. An intimate relationship that started in 2022, when Karen, a Texas orthodontist, filed for divorce, was disclosed in correspondence with her. Investigators were drawn to one specific detail. James had purchased airline tickets for Karen on the same day he was issued an arsenic order. Karen apologized for not being with James in an email on March 16 and said she hoped to see him soon. Investigators looked into life insurance plans that were obtained in Angela's name in the interim. They found 3 policies that paid out a significant sum of money. This discovery heightened concerns that James might have included money in his purported scheme. At 4:29 p.m. on March 18, medical professionals pronounced Angela clinically dead. James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide a few hours later. Investigators claim that on March 6, 2023, James, who regularly made protein shakes for his wife, tried to put arsenic in her beverage. After that failed, he told the supplier that he needed potassium cyanide for a medical procedure and ordered an expedited shipment. James was arrested the next day. He was charged with several offenses, including tampering with evidence, at his first court appearance. The judge imposed a $10 million bail amount. Prosecutors charged James Craig with solicitation of murder and solicitation of perjury shortly after. An Aurora police detective was the alleged victim, according to Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan, even though the indictment didn't say who James was supposed to hurt. The trial of James Craig has been postponed indefinitely. Craig is scheduled to appear in court with a new lawyer after entering a not guilty plea. Craig was also accused of surreptitiously delivering a jail letter to a fellow prisoner who was freed on bond with the help of an adult daughter. The letter, according to the prosecution, included a request to produce a fictitious video that allegedly showed Angela Craig requesting that James get her some toxic substances. Angela's family made the decision to donate her organs after she passed away on March 18. Knowing that her life could save others gave her loved ones some small comfort in this choice. Her family wrote her obituary, which omitted the terrible circumstances of her death and instead highlighted her generosity, love for her family, and commitment to helping those around her. Angela's 6 children were thrown into the middle of these terrible circumstances in the meantime. Angela's family took custody of them after James was arrested in an effort to protect them from the consequences of his alleged behavior. During this trying time, Angela's family put in a lot of effort to make sure the kids got the help and attention they required. The dark secrets that James Craig had meticulously hid behind the facade of a prosperous career and an apparently contented family life were exposed by this case. The tragic result of his painstakingly planned actions devastated not only his own life, but also the lives of his loved ones, family, and children. This story is a sobering reminder that appearances of success and stability can conceal deep conflicts and hidden agendas, leaving many lives forever altered and many questions unanswered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a typical winter morning in 2006, a young woman disappeared without a trace in the busy city of Orlando, Florida, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The city, which is well known for its tourist attractions and lively neighborhoods, was quickly engulfed in terror as the disappearance of one woman turned into a mystery that would trouble many people for years to come. This is the tale of 24-year-old Jennifer Joyce Kessie, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance rocked her friends, family, and the community at large. Kessie had a bright future. Jennifer's fate is still unknown, despite a thorough investigation and a plethora of leads, including an enigmatic sighting of someone throwing a rolled-up carpet into a nearby lake months after she disappeared. Law enforcement is still perplexed by her case. Her story has been sustained over the years by her family's unrelenting search for answers, which has stoked optimism that the truth about her disappearance will eventually be revealed. On May 20, 1981, Jennifer Joyce Kessie was born in Orlando, Florida. Jennifer developed into a determined, perceptive, and compassionate young lady as she grew older. She did exceptionally well in her studies and extracurricular activities, and her family was very proud of her achievements. After graduating from Tampa's Vivian Gaither High School, Jennifer continued her education at the University of Central Florida, where she earned a degree in finance in 2003. She soon got a job at Central Florida Investments, an Ocoee timeshare company, as a finance manager. At the age of 24, Jennifer was establishing a prosperous life, living on her own, and looking forward to the future. In order to invest in her future and start a new chapter in her adult life, she had bought a condominium at the Mosaic at Millenia complex in Orlando. Jennifer was a cherished friend, sister, and daughter. She was renowned for having compassion and a cheerful disposition. She was very close to her family especially her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. Her abrupt disappearance in January 2006 left her family and friends bewildered and devastated, as they had always been there for her. Jennifer had a typical workday at Central Florida Investments on January 23, 2006. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, she left work, called her father, and then talked to her boyfriend. They talked about her recent trip, a brief getaway she had taken with him that had been a welcome diversion from her hectic life. The last verified conversation anyone had with Jennifer was during this call. Her boyfriend was worried when he did not receive his regular call on January 24, because she had a habit of calling him every morning. Her employer called her family when she failed to show up for work, and the morning passed without any communication from her. Since Jennifer was regarded as trustworthy and accountable, her family was aware that something was amiss. In the hopes that she would be there or that they would discover some clue as to her whereabouts, her parents drove to her condo. Jennifer's condo showed no signs of forced entry when they got there. It appeared from the scene inside that she had begun her morning as usual. Her towel was still wet, and her work clothes were neatly laid out, so there was proof that she had showered, dressed, and gotten ready for work. But she was nowhere to be found. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, and nothing seemed out of place. On January 26, 2006, 2 days after Jennifer Kesse disappeared, a big lead surfaced that gave some hope. Only a mile from her own condo, her black 2006 Chevy Malibu was found abandoned at the Huntington on the Green apartment complex. Although the car had been abandoned in a parking lot, no one was immediately interested in finding it. It was the video that the complex's security cameras had recorded. The video showed someone parking Jennifer's car, quietly exiting and leaving. But the video quality was so bad that it didn't provide many hints. Any identifying physical features were blurred, and the figure's face was hidden. Although it was evident that the person was male, the video offered no specific information regarding the person's height, physique, or attire. The suspect was later referred to by one journalist as the luckiest person of interest ever, considering the scant evidence provided by the video. Based on the hazy video, the FBI was called in to help identify the person's size and gender, but they were only able to estimate that the person was between 5 feet 3 and 5 inches tall. NASA attempted to extract clearer images from the video as well, but the suspect remained a dark figure with few distinguishing features. Investigators and Jennifer's family were disappointed when no conclusive identification could be made, despite their best efforts. In search of crucial hints, investigators focused on Jennifer's car, while the surveillance footage was still inconclusive. The vehicle's forensic analysis produced very little evidence. Despite the discovery of a small DNA fiber and a latent fingerprint, the case did not advance. The car had clearly been completely cleaned, indicating that whoever had left it had taken great care to remove all traces of themselves. The car was missing a number of things, including Jennifer's briefcase, purse, keys, iPod, and cell phone. The mystery was further complicated by the fact that her phone was still off and her bank account had not been accessed, in addition to these missing possessions. Authorities were unable to provide a definitive explanation for Jennifer's disappearance, which seemed to be more intentional. Jennifer Kesse's family and close friends were the first to be questioned, as is typical in cases involving missing persons. The goal of the investigation was to find out if Jennifer's family members had any reason to hurt her. Her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had broken up before dating Rob Allen, was among the first individuals questioned. Jason Schofield was his name, and he had recently stated that he wanted to resume their relationship, but it was soon determined that he was not responsible for her disappearance. Jennifer's then-boyfriend Rob Allen was also questioned. Rob, a British expat residing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, had met Jennifer while visiting Orlando in 2005. Rob and Jennifer had been dating for a year when she vanished from sight. Rob and Jennifer made it a point to spend every weekend together, despite living roughly 3 hours apart. Jennifer's mother, Joyce, remembered that her daughter was in love and that the couple seemed to have a close relationship. Jennifer had taken a weekend trip to St. Croix with Rob a week prior to her disappearance. Rob said the trip was a unique experience. On January 23, 2006, Jennifer called her mother on her way to work after returning from St. Croix. After the trip, Jennifer was obviously happy, excited, and full of life. Joyce remembered how she sounded elated as she shared every detail about the trip and said she was on a cloud. She continued to communicate with her family as usual, speaking with her father and brother later that day. Around 10 o'clock that night, Jennifer made her last phone call to Rob Allen. Regretfully, the discussion did not conclude favorably. The strain of the long-distance relationship was starting to get to Rob, who confirmed that they had a disagreement during the call. Rob insisted that despite their sporadic difficulties, there was no sign that Jennifer had been angry or afraid about anything while they were speaking. He had no idea that he would never talk to Jennifer again after this call. Because it was not unusual for romantic partners to be involved in missing persons cases, investigators closely monitored Rob Allen while he was being questioned. But Rob's alibi was confirmed. There was no proof that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance, and he had been in Fort Lauderdale when she vanished. The possibility that someone she knew might have been involved was nevertheless not ruled out by Jennifer's family, which included her parents, Joyce and Drew Kess. They remained watchful due to the emotional toll of the investigation and their fear of not knowing what had happened to their loved one. In particular, Jennifer's parents held out hope that someone would come forward with information that would help explain her disappearance. As investigators looked into every possibility, the investigation grew, but Jennifer's family remained committed to getting the truth. They never thought Rob Allen or any of Jennifer's family members had any motive to hurt her. Instead, as the investigation continued, they sensed that the mystery grew more complex. The investigation into Jennifer's disappearance evolved into a search for justice and the truth about what had happened to a lively young woman who appeared to have a promising future. Jennifer's condominium complex was going through major renovations when she vanished. The fact that many of the complex's employees did not speak English presented a problem for investigators. Jennifer had complained to her family that she was frequently whistled at, catcalled, and otherwise uneasy by the construction workers. Many of the employees were unable to be interviewed by law enforcement due to the language barrier, making them possible but evasive suspects. According to the surveillance footage, the person seen exiting Jennifer's car was dressed in white overalls, which are typically worn by manual laborers or painters. This made investigators question whether the person in the video was a construction worker on the property when she vanished. Nevertheless, the lead remained frustratingly ambiguous in the absence of additional evidence connecting the individual in the video to a particular employee. Jennifer's parents appeared in court in 2009 to request the case's release. Interviewing a former housekeeper who had worked at the complex gave detectives an unexpected lead. When the woman saw CCTV footage of the suspect, she surprised law enforcement by stating that the figure's gait, attire, and hairstyle reminded her of a man she knew from the complex named Chino, although she was unable to confirm that it was him. Her identification was a clue worth following up on. Chino had been employed at Jennifer's complex as a maintenance worker only a week prior to Jennifer's disappearance. He had even resided in a different complex building. It was quickly discovered by investigators that Chino was well known within the complex, and that some residents remembered him mistreating women. Although investigators had no hard proof to connect Chino to the crime, a tip from the early stages of the investigation raised the possibility that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance. When it was revealed that Chino was already serving time in a Florida prison for the statutory rape of a teenage girl, a crime he committed 2 years after Jennifer vanished, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Chino cooperated when asked about Jennifer's case and denied any involvement. He even consented to and passed a polygraph exam. Still, the lead cooled off once more. Jennifer's family became more and more irate with the Orlando Police Department's OPD handling of the case as the days stretched into weeks, and those weeks into months. Police refused to label her case as cold, which would have prevented the allocation of more resources, despite her persistent efforts. The family felt that law enforcement could have done more, but this decision left them feeling abandoned. When the family filed a lawsuit against the OPD in 2018 to gain complete access to Jennifer's case files, their frustration reached a breaking point. The Kesse family was granted access to more than 600 pages of documents and hours of audio and video recordings following a grueling legal battle. They hoped the documents would shed light on Jennifer's disappearance and offer fresh leads. Michael Torretta, a private investigator, was hired by the Kesse family to go through the case files and return to the crime scene. Interviewing former complex residents was Torretta's first step, and he was shocked by what he learned. Jennifer's neighbor Colleen recalled that the complex used to be a secure neighborhood. She and other women, however, started to feel uneasy when workers started residing in empty apartments throughout the complex. Nothing had been done despite their complaints about the workers' inappropriate behavior to the leasing manager. Several other women who had resided in the complex were also interviewed by Toretta, and they all voiced similar worries regarding the construction workers. Tammy, a neighbor, reported that she had observed odd occurrences in her apartment, including footprints discovered in her closet, her underwear drawer being thrown, and the shower appearing damp as though someone had used it. Tammy even caught a man on her patio who she thought was one of the employees looking at her. Once more, the name Chino came up. Another woman remembered how uncomfortable it was when Chino would frequently approach her in the parking lot late at night. Suspicion was heightened when Chino moved out of the complex in the middle of the night, 9 months after Jennifer vanished. Eventually, Toretta found Chino, who had served time for statutory rape and was now at liberty. He once more denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, despite his cooperation and insistence on his innocence. According to Toretta's main theory, one or more employees who had been residing in the apartment complex targeted Jennifer. Toretta said the workers, many of whom had been crammed into a single apartment, probably moved in after Jennifer locked her door early on January 23rd. They are thought to have pulled her into one of the empty apartments in the area. Unfortunately, since many of the workers were undocumented and had no long-term connections to the complex, there is no record of their identities. 10 months after Jennifer's disappearance, a person was observed throwing a rolled-up piece of carpet into a lake near her condo, according to additional investigation. Because workers had been installing carpet in the building across from Jennifer on the day of her disappearance, this discovery seemed especially intriguing. In 2019, a dive team searched the lake, but they were never able to find any carpet. In order to preserve Jennifer's memory in the public consciousness and media, Drew, Joyce, and Logan persisted in following up on every possible lead. To raise funds for the costs of a private investigation, they set up a GoFundMe page and urged anyone with information to contact a special tip line. CrimeCon appearances, social media appeals, and public awareness campaigns all helped to keep the case in the public eye, but none of them yielded the answers they so desperately needed. Jennifer's family persisted in seeking justice in spite of the obstacles. After years of advocacy, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, took over Jennifer's case in 2022. This change was welcomed by the Kessie family, who thought that FDLE's resources and experience might finally provide the answers they were looking for. Joyce, Kessie, and Drew were cautiously optimistic, pointing out that the investigation entered a new phase with FDLE's involvement. There was hope that the case might make progress thanks to the agency's sophisticated forensic tools and investigative resources. The same period saw the publication of a book by Jennifer's uncle, Bill Gilmore, which described the family's search for her. He told tales about Jennifer's life and the unsolved mysteries surrounding her disappearance through public speaking engagements and appearances at events such as CrimeCon. His efforts strengthened Jennifer's case and brought attention to the family's dissatisfaction with the OPD's initial handling of leads and evidence. Jennifer Kessie's disappearance has had a profound impact on her family, particularly on her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. The lack of answers has caused them to suffer emotionally for almost 20 years. There is a sense of lost time every year that goes unresolved, such as holidays and birthdays they never spent with Jennifer. They hope for closure in spite of the heartache. Their extended family and close friends also feel the pain, and they keep helping with the search and spreading the word. Despite the uncertainty, the family is steadfast in their conviction that the mystery will be unraveled. The youngest, Logan, shares his parents' desire for justice after seeing their suffering. The Kesses are steadfast in their pursuit of the truth and in preserving Jennifer's memory. No matter how long it takes, they are adamant about finding answers and won't give up until justice is done. Their strength is demonstrated by their tenacity in continuing to search for almost 20 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The South Carolina state in the United States is where the events in this video took place. Jessica Carpenter resided in the city of Aiken with her parents and 2 older sisters. The city of Aiken, which has 300,000 residents, is not very big. As a result, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal quickly spread throughout the city and caught the media's attention. Judy, Jessica's mother, discovered her daughter's body on the floor when she returned home on August 4, 2000. Her age was 17. Jessica was a senior at Aiken High School, where she participated in the school band during the summers and worked part-time as a hostess at a nearby restaurant called Red Lobster. It took more than 5 years before the offender was brought to justice. It was August 4th, 2000, the last day of her vacation, and she was eager to start her senior year of high school. Following their lunch together, Jessica's mother Judy left for work, leaving Jessica alone at home. Judy did not see her daughter alive again after that. Judy arrived home around 5:30 p.m. After opening the door and taking a few steps, she noticed something that no mother should ever see. Her daughter was lifeless and naked on the floor. Judy was so terrified that she rushed to her car and dialed 911. The operator asked Judy to return to the house and see if Jessica was breathing. After she had explained the situation, despite being overcome with fear, Judy returned to the house. She followed the operator's instructions to the letter. Judy waited a moment before telling the operator that Jessica was not breathing. She was icy. Police and medics hurried to the scene right away. At the scene, Jessica was declared deceased. First, the police checked the house to make sure the criminal wasn't hiding there. Jessica had been stabbed in the neck and had a telephone wire wrapped around her neck. The fact that Jessica was naked made it clear what drove the crime. Based on the atmosphere in the house, Jessica retaliated. There were fights in her living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Crime scene investigators partially lifted Jessica's fingerprints and collected DNA samples from her body. Physical evidence was scant. Investigators were a little frustrated when they discovered a partial fingerprint. Unknown male DNA was the only important piece of evidence the police discovered. Before departing the scene, there was almost nothing in the case to cling to except the DNA. Another crucial detail caught the attention of the detectives. No evidence of forced entry was found. Jessica was by herself at home, and she always locked her doors in situations like this. It was clear that she either knew the criminal or felt comfortable allowing him to enter the house. Since this had never occurred in their neighborhood before, people were shocked that it had. The neighborhood did not have a high crime rate. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Jessica passed away from internal bleeding and oxygen deprivation. Once a place of laughter and vitality, the Carpenter family home was now enveloped in an unbreakable veil of grief. A horrible crime had taken place in the living room, which had once been the location of boisterous birthday celebrations and peaceful family evenings. Charles and Judy, Jessica's parents, appeared to be stuck in a bygone era. Their entire world had been upended. They were at peace because they believed they had failed to protect their daughter. Although Jessica's sisters were heartbroken by the incident, the family came together during this time. The Carpenters had a strong belief that the police would identify the culprit behind Jessica's death. Since Aiken is a small city, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal spread swiftly. The story was reported in every newspaper and on every local television station. In order to solve crimes, law enforcement occasionally needs the assistance of the media. They need the public to be aware of it, and although investigators gave the media some information about the crime, important details were kept under wraps. On August 25, 2003, it was kept a secret that Jessica had been shot in the neck, strangled with a telephone wire, and discovered nude. The first information was given to the police a few weeks after Jessica's death, and they spread it through local news reports. Surveillance footage from a convenience store a few blocks from Jessica's residence was obtained by investigators. Detectives thought that the young man in the top right corner of your screen might have some information about Jessica. As part of an ongoing investigation into the death of a carpenter, the police wanted to identify and question him. On the basis of surveillance footage, every lead, no matter how trivial, was closely examined. In an attempt to identify the man, the Aiken police released a sketch that was aired on television. The suspect's sketch was held in the hands of the detectives looking into Jessica Carpenter as though it were the secret key. Jessica went to Aiken High School, where she was well known to all. They headed to the principal's office to ask the administration for help. Despite looking at the sketch, the principal was unable to identify the subject. The detective spoke with the principal before starting to interview Jessica's classmates. Any small comment or conversation could reveal information about the crime. Detectives also spoke with teachers who knew Jessica, and some students were in special interest groups with Jessica, such as the school orchestra. But after being at the school for a few hours, they left with nothing. Who was portrayed in this sketch was unknown. The police were able to identify the man after a few days, but it turned out that he was unrelated to Jessica's ordeal. He was just a magazine salesman and an out-of-town student. The police contacted Jessica's closest friends and family because they had limited information. One of her closest friends from Aiken High School was Alice Bryant. She played in the music orchestra with Jessica, whom she had met in 6th grade. Both of them were anticipating their senior year, getting ready for college and maturing. Alice was asked by the investigators if anyone in Jessica's immediate vicinity intended to hurt her. Perhaps she got into a quarrel with someone at school. Alice asserted that Jessica had no enemies, but it's possible that she turned down one of the boys and he was unable to handle it. She had a good relationship with everyone. Because Jessica's friends were unable to provide any leads, the investigation came to a standstill once again. The DNA of an unidentified male was the only tangible evidence the police had discovered at the crime scene. Given that Jessica most likely allowed the criminal to enter the house herself, and that she might have known and trusted the man, a database search turned up no matches. Investigators made the decision to look into Jessica's inner circle. They collected DNA samples from her neighbors, friends, and family. To eliminate as many possible suspects as they could, they visited Judy's place of employment and spoke with all the men, including her supervisor. The local media was asked to help spread the word by the Aiken police. They requested that the men come forward and willingly provide a sample of their DNA. 300 or so DNA samples were examined. The criminal was obviously too smart to assist the authorities. The DNA found on Jessica's body did not match any of the tested samples. Another similar crime, this time in Georgia with an 18-year-old victim, took place 2 months after Jessica Carpenter's death. Chrysalie Barton miraculously survived and shared her story. Chrysalie claimed to have met a man in a restaurant parking lot. He volunteered to serve as her model. The man refused to show his identification when she asked to see it. Chrysalie grudgingly accepted the man's offer to walk her home, but she quickly came to regret it. You can naturally imagine what transpired after he assaulted her in her house and tore off her clothing. After that, the man stabbed her 3 times and started to strangle her. Chrysalie survived, but he believed she was dead. Crawling to the phone, she dialed 911 and then described the man to the police. It was clear that Jessica Carpenter had been attacked by the same man who had attacked Chrysalie Barton. The 2 crimes shared far too many similarities. Women who said they had seen the man in the sketch called the police station as soon as the sketch appeared in the media. The man in the sketch was recognized by Jessica Carpenter's former Red Lobster co-worker, who called. She stated that the week prior to her murder, she had been working with Jessica when the man approached them while they were chatting on the street. He paused and inquired about directions. They attempted to inform him of his destination. He then asked if either of them could accompany him and show him the precise route. Both of them declined, and the man discovered where they were employed. Investigators questioned whether Jessica's murder occurred as a result of this conversation or if it was just a coincidence. 3 days later, the police had a name, thanks in large part to the sketch of the offender that was shown on every newscast. Reinaldo Rivera was his name. A wanted list was created for him. He could harm someone else, so the police wanted to track him down as quickly as possible. The news was just coming on the television, which was once again displaying a sketch of the suspect, when a number of officers stormed into Rivera's room after finding his car in a motel parking lot and driving there to arrest him. In order to evade justice, Rivera was now unconscious on the ground. He had no choice but to take a knife and hurt himself. However, he lived because the police showed up in time. Detectives now needed to identify Reinaldo Rivera and determine whether he was connected to the death of Jessica Carpenter, who was born into a doctor's family in Madrid, Spain. When Rivera was 7 years old, his family relocated to Puerto Rico. He enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 19, serving in San Diego, California, and Orlando, Florida. As an adult, Rivera attended the University of South Carolina and graduated with a degree in office administration while working for the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C. From December 1986 to to March 1991 before relocating to North Augusta on Valentine's Day in 1993. He had lived in Graniteville, Columbia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina. By 1998, he was married to Tammy Lisa Bonet and had 2 kids. Rivera was hired by the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company in Aiken to work as a tire inspector. When investigators searched the motel room where Rivera was staying, they discovered a surprise. He left a note claiming he had nothing to do with Jessica Carpenter's death. No one suspected that he led a second secret life like a police officer, and Jessica's family was certain they had found the person who killed her. After assaulting Chrysalie Barton, Ronaldo Rivera was taken into custody. Authorities believed he might be involved in the Jessica Carpenter case as well. They believed the case would be closed and that was the end of it. However, Rivera shocks authorities by confessing to yet another string of unsolved crimes, rather than Jessica's murder. Moussafe Dingus, a 17-year-old from Graniteville, South Carolina, disappeared on July 17, 1999. During the subsequent searches, Aiken County Sheriff's Office deputies reported seeing a girl who fit Dingus's description twice, with an older, dark-haired white male. In the first case, she got into a tan, older model car, and in the second, a bright red 4-door car. On October 13, 2000, after Rivera gave police directions to the burial site on December 4, 17-year-old Tiffany Cherise Wilson from Jackson vanished while she and her 2-month-old daughter Caitlin were at a Winn-Dixie grocery store in North Augusta. Her car was discovered in the parking lot, and witnesses saw her get into a white 4-door Ford from the mid-1980s. The car stopped for a moment before speeding away. 3 days later, Caitlin was discovered stranded in her vehicle across the state line in front of a Georgia Welcome Center. The body of a young female was found by 2 hunters in a densely forested area close to Graniteville on December 30th. Wilson's fingerprints were later used to positively identify the deceased. Similar to the aforementioned victims, Tabitha Lee Bosdell, 20, of Augusta, Georgia, vanished on June 19, 2018. She was going to apply for a second part-time job at a Huddle House before heading to her primary job as a telemarketer, according to her family. Rivera was charged after her remains were located and identified. Marnie Marie Glista was attacked in her home on September 5, 2000. Her age was 21. Despite suffering severe injuries, she lived. After being brought to a nearby hospital, she passed away from her wounds. She became the 4th known victim of Ronaldo Rivera 5 days later. Chrysalie Barton was attacked by Rivera on October 10, 2000, but she survived and police were able to obtain a sketch of her. Rivera's crimes all had a similar pattern, and all of his victims were roughly the same age. All of them suffered neck stab wounds and strangulation. The 37-year-old Rivera was put in solitary confinement and kept under close medical observation to make sure he couldn't hurt himself. Rivera denied any involvement in what happened to Jessica Carpenter, despite confessing to 5 other crimes. After securing Rivera's DNA, police hurried the sample to a lab for Jessica's relatives. It was intolerable to wait for the results. However, the case took a new turn just when the Aiken Police Department believed they had apprehended the offender. Authorities were informed by police informant Craig Gant that Tony Baldwin had confessed to killing Jessica Carpenter. On another murder charge, Tony Baldwin was already incarcerated in Aiken County. The police, Jessica's friends, and her family could only wait while DNA samples were taken from him to determine whether he was involved in her death. When both men's DNA results were received in January 2001, the community as a whole held its breath. 2 suspects in Jessica Carpenter's murder were exonerated, which was a startling development for her family. The DNA discovered on Jessica's body and in the house did not match that of Rivera or Tony Baldwin. For the investigators and the family, this was a huge letdown. Months went by, but the case was still unresolved. But on August 19, 2002, 2 years after Jessica's passing, the lab called the detective who was looking into the case. A DNA match was discovered. The owner was a man named Robert Atkins, who was incarcerated in Georgia. Robert Atkins was having legal issues. He was found guilty of stealing. In Georgia, he was sent back to prison for violating his probation. Georgia was one of the few states at the time that collected inmates' DNA upon admission and entered it into a national database. A DNA match was discovered in this way. One could argue that Atkins might not have been connected to the Jessica Carpenter case if he had acted appropriately and not broken the law once more. In addition to being shocked, investigators were curious as to why he did it. How was Jessica known to him? Furthermore, who is he? In any case, his name was new to the Jessica Carpenter case. To get answers to these questions, a detective visited the prison. Atkins denied knowing Jessica when he started questioning him. The detective then began discussing Jessica's mother Judy's suffering, saying that she was so heartbroken that she didn't know how to proceed with her life or what to do. Atkins apologized while glancing at the detective. He started crying and requested a pause during the interview. Afterwards, he admitted to killing Jessica Carpenter. Later, Atkins guided detectives to the murder weapon, a bloody knife concealed beneath a bush and wrapped in a t-shirt. Investigators pieced together what happened to Jessica Carpenter a week prior to her murder based on Atkins's confession. The following week, August 4, 2000, a package was delivered to Jessica's residence by airborne express courier Robert Atkins. Atkins made a comeback, but on false pretenses. Atkins claimed that he had most likely delivered the package by accident when Jessica opened the door. Jessica responded last week that there had been no error. Then Atkins asked if he could use the phone inside. Jessica let him in. He acted as though he was speaking to someone on the phone. He assaulted Jessica, carried her into the bedroom, and made her undress after realizing that no one else was home. He glanced at her and said, "No, you know me," even though she had stated she wouldn't tell anyone. He cut the phone cord in the kitchen after stealing a knife from there. He stabbed Jessica in the neck and strangled her with the phone cord. After that, he departed with the knife and carried on delivering packages in his van. When Jessica's family members found out about the crime, they were incensed. The following day, he got married as if nothing had happened the day before. Jessica was uncritical. She gave him a glass of water and invited him inside. On May 22, 2006, he committed this terrible crime after she showed him kindness. In an agreement with the prosecution, Robert Atkins entered a guilty plea to 5 charges. He consented to enter a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence, even though he was facing the death penalty. Atkins was asked by Judge Diane Goodstein if he realized that he would never be allowed to leave prison. "Are you aware that you will be incarcerated for the rest of your life?" He said he did when she asked him to put his feet in a box first. 2 life sentences were imposed on Atkins. In 2004, Ronaldo Rivera received a death sentence. Rivera informed the jury that he had a mental illness and that medical professionals needed to investigate it to discover a remedy. In addition, he claimed that he still had murderous fantasies, threatened to retaliate if freed, and called for the death penalty. Rivera withdrew his testimony and started the process of appealing his sentence in 2016, 12 years later. The court denied his last appeal in October 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Steven showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Steven knocked on the door, no one answered. Steven knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Steven made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Steven eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Steven decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Steven decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Steven reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Steven rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Steven immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Steven was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, The lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds, inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft. Personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue: a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stephen's shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife Jennifer was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mocks' house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mocks' home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mocks' home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number of pairs of dress shoes, boots, and sneakers when investigators asked to see his footwear, but none of them matched the footprint discovered at the scene. Detectives began to examine Daniel more closely, however, as his story changed and his actions became more suspicious. A difficult history. The background of Daniel Tavares proved to be extremely disturbing. His life took a bad turn early on. He was born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family. Daniel's mother took care of him and his 3 older sisters after his parents divorced when he was only 4 years old. Shortly after, his father got married again and showed little concern for his former spouse's kids. Daniel had left school by the 9th grade, started stealing, running away from home, and experimenting with illegal drugs. He was first arrested for robbery when he was 18, but then his estranged father stepped in and helped him get probation instead of going to jail. The father appeared to want to give Daniel another chance, possibly out of guilt. Even so, Daniel kept getting into trouble with the law over the years. He was always given light sentences for his offenses. Daniel's father tried to provide for him after he relocated to Florida in the late 1980s. In addition to trying to help Daniel find stable work, his father funded an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic. However, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing drugs once more within 6 months. He was sent back to live with his mother after his father gave up this time. Daniel's dependencies had started to negatively impact his mental health by this time. He received a schizophrenia diagnosis and medication within a year, but Daniel hardly ever took his drugs as prescribed. Rather, he combined them with alcohol, which resulted in violent and hazardous outbursts. A case of violence. During a fight with his mother in July 1991, Daniel snatched up a knife and attacked her, wounding her almost 30 times. At the scene, she passed away. Daniel stated during his trial that he was influenced by voices in his head that told him to kill her. Psychiatrists appointed by the court, however, concluded that Daniel was legally liable because he had been aware of his actions. He received a 20-year prison sentence. Daniel served less time than the entire sentence and was released on parole in 2006. Daniel Tavares started communicating with Jennifer Freitas while incarcerated, and the two eventually fell in love. Jennifer awaited his release and they were married as soon as he was granted parole. Around the same time as the Mauk couple, Daniel moved into her house in Graham, a small town. Daniel broke the conditions of his parole by moving to a different state. He ought to have been taken into custody right away, but a technical glitch and police carelessness kept that from happening. Even after detectives discovered a bloody handprint at the Mauk's crime scene, Daniel managed to avoid detection because his fingerprints were inadvertently deleted from the criminal database. It was as if everything was somehow conspiring in his favor. Daniel briefly worked for a construction company that bought the rare work boots connected to the crime, according to additional investigation, but there was not enough hard evidence for detectives to make an arrest. They had to carefully construct their case so as not to alert Daniel or Jennifer, his possible accomplice. Placing the trap. Daniel was asked to come to the police station on November 24, 2007, ostensibly to help with composite sketches of possible suspects. He enthusiastically accepted and enthusiastically described and assisted in drawing portraits of people he had made up entirely for about an hour. He was preoccupied when a second officer walked in and remarked nonchalantly that in order to rule Daniel out as a suspect, they needed to get his fingerprint. After some hesitation, Daniel finally consented, certain that there would be no evidence of his presence at the crime scene. The officer casually mentioned that investigators had discovered an unidentified bloody handprint at the Mauch's residence after fingerprinting. Daniel tensed visibly and started to explain that his prints might have been left at the Mauch's house because he had been friendly with them and frequently visited them. The officer calmly replied that there was no reason to be concerned because the handprint was bloody and obviously that of the criminal. The discussion then turned to Daniel's past by a second detective. Daniel confessed to killing his mother after he brought up the crime for which he had served time. Unexpectedly, Daniel started to describe the horrifying specifics of that crime with icy fervor. He gave off the air of a real psychopath, grinning as he explained what he had done. Forensic experts were comparing Daniel's prints to those recovered from the crime scene in the meantime. Detectives presented Daniel with the evidence after the results showed a perfect match. Anger immediately replaced his arrogant manner. However, officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest before he could lash out. Daniel was forced to confess and assist investigators due to the overwhelming evidence against him. He clarified that he had spent hours drinking and using potent drugs at a bar the night before the crime. The bar staff threw him out and threatened to call the police when he ran out of money to pay his tab. Daniel Tavares was furious when he remembered that he had given his neighbor Brian Mauch a tattoo as a friendly gesture the month before. Daniel, however, arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service after deciding that he should be paid for his labor. At 5 in the morning, armed with his revolver, he arrived at the Mauch's home while they were still sleeping together when Brian opened the door. Irritated by the early visit, Daniel's demand for money was there. Perplexed and irritated, Brian declined, instructing Daniel to return once he had calmed down. However, Daniel insisted. Brian decided it would be simpler to pay in order to defuse the situation, so he went to another room to get the money. Daniel took offense at a comment he made as he was leaving. Daniel became indignant at this. In an instant, he pulled out his gun and shot Brian 3 times in the back. Beverly was awakened by gunfire and went outside to investigate. She saw Daniel standing with a gun over her husband, who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She attempted to flee back to the bedroom after realizing the danger, but she was shot 3 times in the back before she could do so. Upon acknowledging the seriousness of his actions, Daniel returned home and asked his wife Jennifer to assist in cleaning up the crime scene. Sadly, Jennifer didn't appear shocked by what he did. Together, they carried Beverly's body into the living room, set it next to Brian, and wrapped a blanket around them both. Jennifer proposed erasing the bloody footprints with a broom. Additionally, she carefully cleaned surfaces to get rid of fingerprints, but she overlooked one important one. After cleaning was completed, Daniel threw the murder weapon into a nearby river. The revolver was never found, despite investigators' best efforts. The fallout. Daniel Tavares received a life sentence without the chance of release. Jennifer, his wife, expressed profound regret, saying she had aided Daniel because she was afraid for her own safety. She only received a 1-year prison sentence for tampering with the evidence. A terrible discovery was made in 2015 by new homeowners remodeling the house where Daniel had previously resided with his mother. They discovered human remains when they were digging in the backyard. The remains were identified by forensic analysis as belonging to a young neighbor who vanished in 1990. Investigators found that Daniel had been attracted to the woman romantically, but had reacted violently and fatally when she turned him down. Her body was interred in his mother's backyard, where it was kept secret for many years. Daniel was given a second life sentence for this offense. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One gloomy autumn evening, Ayaz Kara vanished, leaving only a trail of unresolved questions and unsettling suspicions. His wife, Sevda, looked extremely shaken and his family was in shock. However, neighbors soon noticed something strange. A certain Dr. Levant was regularly seen at Sevda's house, and his interest in the Kara family appeared to be much more profound than one might anticipate from a typical doctor. It was the beginning of a somber tale that would soon come to light and was full of treachery, deceit, and ulterior motives. Ayaz Kara and Sevda, a married couple, appeared to be leading a stable life in 2015 in a small town in southwest Turkey. At the age of 37, Ayaz Kara operated a construction company that generated a consistent income. The house was run by 33-year-old Sevda. They had first met in college, where Sevda was pursuing a degree in literature and Ayaz Kara was studying engineering. With the exception of one major challenge, the inability to conceive, their lives were comparatively calm and devoid of major crises. This reality had turned into a very personal heartbreak. They made many attempts and sought advice from a variety of experts, but their dream of parenthood never came true. Their marriage was constantly strained as a result of this failure, leading to arguments and continuous disappointment. Despite the painful realization that their happiness was lacking children, Sevda and Ayaz Kara tried every medical treatment without success. They were both on the verge of emotional exhaustion as a result of the additional strain from their family members. They first learned about Dr. Levant during this trying period. Levant was known for being an accomplished doctor who focused on infertility problems. He was 42 years old and highly respected in the medical community for his knowledge and non-traditional methods of treatment. His approaches attracted patients who had given up on conventional treatments by fusing aspects of alternative therapies with conventional medical procedures. Despite its small size and location on the outskirts of town, his clinic was very popular with the locals. Sevda thought this might be their last chance when she heard about Levant from a friend. At first, Ayaz Kara wasn't convinced, but he decided to give it a try after seeing his wife's anguish. They turned to Dr. Levant for assistance. After carefully listening to their story and performing comprehensive examinations, the doctor presented a treatment plan that included both medication and lifestyle modification. After several months of treatment, Sevda finally found out she was expecting a child. For the couple, this news was nothing short of a miracle, and they were incredibly appreciative of Levant. But the doctor stayed active in Sevda's life, keeping an eye on her health and offering constant support. He was more than just a medical helper. He helped Sevda deal with the difficulties of her pregnancy by coming to their house on a regular basis. His visits became more frequent over time. Sevda and Levant's relationship gradually started to conflate the characteristics of a normal doctor-patient relationship. Ayaz Kara was devoted to his job and did everything in his power to provide his expanding family with a secure future. Levant, meanwhile, was there for Sevda when she most needed assistance. His visits became routine, and his presence in the house felt almost natural. Sevda had grown used to having him around, and what began as professional interactions gradually transformed into something more personal. Ayaz Kara first grew suspicious when he unexpectedly returned home one day and found Levant in their living room. The doctor explained that he had stopped by to check on Sevda's condition. Although the explanation made sense, a nagging feeling lingered in Ayaz Kara's mind. He soon began to notice that Levant's visits were becoming more frequent, and his wife's behavior grew more distant. Conversations between Ayaz Kara and Sevda became strained, and the initial joy of expecting their baby started to give way to an unsettling sense of anxiety. Sevda and Levant continued to meet. Their interactions became increasingly secretive, and their encounters often happened when Ayaz Kara was away at work. Levant visited under various pretexts, checking Sevda's health, bringing medications, or providing follow-up advice. Even during her pregnancy, Sevda and Levant managed to find moments of seclusion. The visits grew longer and more frequent, and Sevda made no effort to stop them, as their connection only deepened. Meanwhile, Ayaz Kara could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. He observed that his wife was hiding things from him, but he struggled to figure out how to address his suspicions. One afternoon, Ayaz Kara came home earlier than usual and once again found Levant there. The scene seemed ordinary enough, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. Levant offered another plausible explanation for his visit, and Ayaz Kara had no choice but to accept it. Yet, the unease he felt was growing. He began paying closer attention to small details. How Sevda lingered in the kitchen when Levant was around. How she avoided answering his questions directly. The relationship between Ayaz Kara and Sevda grew colder, and Ayaz Kara felt trapped by unanswered questions and growing doubts. Levant, for his part, was well aware that the situation was becoming more precarious. He could see that Ayaz Kara was getting increasingly suspicious, yet Levant had no intention of backing down. Maybe he had reasons for remaining involved, and he knew more than Ayaz Kara could have imagined. He kept pushing boundaries, testing how far he could go before everything spiraled out of control. Ayaz Kara, on the other hand, became more consumed by his suspicions. He started watching his wife's every move, desperate to uncover the truth of what was unfolding in his own home. The tension within the family had reached a breaking point. Sevda and Levant continued to meet in secret, despite the escalating risks. Ayaz Kara could feel his family slipping through his fingers, but was at a complete loss as to how to stop it. Meanwhile, Levant showed no signs of backing down, even as Ayaz Kara's suspicions grew. He seemed determined to play out his dangerous game, not knowing where it might lead. As time passed, the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly tense. When Sevda's pregnancy became more noticeable, she and Levant finally stopped their clandestine encounters. The risk had become too great, and with Sevda's pregnancy now obvious, Levant ceased his visits under any pretext, and their connection abruptly came to a halt as if it had never happened. Yet this did not bring peace to Ayaz Kara and Sevda's home. The relationship between the couple became even more strained, consumed by suspicion and inner turmoil. Ayaz Kara tried to stay home as much as possible, searching for ways to reconnect with his wife. Despite his efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that something between them had been irrevocably broken. Sevda, on the other hand, couldn't understand why Ayaz Kara had grown so distant and cold. She struggled to make sense of his change in behavior, as the tension between them only deepened. After another quiet dinner one evening, Ayaz Kara abruptly vanished. Since he always informed her if he would be late to work or had errands to run, Sevda realized he was gone from the house, which was very unusual. There was no note, no phone call this time. Sevda tried to control her anxiety, but worry started to bite her. After several days passed with no sign of Ayaz Kara, Sevda was forced to notify the authorities that he had vanished. Sevda was taken in for interrogation after the police began their investigation. The investigators were immediately alarmed by her actions. She frequently sidestepped direct questions about the status of her marriage and gave off the impression of being extremely nervous. She found it difficult to respond clearly when asked what could have caused her husband to disappear. She was clearly uncomfortable when asked about her affiliation with Levant. Although Sevda denied any connection to Levant other than medical consultations, her claims sounded tentative and unpersuasive. Investigators started looking into all of Ayaz Kara's connections, including his personal and professional relationships. They found that, in contrast to his usually rigorous work schedule, Ayaz Kara had been spending an unusual amount of time at home. The mysteries surrounding his disappearance are only becoming more complex in light of this detail. Even though Sevda insisted she didn't know anything, the investigators were still bothered by her nervousness and unpredictable behavior. While closely examining the surveillance footage from the cameras placed throughout the house, one of the investigators noticed a number of instances that didn't match Sevda's claims. He observed that Levant visited often, and that their interactions seemed far too familiar for a straightforward doctor-patient relationship. This finding encouraged further research into the nature of the relationship between Sevda and the Levant. Investigators soon suspected Sevda of being involved in her husband's disappearance, making her a prime suspect. She was still being called in by the police to be questioned about her interactions and activities in the days before Ayaz Kara vanished. Sevda's responses became increasingly erratic, and her anxious manner only served to heighten law enforcement suspicions. Levant became involved in the investigation as well, and investigators started looking for him to learn more about his role in this complicated case. It had been months since Ayaz Kara vanished. Despite a lot of work, the search produced very few tangible results. Investigators pursued a variety of avenues, including following Ayaz Kara's contacts, examining his business transactions, and going through his private correspondence. But each lead appeared to come to a standstill. Interviews with friends and coworkers revealed that none of them had any insightful information to share. Red flags were still raised by Sevda's peculiar behavior during interrogation. The suspicions about her were only heightened by her propensity to contradict herself and avoid direct responses. Life continued while the investigation stalled. A baby boy was born to Sevda. There was no celebration, despite the fact that the delivery went well and the child was healthy. The police and the community continued to keep a close eye on Sevda, and the baby's father was still missing. Neighbors whispered about what had happened, and rumors spread like wildfire throughout the small town. Sevda was frequently spotted with her baby, but there were always signs of worry and stress on her face. In an attempt to avoid attention, she maintained a low profile, but her actions only fueled further rumors. Soon after, neighbors noticed that Dr. Levant, who had previously only come to Sevda's house for medical visits, was now frequently there. It soon became apparent that he had essentially moved in after he was spotted spending the night there. The townspeople were outraged by this. Such behavior did not go unnoticed in a small community where everyone knew one another. The relationship between Sevda and Levant was suspected to have begun long before Ayaz Kara vanished. Rumors spread, and before long everyone knew that Levant was her lover, and not just a friend who helped her through a tough moment. Sevda's home came under more and more critical scrutiny. Her behavior was the subject of gossip from neighbors, who conjectured that she and her new friend may have been complicit in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara. Some even said they had witnessed Levant visiting Sevda often while she was pregnant, and that his visits had appeared much too frequent for a mere doctor. However, Levant continued to live openly in Sevda's house, seemingly unaffected by the circulating rumors. He took on many of the duties of a family man, including helping to care for the infant. He was regularly observed by neighbors doing household repairs, grocery shopping, and trash collection. He pretended to be the legitimate head of the household, which only served to increase the indignation in the town. When Levant and Sevda were seen together at the neighborhood market shopping for things for the baby, the disapproval peaked. They were seen holding hands, which sparked a wave of condemnation. Levant's increasingly noticeable presence at Sevda's house became a crucial piece of the puzzle as the police investigation into Ayaz Kara's disappearance continued. Investigators started closely observing the property, following Levant and Sevda's every step and every visit. Although there was growing suspicion that they were somehow connected to Ayaz Kara's unexplained disappearance, authorities were unable to establish a direct connection that would link them to the case in the absence of any hard evidence. Sevda made an effort to keep things somewhat normal, but it was almost impossible. Her residence was continuously monitored by both the police and nosy neighbors. Every action she took was closely watched, and rumors about her were constantly spreading. She could not avoid the judgment. Women who once greeted her warmly and engaged in conversation about daily life now completely avoided her when she took her infant for walks. Families that had previously been friendly with her started to distance themselves from her after some even made mean comments, such as, "Her husband's barely gone, and she's already found his replacement." Levant, on the other hand, avoided any conflicts. He carried on with his life as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He never bothered to defend himself, he never engaged with the neighbors, and he ignored the whispers. The situation became even more tense because of his disregard for public opinion. His assurance was evident, and Sevda found herself depending on him more and more as she drew courage from his unwavering poise. Meanwhile, the police kept reviewing the home security footage taken prior to Ayaz Kara's disappearance. They found growing evidence that Levant had seen Sevda far more often than a normal physician would have. This made Levant a prime suspect, especially since he was now residing in the missing man's house. Investigators started getting the paperwork ready so they could call Levant in for formal interrogation. Sevda insisted that Levant stay, but Levant began to consider leaving town for a while to avoid attracting any more attention. Not with the intense and inevitable looks of suspicion and condemnation from those around her. She could no longer handle it all alone. There was a knock on the door one evening. The police were involved. To answer some questions, they invited Levant to come down to the station. He had been aware that this day would eventually arrive. He composed himself and assured Sevda that he would return shortly before stepping out to meet the officers. With 1,000 concerns racing through her head, she watched as the police car drove off. She was aware that life would never be the same, and that they would be constantly monitored. Levant tried to remain calm at the police station. The detectives questioned him about his frequent visits to Sevda, his relationship with Ayaz Kara, and why he was now residing in her home. According to Levant, he was merely a medical professional who had been supporting Sevda during a challenging pregnancy and the months that followed. Although he denied any involvement in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara, his answers did not satisfy the investigators. They persisted. looking for contradictions in his account. Meanwhile, fresh rumors started to spread around town. There were rumors that Levant might even be arrested and that the police were finally taking the case seriously. Some neighbors said that Sevda's actions had long struck them as strange, and that they had always suspected something was wrong. The community's judgment became more obvious. People shunned Sevda, and those who had previously supported her now abandoned her. After being questioned for several hours, Levant went home. He attempted to hide the fact that he was tired. At the door, Sevda greeted him with a strained and pale face. Even though she didn't ask any questions, it was clear that she was afraid. Levant realized that the situation was more serious than they had anticipated and that they were now in actual danger. Every action they took would be closely watched by the police, who obviously weren't going to let them off the hook. The tension only increased in the weeks that followed. Levant made an effort to continue as though nothing had changed, but the community's and the authorities' pressure was getting to be too much. Sevda avoided interacting with neighbors and rarely left the house. She was aware that their lives had devolved into a never-ending anticipation of catastrophe. They no longer felt safe, and their fear only grew with each new encounter with the police. Levant and Sevda came to the conclusion that there was no use in continuing to deny their relationship after weeks of incessant interrogation. Their lives had become intolerable due to the police pressure, the critical looks from their neighbors, and the never-ending barrage of suspicions. They made the decision to come clean. They maintained that they had nothing to do with Ayazkara's disappearance, despite the fact that they were living together and had become romantically involved. They freely admitted during a follow-up interrogation that they were now a couple and that Levant had moved in with Sevda to assist with babysitting. They denied any involvement in Ayazkara's disappearance and stated that their feelings for one another had become too intense to ignore. They also asserted that their relationship had only started after Ayazkara disappeared. Their admission was met with suspicion by the police. Though there was no basis for criminal charges connecting the two to Ayazkara's disappearance, investigators were still certain that they were concealing something. However, the case became even more tense after Sevda and Levant came clean about their romantic relationship. Every action they took was now closely monitored as the investigation grew more intense. Sevda and Levant were all too aware that their life together had devolved into a never-ending nightmare, with new questions and suspicions emerging every day. Ayazkara's family, meanwhile, refused to wait around. Mehmet, his younger brother, and his parents decided to take matters into their own hands and started their own investigation. They were convinced that Ayazkara couldn't have vanished without foul play, and that Sevda and Levant knew more than they were confessing. Especially Mehmet was unrelenting. He spent hours interviewing neighbors, compiling data and examining it to find any possible leads. He clung to the hope that Sevda and Levant were somehow involved in his brother's disappearance and was determined to find out the truth. One day, Mehmet got a tip from a neighbor who said that a suspicious van had been seen close to the house the night Ayazkara vanished. No one had given it much attention at first, but now that detail seemed important. Mehmet started to inquire, and a number of neighbors attested to seeing the van. There were people inside the house where it had been parked. The timing coincided with the abrupt disappearance of Ayazkara, but no one knew who they were. Mehmet followed up on every lead pertaining to the van and eventually located a source who could provide a more thorough account. It was a white van that was old and unmarked. The witness also reported seeing individuals that evening loading heavy-looking objects or big bags into the van. For Mehmet, this realization felt like a breakthrough. After compiling everything he had learned, he gave it to the police. The tip was taken seriously by the authorities, who started investigating. The investigation took a crucial turn when they learned that a van that fit that description had previously been reported for suspicious activity in the neighborhood. The investigation was starting to put the pieces of the information they had collected together. The police began looking through town-wide security cameras that might have recorded the van's movement. They soon discovered video from one of the cameras, which showed a white van traveling late at night along a road close to the residences of Ayazkara and Sevda. This video turned into an important piece of evidence that might help explain Ayazkara's disappearance. The authorities' efforts to find the owner of the van were soon successful. They found that a man named Emre, who had previously been a driver for Levant's clinic, was the van's registered owner and had a connection to Levant. This discovery changed the course of the inquiry. They quickly brought Emre in for interrogation. He initially vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but when pressure mounted, his story started to fall apart. Detectives narrowed their line of inquiry by pressing him further after noticing discrepancies in his account. After a while, Emre broke down and acknowledged that he had helped Levant that evening. He said he had only been instructed to assist with moving some things and had not been fully informed of the situation. He claimed that because he assumed he was helping his boss with a personal issue, he didn't ask questions. Emre denied any direct involvement in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara and maintained that he had no idea what was in the bags he had assisted in transporting, but his admission only made Levant and Sevda seem more suspicious. The police were aware that they needed to move quickly. They obtained arrest warrants for Sevda and Levant so they could be questioned further, as well as a search warrant for their residence. Law enforcement showed up at Sevda and Levant's house late at night when it was quiet. A startled Sevda answered the door when they knocked, utterly unprepared for what was about to happen. She was shown the search warrant by the officers. As the police started their search, Levant was immediately taken into custody, handcuffed before he could speak, and arrested. The noise alerted the neighbors, who gathered outside the house. They whispered and murmured, trying to figure out what was going on. It appeared that the long-held suspicions of many that something was wrong were now validated. In search of any clues linking Sevda and Levant to the disappearance of Ayaz Kara, the officers searched the house. Hours passed during the search, but no concrete proof was discovered right away. One of the officers kept a close eye on Sevda as she sat in the living room. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she appeared confused. She was aware that things had gotten really bad, and that nothing would ever be the same. After Levant was brought to the station, Sevda realized he would now have to answer a flurry of questions. Levant came to the conclusion that lying was pointless after he was arrested. He eventually admitted to everything that had transpired during the subsequent interrogation while seated in the police station. The investigation took an unexpected turn with his admission. He explained how the whole plan had come to pass, how he and Sevda had intended to get rid of Ayaz Kara, and how they hoped to start a new life together. The puzzle pieces fit together with every word, and the reality of what had happened was eventually exposed. Levant acknowledged that learning that Ayaz Kara couldn't conceive was the catalyst for everything. When doctors confirmed this, Sevda was devastated, but Levant saw an opening. He started providing Sevda with emotional support and positioned himself as the answer to her problems. They developed a romantic relationship over time. Sevda told Levant she no longer wanted to live with Ayaz Kara after she became pregnant with his child. Levant agreed to assist in getting rid of her husband because he was obsessed with Sevda and wanted to start a new life with her. Everything had been meticulously planned for the night Ayaz Kara vanished. Levant had made arrangements for Emre, his old driver, to help with the ride. They had picked a night when Ayaz Kara was returning home later than normal, and the van was parked close by. They moved quickly after Levant entered the house, pretending to check on Sevda. Levant hit Ayaz Kara in the head while he was in the living room, knocking him out. Ayaz Kara was never given the opportunity to comprehend the situation. Then Emre arrived at the house, and he and Levant loaded the body of Ayaz Kara into the van. Sevda watched over them in the meantime, making sure no one saw what they were doing. To conceal Ayaz Kara's body and prevent any evidence from being discovered, they wrapped it in big plastic bags. Levant and Sevda had already prepared a shallow grave in an abandoned area on the outskirts of town, which they drove to. There, they buried Ayaz Kara's body in a secluded wooded area as part of their disposal. Neighbors had seen the bags being loaded into the van, and they were used to hide any evidence and make sure the body was not in direct contact with the bags. They did it to be together, Levant clarified. Sevda had been extremely dissatisfied with her marriage, and he would stop at nothing to help her and their unborn child. He believed that there was no other way to get rid of Ayaz Kara. He and Sevda both wished that no one would ever connect them to the crime, and that Ayaz Kara's disappearance would go unsolved. The police started getting ready to arrest Sevda as soon as they heard Levin's confession. Levin appeared resigned, realizing that the instant they made the decision to commit the crime, their lives were over. Knowing that there was no defense for what they had done, he made no effort to defend himself. After he confessed, Sevda was arrested after the police searched her house once more. The neighbors gathered outside to watch the events, as Sevda was arrested just outside her home. Sevda couldn't handle the pressure and ended up confessing as well when she found herself at the police station. She talked about how she had become increasingly resentful of Ayaz Kara and how their relationship had soured after she found out he couldn't conceive. She disclosed that her child was actually Levant's, and she acknowledged that she wanted to start over with him. Sevda explained how they had meticulously planned to kill Ayaz Kara, narrating how Levant offered several ideas to get rid of her husband before they ultimately agreed on a scheme that included kidnapping and a last violent act. Equipped with this new knowledge, the police searched the forest Levant had pointed out for Ayaz Kara's body. They discovered a grave after searching the woods for hours. Despite the fact that Ayaz Kara's remains were badly decomposed, the discovery offered sufficient proof to establish his demise and formally establish the case against Sevda and Levant. According to the results of a forensic investigation, Levant struck Ayaz Kara during the assault, causing a fatal head injury. Ayaz Kara's body was given back to his family for burial after the autopsy was finished. The funeral was a heartbreaking and solemn event. The younger brother and parents of Ayaz Kara were unable to contain their tears. They had the small comfort of being able to bury their brother and son, even though they knew that Sevda and Levant were to blame for his demise. There was a sense of collective shock and grief in the air as many townspeople came to pay their respects. People found it difficult to understand how two people they had known could have committed such an unimaginable crime, and how such a horrible act could occur in their peaceful community. The public and media took a keen interest in Sevda and Levant's trial. Levant acknowledged his guilt in court, saying he had done it because he loved Sevda and wanted to give her and her child a better life. Sevda acknowledged her role as well, but she made an effort to present herself as a victim of her circumstances by saying she was coerced into following the plan. But the court rejected her justification. Levant and Sevda were both given life sentences without the chance of release. Ayaz Kara's parents were granted custody of the infant. Ayaz Kara's parents decided to raise the boy as their grandson, despite the fact that he was Levant's biological son. Even though they knew he wasn't their biological grandchild, they couldn't bear the idea of leaving him. Despite the heartbreaking reality of his origins, they promised to provide the child with a loving and secure future because he was their only remaining link to Ayaz Kara. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we examine what happened on December 26, 2011, in Kershaw, South Carolina. Hope Melton, 30, called her grandmother to report that she was being followed while driving down a country road. Hope was terrified and unsure of what to do. The call ended before she could provide her grandmother with any information. The police were able to identify the suspect by using CCTV footage to solve this case. The subpar performance of one of the authorities, which ultimately impacted the case's outcome, is another noteworthy feature of this case. William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe were the parents of Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, who was born in Chehaw, South Carolina, on December 4, 1981. She was a member of the Beta Club, Vocational Honor Society, Health Occupational Class, and Chorus at Chesterfield High School, where she graduated with honors in the year 2000. Hope worked as the manager of McBee, South Carolina's T&N Country Store. She was a children's church teacher at Lancaster Church of God. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for a little more than a year. Although they wanted children, their final Christmas together was in 2011. Hope was going to see her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away from her home, on December 26, 2011. Rather than showing up for lunch, she got a call on her grandmother's cell phone. Hope called out in a distressed tone. She asked for assistance after telling her grandmother that she was being followed. After the call ended, Hope's mother and grandmother got into their car and headed out to find her. They saw Hope's vehicle parked on the side of the road 5 miles away on a lengthy country road, but Hope was not there. Her grandmother dialed 911 right away, and the county sheriff's office received the call. The call was forwarded to police officers as a missing person report when it reached the sheriff's office. When a missing person report is received, it is imperative that prompt action be taken. At once, one of the sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. After examining Hope's vehicle, he ruled out the possibility of a traffic accident because it was undamaged and in good operating order. Hope's wallet was gone, but her purse was in the car. Despite searching the vehicle, a forensic team was unable to uncover any information about Hope's whereabouts. Police and volunteers started searching the area for leads. Gary, Hope's shocked and upset husband, showed up on the scene. He told the police that Hope was going to visit her grandmother and had planned to stop at a gas station. At the time, that was the detective's only lead. Hope's grandmother lived about 30 miles away from her home, and there were 4 gas stations along the way. The detectives made the decision to examine each one sequentially. Security cameras were present at the first gas station the detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance visited. The detective started watching the video in the hopes of spotting Hope. Her husband claims that she left the house at approximately 11:45 a.m. The manager was asked to show the detective the video from an hour prior to Hope calling her family in a panic. When a male customer entered the store at 12:19 p.m., everything appeared to be as usual. The investigator kept watching the footage. A woman entered the picture 3 minutes later. Hope weighed around 140 pounds, stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, and was blonde. She had on blue jeans and a pink shirt. The detective knew right away that it wasn't Hope because the woman in the video was taller than her. At 12:45 p.m., they continued to scroll through the tape, but Hope never appeared. This implied that she had most likely refilled her vehicle at a different gas station. The members of Hope's family were in shock. They looked for logical reasons why she might have vanished. There was a slim chance that she had just become stuck in the mud and gotten out of the car. Maybe someone had come to get her and taken her to a rescue location. They wished Hope well and a speedy return home. A second gas station, just 10 miles from the location where Hope's abandoned car had been discovered, was visited by the detective looking into her disappearance. Additionally, there were security cameras that might aid in the investigation. The detective informed the manager that they were searching for a missing woman when they first arrived at the gas station. The manager recalled possibly seeing Hope around 12 p.m. when the detective described her appearance and the vehicle she was driving. There was no question that Hope Melton had visited this gas station prior to her disappearance. Thanks to a security camera placed outside, she had filled up her car and nothing seemed to be bothering her at the time. Another camera captured a man holding the door open for Hope as she entered. Hope left the store after paying for her gas. She appeared content and in a positive frame of mind. She appeared to be eager to spend the remainder of the day with her grandmother. The man who held the door open for Hope was the one who caught the detective's attention when he re-watched the video. She was followed into the store by a man wearing a white cap, according to surveillance footage. He glanced over at Hope. The detective watched the man in the cap while Hope paid for her gas and walked away. The man left the store after making his payment at the counter. Regretfully, nothing in the video could be used to identify the man. In an attempt to identify this man's vehicle, the detective once more looked at the surveillance footage. Hope was seen walking toward the store to pay for gas on one of the tapes. Just then, a dark minivan arrived and a man in a white cap climbed out. Regretfully, his car's license plate was hidden. Hope was seen driving away from the gas station when the detective flipped to another outdoor camera. She made her way back to her car, and just as she was ready to leave, a gray car arrived. Hope was not followed out of the gas station by the man in the white cap, or the man who got out of it and turned to watch Hope's car drive away. The detective repeatedly viewed the segment in an attempt to capture every detail. He had to locate the other hints he was certain were concealed in the gas station video. He was right. When Hope was making her way back to her car, he flipped to the first camera. An orange Chevy appeared in the frame. The Chevy turned back toward the exit after crossing the parking lot. The detective saw something significant as Hope pulled away. The orange car was following her. Prior to Hope's disappearance, the detective believed he had seen the car following her. The police had to determine what happened after obtaining evidence that Hope had been followed from the gas station. The search team discovered alarming evidence in the meantime. They discovered a blanket covered in blood and a pink bracelet 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car. Hope's husband was able to identify the bracelet. The bracelet was a Christmas gift from him. Hope's well-being was seriously threatened by all of this. The detective had to confirm that it wasn't a coincidence after watching the gas station surveillance footage that showed the orange Chevy pursuing Hope's vehicle. Hope had to pass an office building with multiple security cameras on her way to her grandmother's house. The building was still closed for Christmas when the detective arrived by car. Finding an office manager with keys and knowledge of the CCTV system took some time. The parking lot and the road Hope could take to get to her grandmother's house were both covered by numerous security cameras on the building. The detective's primary objective was to determine whether Hope was being followed by the orange Chevy, or if it had veered off course. The cameras were programmed to record only when they detected movement because the offices were closed for Christmas. The detective started watching the video, which had been taken shortly after 12 p.m. At 12:06 p.m., the detective noticed Hope's car enter the frame. An orange car that had been spotted at the gas station earlier entered the frame 2 seconds later. The orange Chevy can be seen in the video trailing Hope's vehicle by only a few yards. Hope's car was discovered in the woods, and both cars were traveling north toward the road. Although the license plate numbers could not be seen due to the poor quality of the video, the car was identifiable, and police issued an APB. The orange car was stopped by police on a Jefferson, South Carolina street after an hour or two. Nicholas Miller, a 23-year-old local, was the driver. He was the only person in the vehicle. Perhaps because he had something to conceal, he was extremely apprehensive when the police stopped him. After being taken to the police station, he was questioned by a detective. Miller gave evasive answers to every question. Miller was asked by the detective to describe his day, including his activities and whereabouts. Miller retorted that he had gone shopping at a Walmart 30 miles away in the morning. After that, he returned to Jefferson by car. The detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller claimed to have shopped after police requested a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. His story had to be confirmed by the police. Every action on the sales floor is captured by the store's many cameras. Walmart's video surveillance footage was a relief to law enforcement since it supported Nicholas Miller's account. At around 10 in the morning, his orange Chevy pulled into the parking lot. The detective recognized Miller when the driver got out. His story had been verified thus far. Like hundreds of other customers, he entered Walmart like any other, and nothing unusual appeared to be going on. He seemed to be going about his everyday business. He didn't bring a basket or shopping cart. The detective discovered, however, that Miller was no typical shopper. As the tape continued to play, he didn't appear to be interested in the goods being sold there. He was just loitering around the store. Maybe he had a completely different reason for being in the store. At one point, the detective saw that Miller was not wandering around the store but was actually following a blonde woman who was ignoring him and going about her own business. After watching the video again, the detective was certain that his suspicion was right. Miller followed the woman everywhere. She did, however, reappear in the video a short while later, this time with a man. It would be reasonable to assume that Miller now understood that this was an impossible goal for him. The couple left the store a few minutes later. According to investigators, the woman might have been fortunate to get away. Cameras caught Miller leaving the store a few minutes later. It looked like he was upset that a possible target had escaped his grasp as he left Walmart. At this point, we can only presume that he was returning to Jefferson, probably to meet Hope at a gas station. Although Hope's family had hoped she would return home safely, it became evident that something horrible had happened to her when police were able to obtain a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. Forensic investigators discovered blood spatter on the driver's side bumper and the passenger side fender while inspecting the vehicle. Hope's wallet was also discovered in Miller's vehicle. The decision was made to question Miller once more in light of the new evidence. It's crucial to remember that Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker conducted the interrogation. Keep that name in mind, it matters. Miller initially denied any involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance during the interrogation, but after learning of the evidence, he eventually acknowledged his guilt and consented to accompany the police to Hope's body. 14 miles from the location where Hope's car was discovered, Miller guided investigators to a secluded turkey farm. She had no clothes on and was face up on her back on the ground. The scene was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing Miller could explain with regard to his actions. The discovery of Hope's body was communicated to her family. Those who knew and loved Hope Melton were forever altered by what had happened to her. Police were now able to piece together what had happened before Hope died. Miller recently broke up with his girlfriend, investigators found out. We'll never know for sure, but they think this might have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Miller noticed Hope filling up her car at the gas station. He made the decision to go after her at that crucial juncture. She was looking forward to a great day with her grandmother, after having a great Christmas with her family. She was unaware that she was being followed. Hope called her grandmother as soon as they arrived at a backwoods road because she knew she was in danger. Miller acknowledged that he had pulled Hope out of her car, pushed her off the road, and pushed her into his vehicle. After he drove her into the woods and tore off her clothes, you can probably guess what he did next. Miller made an effort to hide. After bringing Hope to a turkey farm, he killed her with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. Hope's chance encounter with the monster ended tragically after she stopped for gas. It is incomprehensible to humans. Prior to the trial, Nicholas Miller was charged with several counts. Police received horrifying evidence from his ex-girlfriend's photos. Only a few hours prior to his abduction of Hope Melton, Miller had pursued her in his orange Chevy. We must now learn more about Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. He plays a crucial role in this case, as I indicated before. I'll tell you why Parker was let go from the police department. According to officials, Parker provided uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians, gave inmates preferential treatment, and took property meant for the sheriff's office for himself. In return for 2 prisoners working on his property, Parker let them live and sleep outside the jail. With the former sheriff's knowledge, the prisoners had access to phones, the internet, and an unlimited number of unattended visitors while they were sleeping in the armory. Additionally, prosecutors claimed that Parker provided special treatment to jail inmates, including alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. They were permitted to eat at restaurants and shop. The prisoners allegedly worked on the home and personal belongings of the former sheriff in return. The former sheriff was put on trial as a result. Mike Lee, who was serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against the former sheriff during Parker's trial. According to Lee's testimony, he was able to outfit his cell with a refrigerator, a new mattress, and flat-screen TVs while he was incarcerated in Chesterfield County. Lee used his own funds that were sent by family to buy the items. In addition to being permitted to buy and wear ordinary clothing rather than his jail uniform, Lee informed jurors that he would have lunch with deputies. Lee claimed to have had access to phones, the internet, and a Facebook account while working at one of the county's impound lots. Lee eventually left the jail to live in the sheriff's armory, where he hosted a birthday party where guests drank alcohol and ate filet mignon and had sex with a female visitor. Isn't it incredible that an inmate would throw a party at the sheriff's office? Post your thoughts about it in the comments section. Lee claimed that while he was in Chesterfield, he was able to visit his wife and child in Mount Pleasant by private jet from Charleston. Lee also testified that a deputy in a marked sheriff's car took him and another prisoner to Florence, South Carolina, so they could have lunch with a female friend. By working at Parker's house, attending church with Parker, and giving Parker's daughter presents, Lee described how he got to know Parker very well. Parker was convicted in 2014 of 5 counts of official misconduct, 2 counts of providing prisoners with contraband, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of release. The former sheriff broke down in tears as the judge was about to sentence Parker, expressing regret to his family, friends, and the residents of Chesterfield County. Parker expressed regret to his family for embarrassing them and to his fellow police officers following the verdict. Miller confessed to the crime and guided the police to Hope Melton's body after being questioned by Sheriff Sam Parker, as I previously stated. Miller was facing the death penalty, but prosecutors were unable to pursue it due to the sheriff's actions. In actuality, the sheriff assured Miller during the interrogation that he would not be executed if he confessed to the crime and told Hope Melton what had happened. Making such a promise to a suspect was beyond the sheriff's authority. Miller confessed to the crime because he trusted the sheriff. Sheriff Parker jeopardized the case by doing this. Former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker seriously jeopardized the case, according to a statement from Solicitor Dan Johnson. Johnson claimed that Miller's confession was obtained by Sheriff Parker under the false pretense that he would not pursue the death penalty. Johnson stated in the release that all statements made in reliance on Sam Parker's promise of leniency, which was used to coerce Nicholas Miller's confession, would be appropriately suppressed at a trial in this case due to Parker's egregious misconduct. Nicholas Miller, age 26, entered a guilty plea to all charges in March 2015. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. The former sheriff, who had been found guilty of corruption the previous year and had seriously jeopardized the case, infuriated Hope Melton's family. Elizabeth, Hope's mother, expressed their disappointment, saying they had hoped Miller would be executed. According to the family, they have yet to receive an apology from Parker. They will continue to fight for justice and preserve Hope Melton's legacy in the interim. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior, in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Trussler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Trussler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. McKaylee Trussler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police a mere. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner. Justice Hilliard continued, Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Despite the busy city streets and crowded malls, Lois Pearson always favored the quiet solitude of her childhood home, a modest wooden house tucked away among verdant hills. Lois rarely left her ancestral home, where her family had resided since her birth in 1949. Leasing her land to a man who used it to graze his cattle allowed her to live on a meager income. Lois became more dependent on her own resources following the death of her mother. She chose to use water from a well instead of running water when her pipes froze a few years ago. She carried a single lamp from room to room on a long cord for her everyday activities. Lois went to church every Sunday, and once a month went to Mineral Wells, the closest town, to do her laundry at a self-service laundromat and buy groceries. She always felt more at ease around animals and in the outdoors, frequently going for days at a time without speaking to anyone. Lois never had a romantic partner. Not even a doctor had ever seen her undressed in front of a man. In 2001, Lois met Jeffrey Maxwell soon after he purchased land west of her property in Weatherford, Texas. Lois was a little over 50 at the time, and Maxwell was just under 50. Sometimes they spoke to each other, and he would wave to her when he went by her house. Maxwell once asked her to join him for lunch. Lois was taken aback by the invitation and politely declined, as she always does. Another time, he arrived at her house, hopped out of his car, and abruptly requested a kiss. In particular, the expectant smirk on his face offended Lois. She insisted that he never return to her home. He moved away in 2005, but to her utter amazement, they reconnected just before he left. They had a quick, unhurried conversation. He came by to say goodbye and to show her photos of a modular house he was constructing in Corsicana. Lois had no idea that she would see Jeffrey Maxwell again after this farewell visit. Lois was getting ready for her usual grocery run in the afternoon of March 1, 2011. A silver Chevy Trailblazer pulled up behind her, 1970 Nova, as she was about to leave. He would have missed her if he had come 5 minutes later. Maxwell grinned and gave Lois a warm greeting. He got out of his car and started talking to her about the church. He moved slowly toward her as she responded, and she began to move away. They soon found themselves in the rear of her house. Lois tried to nudge Maxwell back toward the driveway, feeling a little ashamed of the well water containers nearby. She saw an odd change in his expression all of a sudden. It was so obvious that they both fell silent. Maxwell pulled a strange-looking container out of his coat pocket and held it up to Lois's face. He tried to hit both of her eyes with a stream of pepper spray before she could say anything, but the spray did not work. Lois sprinted in the direction of the barbed wire fence close to her vehicle. When he caught up to her, Lois had just made it to the fence and placed her hands on the top wire. He caught her and pulled her to her feet, but she clung to the wire despite the spikes digging into her fingers and the blood dripping from her hands. He was able to throw her to the ground in front of his SUV, though, because he was too strong. Lois tried to scream as loudly as she could, but nobody was around and her house was remote. Maxwell picked Lois up once more, placed her in what appeared to be handcuffs, and opened his car's rear door. He shoved her into the car and she fought to get out. He took her mother's wooden rolling pin off the kitchen table and hit Lois in the left side of the head. He struck her more forcefully on the right side when she failed to fall. The blow knocked her to the ground this time. Almost immediately, Lois's eyelids began to swell, but she persisted in trying to get away until he reached for a big kitchen knife. Silently, she sat down and felt the lightheadedness and blood. Maxwell inquired about her duct tape storage. She said nothing. He asked again, but received no answer. Then he tied Lois to the door handle of the living room and sliced the cord of her lamp into pieces. He went to his car outside. For a few seconds he was gone, but she was able to free her wrists, which had always been rather thin. She leaped to her feet and sprinted out the door. Even with ankle cuffs on, Lois had already run a few hundred yards down the road when he got back to the house, realized she was gone, and got into his car. Maxwell followed, stopping directly in front of her and obstructing her way. With a gun in his hand, he exited the vehicle. He stated, "Now we're moving on to Plan B," with a chilly look on his face. He pushed her inside his car after opening the rear door and refastened her handcuffs. He then covered her mouth with a tiny piece of duct tape. He smiled and said, "Are you a virgin?" She began to cry at that point. He slammed the door and got behind the wheel after laughing at her tears. He told her he would have to return and set her house on fire as he drove off. Lois heard the vehicle enter the freeway. She considered trying to raise her feet in the hopes that oncoming cars would see her handcuffs and assist her, but she felt completely powerless when she realized the car had tinted windows and that other drivers wouldn't be able to see her. She thought about using a tire iron to strike Maxwell, but she knew it would only make him more angry. She also considered rolling out onto the road and opening the back door, but she was unable to locate the handle. Maxwell listened to her prayer and assured her that she would no longer believe in God once he was done with her. The vehicle went off course. Lois was not familiar with the terrain. The kidnapper took her into a house's garage and shut the door after her. Cluttered with various objects, including patio furniture, a lawn mower, a lot of tools, a washing machine, and a dryer in the corner, she looked around the room. Maxwell took her handcuffs off. He started taking off all of Lois's clothing, cutting off her bra with a knife. Then he fastened her hands to the ends of a steel pole that was chained from the ceiling. She watched without understanding what was going on as he flipped a switch on the yellow control panel that was connected to the ceiling by a cable at the same location as the chains. She felt her shoulders suddenly rise, followed by her arms. As she climbed higher and higher, the ceiling motor hummed. Lois felt her bare legs hanging futilely in midair as Maxwell flipped the switch once more, causing the motor to go silent. Jeffrey Maxwell was renowned for his ability to get out of any predicament, be it shooting cattle to prevent them from being fed, burning down his own home to get insurance money, or something much darker. In the early 1980s, Maxwell corresponded with Martha Martinez, who was from Mexico. After many years of correspondence, Jeffrey finally went to Mexico and asked her to marry him. Because he deftly exploited her fears and lack of confidence, her family didn't like him at first. The 29-year-old woman felt that this was her opportunity to marry and have a child, despite her family's entreaties not to do so. She married Maxwell, had a son, and moved to Watauga, a Fort Worth, Texas suburb, with him. Maxwell had 3 children. When Rita, his girlfriend, became pregnant at the age of 18, he married her. However, they separated in 1,979 days following the birth of their second child. Martha managed to conceal her husband's actions from her family, but she was unable to conceal from her friends the bruises that appeared to be from shackles on her arms and legs. However, this paled in comparison to the horror Martha would later encounter. A deputy sheriff from Ardmore, Oklahoma, called the Watauga, Texas police station on Sunday, April 19, 1987. They had discovered a woman on the road early that morning, he reported. A deep wound on her neck had caused her to lose a lot of blood after being severely beaten. Martha Maxwell was the woman. When the police arrived at the family's house, they asked Maxwell when he had last seen his wife. He said he hadn't seen her since the previous evening and was shocked to learn that Martha was hurt but still alive. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to save her life. When she regained consciousness, she described the argument she had with her husband. She dozed off on the couch after he beat her, only to awaken bound with duct tape. Following more mistreatment, Maxwell made her drink a substance that instantly put her to sleep. In the hospital, she awoke. Martha initially assisted the police, but she abruptly stopped speaking with investigators after her husband was arrested and charged with kidnapping. Since a search of the house and car turned up no evidence, the police were unable to charge Maxwell with anything without her testimony. Once more, Jeffrey Maxwell slipped through the gaps. Martha traveled to Mexico with her son. Her husband, however, was not going to let her go so readily. Playing on her Catholic background, he pounded her with letters, even accusing her of the incident. Martha was living with Jeffrey again a month after the charges against him were dropped, despite her family's entreaties for her to stay away. The family's life appeared to be returning to normal. They purchased a new home, and Martha started college. However, it was only the quiet before the storm. She, or allegedly from her, sent letters to 2 family members on May 10, 1992. In her letter, Martha stated that she would not be communicating with her son or husband for some time. Her relatives didn't think Martha was the sender of the letters. First of all, she typically just gave them a call. Second, she would have written a letter in Spanish rather than English if she had. Maxwell hung up the phone after Martha's brother informed him that Martha had left. In order to report his sister missing, he had to travel to Texas. Since she would never have left without money, documents, a car, and most importantly her cherished son, he was certain that she was dead and that her husband was to blame. But the hunt for Martha was unsuccessful. When police questioned him years later about whether he had done anything that could have caused his wife Martha's death, Maxwell said, "Not intentionally." Jeffrey filed for divorce a few years after she vanished. He remarried Rita, his first wife, as soon as the divorce was finalized, and she moved in with him along with her 3 daughters from her second marriage. The girls soon started griping about their stepfather's advances at school, and Rita's best friend disclosed that Maxwell had beaten her 2 days prior to their wedding. But Rita didn't take the kids, leave the state, change her name, and flee, until the police came to the family's house after her youngest daughter complained about her stepfather's actions. Maxwell started shouting at Lois as he lifted her into the air. The fact that she had ignored him in the car still infuriated him. After sensing his hands on her, the woman felt something sharp and hard, like a plastic bullet. It was really painful, and it felt like he was attempting to hurt her with this vibrating object. Maxwell began striking Lois with rods of various sizes, after declaring that they would be together for 2 weeks. He hit her all over, including the painful spot on her chest. All Lois could do was scream in pain. She was barely able to stand when he finally lowered her to the ground. After guiding her to the restroom, Maxwell gave her instructions to wash up. She first noticed that she was covered in bruises. Because she was afraid of losing her eye, her right eyelid was so swollen that she could hardly see. After a hasty shower, the kidnapper himself handed her his jeans. They smelled like Maxwell and were too big for Lois. It was awful, but she knew that if she didn't agitate him over insignificant things, she would live longer. He shut off the lights, laid down next to her, and chained her ankles to the bed that night. Maxwell barely slept, and Lois had trouble shutting her eyes. Even in the dark, she could see his round, owl-like eyes every time she turned to face him. It was the first night she had spent away from home in more than 40 years. On the morning of the second day, Maxwell informed Lois that he had to purchase additional padlocks from the store. He took her to the garage and showed her a wooden box that he had made himself. The wood smelled and looked brand new. He gave her a choice between the box and a torture device. She made up her mind right away that she would stop at nothing to avoid getting on that machine. As a gag, Maxwell put a metal ring in her mouth and fastened it with a strap. Then he put Lois in shackles and handcuffs and told her to lie in the box. She inquired as to whether she would have enough air through the gag. With the lid slightly open, Maxwell positioned a wrench on the box's edge and walked away. After hearing the sound of his car's engine, Lois waited for a few seconds before attempting to exit the box. However, despite her best efforts, she was only able to push the key away and lock herself in total darkness. She didn't realize Maxwell had moved the box beneath a heavy workbench until he came back. When they got home, the kidnapper took Lois to the bedroom and took off her clothes. Lois didn't know what he was doing, and she felt uneasy because her parents had never talked to her about private matters. He asked her if she wanted to go to the garage and hang upside down after she let out a painful scream. Then she made an effort to be silent. After he was done, he once more chained her legs to the bed. She was so tired that night that she was able to sleep. Maxwell had to pay a bill for his son's repair in Dallas early in the morning. As usual, he chained her and placed a gag in her mouth. In the distance, Lois could hear motorboats, motorcycles, and cars. The gag prevented anyone from hearing her screams or calls for assistance. Lois didn't realize Maxwell had broken her front teeth until he came back and took the metal ring out of her mouth. However, she lost something far more significant that day. Maxwell let her watch the news after they displayed a picture of her driver's license on the TV. Lois Pearson was listed as missing after learning that the home where she had grown up and shared many memories was gone. They were trying to find her. The days that followed were all the same. He met his needs with her in the mornings and then left her alone. He made sure she was chained to the bed for a few days, even when he hurried to the mailbox or take a shower. But the kidnapper grew less cautious over time. She discovered one day that he had left his cell phone in the restroom. She considered taking it and calling the police, but she was hesitant because she had never used a cell phone before and was worried about making a mistake. She was afraid that he would use that torture device once more, in addition to losing faith in her. Lois dropped that notion, but she continued to think about a way out, or at least a way to change the balance of power. And after being held captive for a week, she figured out how to resist his persistent advances. She remembered what her parents had said when he lay next to her on the 7th day and pressed his mouth to hers. They had informed her that her oral cavity allegedly contained an agent that caused bronchitis. She never kissed boys when she was younger for this reason, among others. It's difficult to tell what actually happened at the time, but Maxwell woke up the following day with a fever and chills after she let him touch her lips, calling the move a battle of microbes. He could hardly move from his bed and was pale. He never tried to take advantage of her again. He insisted that she write him a check for $500 on the morning of the 8th day. He told her to date it February 2nd, which was more than a month earlier, and explained that groceries cost money. She had already prepared to go shopping in town with the $60 he had taken from her wallet, but she didn't protest, figuring the money would buy her a few more days. The date was March 12, 2011, and when Sergeant Ricky Montgomery and 4 other police officers pulled up to a small home on the shores of a lake in Corsicana, 80 kilometers south of Dallas, it was getting close to 6 o'clock in the evening. They were there to ask the homeowner some questions regarding the missing 62-year-old woman. Search teams started searching the area after her house burned down and her remains were not discovered. After several days, the police concluded that Lois Pearson would not be found alive, despite the use of helicopters equipped with thermal imaging for the search. They brought in pumps to empty 2 ponds and used search dogs trained to locate bodies, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Then, $500 was taken out of her account 8 days after the fire. The check was dated a few weeks earlier and was made out to Jeffrey Maxwell. Officers traveled more than 160 kilometers to question Maxwell after learning that he also owned a blue SUV that matched the description of the car a neighbor had seen the day of the fire. A judge then issued a search warrant for the vehicle. On Sunday, March 12th, the 12th day of Lois's captivity under Maxwell, everything went according to plan. Maxwell watched television while Lois prayed on the floor. The abductor jumped up and hurriedly led Lois to a far-off room, telling her to keep quiet when they both heard a knock at the door. They heard another more insistent knock before he could put a gag on her or handcuff her. The man rushed toward the exit. Although Lois could hear voices outside, she was unable to understand what they were saying. After escaping the room, she noticed the word sheriff on a car parked by the road through the window. She was shocked when fear first paralyzed her whole body, but she quickly realized it was her opportunity and took off running. Jeffrey Maxwell stepped out of the house and shut the door firmly behind him. His house was in a terrible mess, he said with an apologetic tone while grinning at the policeman. According to Sergeant Ricky Montgomery, they were interrogating anyone who knew Ms. Lois Pearson or had recently visited the area around her home. In response, Maxwell said that although Lois was his neighbor, he hadn't seen her in a while. He also mentioned that Lois owed him money, which is why she sent him a check. When the door swung wide open, Montgomery was still asking Maxwell if he would be willing to come to the sheriff's office. An older woman's feeble voice reached them. With her face bruised and her hair disheveled and tangled, the woman looked weak and stooped. She moved quickly past Maxwell and went up to the cops. Montgomery didn't recognize the missing woman, but he did have a picture of her. He said, "Who are you?" "It's her, Lois Pearson," cried one of the officers behind Montgomery before she could respond, and everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. The police officers collected themselves and put Maxwell in handcuffs. The woman initially claimed to the officers that Maxwell had been her friend and had not harmed her. Her only memory of her rescue is the fear for her life, even though she later learned about the concept of Stockholm Syndrome. Lois told the officers that Maxwell had abducted her, beaten her, and done things to her that she didn't want when he was removed a few minutes later. When she mentioned the machine, the officers were initially perplexed, but as soon as they searched the house, they discovered the machine she had described, along with a yellow control device that was covered in blood. In addition, they discovered 4 different-sized adult toys, a lot of adhesive tape, whips, handcuffs, and weapons all over the house. Blood was found on several articles of clothing in the house, on the floor in front of the car, and on the bedding. Additionally, a large collection of adult films was found by the police. After being questioned for 3 days, Maxwell admitted to almost everything. February 14, 2012 marked the start of the trial. Maxwell shaved his beard and shed more than 60 pounds in the months between his arrest and the trial. He was a lanky, ghostly figure now, wearing a suit that didn't fit him well. Maxwell was found guilty on all 3 counts by the jury in less than an hour. The jurors heard from Rita's friend, whom Maxwell had beaten 2 days prior to their wedding, despite the judge's ban on discussing his wife Martha's disappearance during the trial. Additionally, Rita's daughters testified about how their stepfather's advances affected them. Lois gave a court testimony as well. Although she had always been reticent to speak in front of others, she now spoke forcefully about the ordeal she had gone through during those 12 days of imprisonment. She recalled the 3 cats that had died in the fire, Bluey, Blackie, and an unnamed kitten, and detailed the wounds that still plagued her a year later. Above all, she believed that she would be rewarded in heaven if she remained innocent all her life. Once more, the defendant was given 3 consecutive life sentences by the jury in less than an hour. Maxwell would be eligible for parole no earlier than 119 years following the verdict, as the judge decided that he would not serve the sentences concurrently. A deputy sheriff led Maxwell out of the courtroom while shackling his ankles and handcuffing his wrists in front of the audience. After the trial, Lois told reporters that she wanted her story to be known so that everyone could hear how her faith had carried her through difficult times. Even though victims of such crimes typically don't want their names mentioned in the media, she occasionally questions why he picked her. Maybe Maxwell knew she would be the ideal victim if she vanished from home for a few days and no one would notice. Someone might have gone looking for her if he hadn't messed up and put her to sleep. She might have been noticed missing by someone. Lois had memories of her previous life after spending 12 days with Jeffrey Maxwell. Her home and the car she cherished were not the only things he took away. He took her mother's sheet music and her piano. She doesn't have a picture of her father anymore, and she doesn't even know if there is one. To purchase a small trailer for her, her church raised more than $17,000. Although it's not the house she grew up in, the trailer is warm and comfortable. and the old house was always cold in the winter and full of pests. She now has a phone, and the church even gave her a new piano. Lois Pearson loves spending time with her new friends, but she still prefers the peace and quiet of nature. She admits, "Before this, I never knew how much I loved people." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband, Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary, because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off, and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fawless was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fawless family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fawless residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fawless was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial's psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Arrigo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves's story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death Repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll examine what happened in the U.S. state of California in 2011. Daylene Carlson, a 23-year-old college student, relocated from Idaho to Stockton, California. She was looking forward to beginning a new chapter in her life while residing at her Aunt Maggie's house. But she never came home after going out to meet some friends on August 6, 2011. Beginning at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, her aunt called her multiple times but got no response. Worried, she informed the police about Dellen Elaine's disappearance. To find the truth, detectives started an investigation and used CCTV footage. Dellen Elaine was preparing to go out on Saturday night. Her cousin Cecily had plenty of time to acquaint her with the local nightlife, as college was still 3 months away. Cecily had a fever, so they stayed home instead of going to the Finnegan's pub to meet up with some more friends. Daylene had to return home by 1 in the morning after going to the bar by herself, but Maggie and Aggie started to worry when 1 in the morning rolled around and Daylene was still not home. Maggie repeatedly called Colleen Eileen but got no answer. Maggie stayed up all night calling Colleen Eileen's number every now and then, but, as before, her niece didn't answer. Maggie searched for a plausible reason why Colleen Eileen hadn't come home. Dellen Elaine hadn't come home by morning, so she speculated that her niece might have spent the night at a friend's house. Maggie called the police when she realized she could not wait any longer. Despite receiving a report, the police believed Dellen Elaine had stayed at a friend's house following the party and would soon return. The investigators made the decision to hold off a bit longer. In the meantime, Dallenine's family started their own inquiry. On social media, they announced Dellen Elaine's disappearance and urged anyone with information to get in touch with the police or her family. The day after Dellen Elaine's disappearance, August 8, 2011, the police opened an official investigation because her family suspected something terrible might have happened because it was out of character for her to simply vanish without warning anyone. Her Aunt Maggie's home was the first location the detectives visited. They wanted to talk to Daylene's relatives, see her in her room, and make sure none of them had anything to do with her disappearance. Danielle was a girl, like any other American. Her disappearance was extremely unusual, and she was young, attractive, and had big plans for the future. Detectives searched Dalene's room, but they found no evidence that she had fled her house. Her room contained all of her possessions, as well as a few documents. Cecily took a picture of Dowland Dalene wearing torn jeans and a brown and white striped top the night she vanished. Cecily informed Detective Dalene that they had frequently visited the Finn Pub's pub in the past, and that Dalene had planned to go there. The detectives then went to the bar to speak with the employees and perhaps obtain additional information. On the night Dalene vanished, the bar manager recalled seeing her in the street at around midnight. He described what had happened that evening, but he could not think of anything out of the ordinary. Thankfully, security cameras were present. Surveillance footage can greatly aid an investigation, even though it might not give a full picture. 2 operational security cameras in the bar recorded hours of Saturday night activity. The detectives made the decision to obtain a copy of the recordings and go over everything back at the police station, because it would have taken a long time to go through the footage. This, they hoped, would allow them to find out who Dalene had slept with, and more crucially, with whom she had left the bar. At first look, the tape appeared to be normal. On the street, young women and men congregated, smoking and chatting. It appeared to be a typical Saturday night in a pub, but they are drawn to one girl in particular. She's dressed in a striped top similar to the one from the day. Dalene is wearing a striped top in the final photo. She goes back to the bar at 1:40 and 0 in the morning. Another security camera is located inside, in the corridor close to the restrooms. Photo 41 is watched by detectives. After 61 minutes, she was observed consuming alcohol. She might have been a bit more exposed than normal. In a hallway full of young men, she is the only woman. Every person in this video could be a suspect, and even if they are not, they might be a witness. Dalene seems content and at ease as she watches the video. At 0:40 in the morning, detectives see a young man approaching her from behind and placing his arm around her waist, indicating that someone is about to approach too closely. A short while later, as she was going into the bathroom, a man with a beard and an outfit that was backwards passed her. Dalene, who was not particularly disturbed by the young man's presence, also didn't seem very happy to see him. As soon as they saw this video, the detectives knew they needed to find this man, so they talked to her friends and neighbors. They discovered once more that Jason Gilly was the man who had Dalene around his waist. Jason was well known to Dahl and Cecily's cousin Cecily and her friends, who frequently got together at his house for an enjoyable evening. Investigators found Jason Gilly's home and spoke with him. They questioned him about where he was when Dalene vanished that night. Jason clarified that he had planned to take Dalene home after spending the evening with her, but he had to leave early due to his child's needs. Jason claimed that he came home by himself. He claimed that because his young son was ill, he left the bar at around 1 in the morning and got home at 1:30. He brought up another possible suspect. Jason suggested to the detectives that they should speak with Evangelisti. According to him, Evangelisti was seeing Jacob Evangelisti, but they had a fight in front of Jason 4 days prior to her disappearance. Because jealousy frequently leads people to act rashly, the detectives were interested in this information. Thus, they made the decision to learn more about Jacob Evangelisti. The investigators discovered some recent images of Jacob while searching through Dalene's social media accounts. To find out if Jacob was present, they made the decision to watch the bar's security footage again. They changed the video at 1:06 when Dalene left the eatery and went up to the man who was leaning against the wall. Dalene's behavior appears to drastically change when he is around. She seems to be very upset about something, as evidenced by the vigorous hand movements. The investigators attempt to determine whether it might be her boyfriend Jacob, but the bright lights make it impossible to see his face. After a few seconds of their brief conversation, Dalene left, leaving the detectives to keep watching and trying to figure out who the mystery man was. They finally recognize him as Jacob Evangelisti when he turns to face the camera. During the interview, detectives brought Jacob Evangelisti in to be questioned. Jacob appeared to be quite upset. He was asked about his relationship with Dalene by the detectives, who specifically wanted to know when and how he had last seen her. Jacob claimed that he and Dalene had last seen each other at a bar. Jacob disclosed that Dalene had ended their relationship that evening at Negan's bar. "I had no intention of ending my relationship with Dalene," he said. To be honest, he was furious that she had ended their relationship. Dalene had left the bar without him, Jacob later said. He adamantly denied any involvement in her disappearance. After that, the investigators review the CCTV footage to see if it supports his account. Jacob walks into the bar at 1:09 in the morning. They keep on observing. Darlene enters the picture after Dallin Newts. She seems to be bidding one of the patrons farewell. She then exits the frame at 1:15 a.m. The detectives kept going over the video until the bar had closed and all of the patrons had left. The lights go out at 2:38 a.m. When Daynether appears again, the parking lot is almost deserted. It appeared that Jacob was responsible for Darlene's disappearance at this stage of the investigation. Investigators have not yet found any evidence that her disappearance was the result of foul play, but it's possible that he just couldn't move on from the fact that she had left him. Darlene's family is searching on their own, according to Darlene. They created flyers and began distributing them throughout the city. They wanted as many people as possible to know about Darlene's disappearance. After she left the bar, she might have been spotted by someone. Detectives ask Evangelisti if anyone knows what happened to her at the stock station. Evangelisti wants more, but he maintains his denial of any knowledge. James, another person in Daline's social circle, is the name he gives instead. Daline claims to have a new boyfriend. Daline's social circle also includes James. They had a relationship, even though James wasn't Daline's boyfriend. James was also a close friend, which was another interesting fact. Jason Gilly's pal. They actually shared the same home. Darlene's ability to enter into such a relationship and then vanish almost instantly afterward was highly intriguing. This sparked intense suspicion about James and the idea that he might have had something to do with her disappearance. James was asked to talk about his relationship with Darlene at the police station. Although he acknowledges that he and Darlene were romantically involved, he says he has no knowledge of the night she went to the bar. James had information he wanted to share, but he claimed to have been out of town when the police began looking into his alibi. He informed investigators that Darlene texted him to let them know she was with a new man after she disappeared. James verified that Darlene was there by showing the detectives his phone, which was Darlene's. Detectives came up with a new theory after she wrote that she was leaving the bar to go to a friend's party, but the friend's identity was still unknown. It is likely that Darlene had to visit the grocery store or the liquor store in order to continue the party. A list of 24-hour liquor stores has been compiled by investigators. Elis was the name of the store that was closest to Finnegan's. When detectives arrived, they discovered that a Darlene was equipped with security cameras. The security cameras recorded Darlene if she was there. The detectives began watching the security camera footage outside. When Darlene saw her walking into the store with a young man, their suspicion was confirmed. However, who was he? Since the video only captured his back, a precise identification was not possible. Darlene and her enigmatic companion purchased what appeared to be a bottle of alcohol as the detectives started going over the footage from the other cameras. At 1:31 a.m., they waited for them to leave the store before switching back to the exterior camera. Detectives have a better picture after the couple leaves the store. The first face the detectives saw in the bar footage was the same as the one with the baseball cap and goatee on backwards. This gave them a new lead for their ongoing investigation when Jason Gilly noticed it. Jason initially claimed to investigators that he went home alone at 1:30 a.m. to tend to his ailing son after leaving Finnegan's bar. It was now evident to the police that he and Darlene had left the liquor store at 1:31 in the morning. Jason became the prime suspect right away because he had lied about leaving the bar by himself. Jason Gilly was taken into custody by the police 1 week after Darlene vanished. After an hour or so of waiting, the detectives started questioning him while keeping an eye on any behavioral changes. The detectives went over Jason's account of what transpired that evening without disclosing that they had a tape recording of Jason's shopping excursion at night. They asked him to recall the time he left the bar and arrived home. Jason lied once more, claiming that he got a text from his grandmother at 1 in the morning and went home to see how his son was doing. The detectives then told him that they had spoken to his grandmother, who denied any involvement in the night. Jason admitted to the detectives that night that he had gone home by himself to spend time with his son and that his grandmother had not gotten in touch with him. Jason repeated his claim that he left alone and came home, after telling another lie when asked who he left with. The detectives realized that Jason was putting himself in a situation he would never be able to get out of. They claimed to have surveillance footage that refuted all of his claims. Jason then acknowledged that he had left the bar with Dal for less, to buy her a bottle of Jägermeister and to eat for less. However, he claimed to have driven her back to the bar before leaving for home. He claimed it slipped his mind when detectives questioned him about why he had lied about a crucial detail, such as the fact that Dalny had left with Dalny. Daleen claims that he invited her to stay the night on his couch and she agreed. He acknowledged that he and Daleen had had intimate contact and that they shared a Jägermeister. After he explained it to Dalenate, Dalenate became upset, said it shouldn't have happened, and sobbed as he went home. Jason related a news story about how they got into a fight early on Sunday morning while he was driving Dalenate home. He picked up his grandmother on the corner close to his house and got into her car. She tried to get out of the car just before they arrived at Dalenate's house. Daleny Karengrein was upset and yelled to be allowed to get out of the car for the duration of the 30 to 45-minute drive. She said she couldn't believe Jason had done this and called him a piece of garbage. Jason claims that the last time he saw Daleny, she got out of the car and fled when he pulled over. The interview ended when Jason insisted on having a lawyer. Gilly was not charged by the police because they did not have enough evidence. Gilly had no choice but to let him go. Jason went to the police station on August 22, 2011, after being released on August 18, 2011, to report that his wallet had been stolen or lost. Upon seeing him, detectives investigating Daleen's disappearance were taken aback. Jason was approached by Detective Robert Fain, who asked him to accompany him on a retracement of the path he took on the day Daleen vanished. Jason consented and led the detective to the spot where Daleen is said to have jumped out of the car and run away. When the detective questioned Jason about why he didn't try to apprehend her, Jason said that he had to return home because the car behind him was honking, so he got back on the freeway. Then Jason explained that he had been looking for Leany Lean for 10 or 15 minutes, but he had to leave because his gas tank was nearly empty. To get gas, he drove to Stockton's Archie Road. The detective went to the gas station with no fresh leads. Luckily, security cameras were in place. There, at 10:46 a.m. on August 7, 2011, Jason pulled over at the gas station on Archie Road exit on Highway 99 in Stockton, according to surveillance footage. It had been 9.5 hours since he had last taken a video at the Daleen liquor store. Jason appeared to be acting normally at first, but the inconspicuous gesture caught our attention. Jason appears to be unclean. Jason's shirt and arm are covered in dirt. He seems to be shaking his shoulders at one point. This conduct seems very suspicious. Before leaving the gas station, Jason checks the passenger door before getting into his car and walking back to it. He opens the passenger door once more and slams it shut after 20 seconds. Daleen was the last person to use that door, he said. At last, he takes off in his car. Detectives have developed a new theory after seeing this footage. Their theory is that Daleen took Daleen to a field south of Stockton and, in a hurry, physically pulled her out of the car, causing the front passenger door to jam. Daleen thought that she was dead, but they told her that in order to arrest Jason. Daleen was still missing, and Jason was out and about interviewing representatives. The case then underwent a sea change on October 15, 2011, more than 2 months after Daleen's disappearance. A farmer made a tragic discovery in a field 20 miles outside of Stockton. According to court documents on the 15th of 2011, human remains, later identified as Dathos Daleen, were found in a cornfield approximately 64 feet from Lone Tree Road in the Escalon. That afternoon, senior criminalist Sarah Yoshida of the Department of Justice was sent to the crime scene. A skull, ribs, jaw, vertebrae, and bones from the feet and legs were among the many bones discovered by Yoshida. She also discovered a clump of hair and a human torso. Cases of 522 caliber cartridges were discovered just southeast of the location of the human remains, and a black bra was discovered between the remains and Lawn Road. Dr. Bennett Omalu, the medical examiner for San Joaquin County, arrived at the crime scene at approximately 9 p.m. that evening. He ordered an 18-inch excavation of the ground beneath the body as soon as he saw it. After securing the soil in a body bag and x-raying it, we discovered 222 caliber bullets in the excavated soil. An AUI was conducted on Dayling's remains by Dr. Omalu. He claimed that Daylin was shot in the cornfield where her remains were discovered, and that either the bullets passed through her body and lodged in the ground just beneath her, or they remained inside the body and fell out as it decomposed. In either case, there was a gunshot wound to the backhead. Based on the location of the gunshot wound and the fact that Dalinine's fingernails, jewelry, and nails were tangled in her hair, Dr. Omalu believed that when Dalinine was shot, she had her hands and fingers wrapped around her head. Omalu came to the conclusion that Dalinine's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, with gunshot wounds to the trunk also playing a role. Additionally, he believed that her body's decomposition supported her death on August 7, 2011. In the murder of Dayling, investigators had a top suspect. Detectives also found that Jason had access to a Jennings .22.2 semi-automatic handgun that belonged to one of his relatives, according to court documents. The gun's involvement in Daline's shooting was verified by ballistics testing. Jason Gilley was arrested by authorities when he was eventually taken into custody. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daline went to a bar to meet some friends, and investigators developed their theory about what happened the night she vanished. Among them was Jason Gilley. Daline was convinced to come to Jason Gilley's house. On their way to Jason's house, they made a stop at a liquor store. This liquor store is where we last saw Daline alive. Nothing seemed to be bothering her based on this footage, but after she and Jason left the store, things started to happen that ultimately resulted in her death. Daline was naked when her body was discovered by investigators. Because of this, authorities concluded that she didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Jason, but he coerced her into doing so. That was the only plausible explanation. Authorities believed that Daline told Jason that she would report it to the police, so he put her in his car, drove many miles past her home, and then turned into a field where he killed her. However, the body's extreme decomposition made it impossible to verify that theory. Jason Gilley was found guilty of Daline's murder in November 2013 and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. He made an unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared as though she had just melted into thin air. She didn't come home one morning even though everything around her appeared to be completely normal. There were no signs or calls, just a harrowing quiet and a deluge of unsolved questions. What might have transpired during those brief hours? By whom was she last sighted? Everyone who knew her was shaken by her disappearance, which signaled the start of a sinister and twisted tale filled with secrets and suspicions that turned into a nightmare beyond anyone's wildest expectations. An important turning point in Asolepayeva's life occurred in April 2021. She had long wished for a better life, one that was full of chances to live more comfortably with her loved ones. Then, like a beacon of light, an offer materialized. It came from her cousin's husband, Murat Mayerbekov. She had known Murat for years, and he was a car salesman in Georgia. Abruptly, he extended his hand and said he needed an assistant immediately. He told Aysel that the work, which would involve assisting with paperwork and managing car transfers for clients from Kazakhstan, would be simple and even exciting. It seemed to Aysel like a gift from fate, an unanticipated chance. Murat went into great detail about her duties, which would include managing the car sales process, setting up meetings, and preparing paperwork for clients. He clarified that Georgia's auto industry was flourishing and that there was a strong demand for used cars, particularly from Kazakhs searching for less expensive models. Additionally, he said that his staff was amiable and prepared to assist Aysel in settling in and feeling comfortable. The offer appeared to her as a long overdue reprieve from her cycle of constraints and issues. Everything seemed ideal: a $500 monthly salary, paid housing, and a flexible schedule. Aysel's prospects had never been so bright, and she thought her dreams might finally come true. She felt hopeful for a better future and financial independence when she considered working overseas. She had plans to support her parents in their later years, save money for her own apartment, and put money aside for them. She felt strong and confident that she was making the right decision because of these hopes. Asıl was raised in Kaban by Betir, a small village encircled by endless, vast steppes in the Akmola region of Kazakhstan. She lived here for the majority of her life, seeing many of her classmates go through the normal village routines of getting married young, working on nearby farms, or finding employment in agricultural businesses. There were few options in the village, and opportunities were frequently reduced to a daily struggle for survival. Asıl, however, had higher hopes. The lure of large cities, the possibility of altering her fate, and the aspiration to accomplish more all enthralled her. In search of her identity, Asıl relocated to Nur Sultan after high school. There she found work as a fitness club receptionist and lived with her older sister, who helped her through difficult times. Although working as a receptionist gave her a reliable source of income, the salary was low, and she was still unable to realize her dream of owning her own apartment. She cut back on little things and saved every extra tennet she could, all the while clinging to the hope that one day she would have her own place, where she could make a comfortable home and experience the independence she so desperately desired. Asıl thought she could improve her family's situation in addition to changing her own destiny. Since her parents had put in so much effort to raise her and make sure she had everything she needed, she wanted to return the favor. However, reality showed her that her dreams were still a long way off, month after month. She was aware that it would be extremely difficult to achieve the degree of financial security required to support herself and her loved ones back home. Although it provided some stability, her job at the fitness club did not provide any of the opportunities she so desperately wanted. Then her cousin's husband, Murat Merbekov, offered her a job in Georgia. For Asıl, this appeared to be the opportunity she had been seeking. It was well known that Murat knew business, and he talked confidently about the opportunities he could present. He clarified that he handled car sales in Georgia, serving Kazakhstani buyers seeking more reasonably priced cars, and that he needed an assistant to assist with paperwork and client relations. The offer wasn't taken lightly by Asıl. She discussed it extensively with her older sister, who was first apprehensive and gave it careful thought while assessing the dangers. Her sister was concerned about Asıl traveling to a foreign nation, far from home, and being in the company of strangers. Nonetheless, Murat persuaded them that Georgia was secure, that he would personally protect her, and that the position might be a fantastic first step toward a better future. Asıl was aware of the dangers, but her determination to make a difference in her life overcame her uncertainties and anxieties. She kept thinking that this might be her only chance to escape the constraints of her current circumstance. Although she was aware that it wouldn't be simple, she had faith in her ability to overcome any obstacles. Despite all of her uncertainties and fears, Asıl decided to accept the offer because she was sure that it was her opportunity to change her future. This was her chance to escape her routine, and she was going to take advantage of it. Despite their limited financial resources, Asıl was supported by her family. Despite leading modest lives themselves, her parents and sister supported her emotionally and shared her aspirations. Asıl had no idea at the time that this chance would trigger a series of unanticipated circumstances that would fundamentally alter everything. Eager and hopeful, Asıl took a plane to Georgia shortly after. She felt that this move marked the start of an exciting new chapter in her life. When she got there, she moved into Murat Mirbekov's apartment in Rustavi. Murat assured her that although the apartment was small and had some older furniture, it was only meant to be a temporary place for her to stay until she found a better place to live. Asıl initially communicated with her family on a regular basis, sharing her experiences in her new life. She talked excitedly about the local food she was sampling and praised the city's historic streets and distinctive architecture. She enjoyed even the small things, such as strolling through Rustavi in the evening. Everything appeared so novel and fascinating. She sounded content and assured in her choice, and her voice exuded real excitement. Her mother could hear the joy in her voice whenever she called home. Asıl talked positively about the local traditions and the friendly, hospitable people she encountered. But after a few weeks, things began to shift. Asıl started making fewer calls, and her chats became more circumspect and brief. Her voice carried undertones of fatigue and occasionally a trace of concern. Something seemed to be hidden from her. Asıl gave evasive responses when her mother inquired about her health, typically attributing her weariness to her job. Her words sounded less convincing than before, but she insisted that everything was okay. Her mother became more anxious and made more attempts to contact her daughter, but many calls were not returned. Her family's concerns increased as each conversation became more reticent and brief. Asel's mother was able to contact her via video call one day. She waited tensely for her daughter's face to appear on the screen. The screen showed a room she didn't recognize in place of the familiar scene. The room looked cluttered and uncomfortable. There were strewn about belongings and furniture that appeared to have been hurriedly moved, as though someone had left in a hurry or didn't care to keep things neat. Her mother was alarmed and inquired as to what was happening and why the room appeared that way. Asel dismissed it with excuses about being busy without providing a clear explanation. She said she had a lot of work to do and abruptly ended the call. With every unanswered question and every fleeting, evasive exchange, her mother's anxiety only grew more intense. A passerby in Tbilisi's Didi Digomi neighborhood discovered the lifeless body of a young woman beneath a high-rise building's windows on the morning of May 16. At first, nobody knew her name, and she was only dressed in a t-shirt. Investigators would soon identify her as Asel Aitbayeva, however. One of the most important pieces of evidence in the case would be her last words, which she recorded and sent to her best friend. Several attempts to reach Asel had been unsuccessful in the hours before that tragic event. When Asel left a voicemail for her friend late on May 5, the anxiety grew. A man's voice could be heard on the recording berating Asel and accusing her of taking advantage of him. He identified himself as Besso. Anger dominated his voice as he threatened Asel, accusing her of betraying him and demanding that she pay the price. A feeling of dread overcame Asel's friend as she heard the message. She was terrified for her friend's safety and realized that things were becoming dangerously out of control. Asel disclosed in the same message that she was shaken and scared after Besso had turned to physical violence. She talked about feeling stuck, having nowhere to go, and not knowing where to look for assistance. The friend tried calling her back right away, but the calls kept dropping, and Asel didn't answer, which only made her anxiety worse. Asel's distant relative, Murat Mirbekov, who had enticed her to Georgia with the promise of employment, was the subject of growing suspicion. Later, investigators would discover that Mirbekov had exploited Asel's precarious position by brutally mistreating her twice and betraying her confidence. He took advantage of the fact that she had no support system and was alone in a foreign country. He then gave her to a man named Besso, either as a promise of payment or in return for a car. Asel was left stranded, essentially trapped, with new threats every day. She felt she couldn't approach the authorities because she was afraid they wouldn't believe her, or that telling them about the situation would make it worse. Any potential escape seemed unattainable due to the overwhelming sense of helplessness and isolation. The intensity of Asel's fear for her life was made clear in her last chat with her friend. Her voice was filled with fear and desperation, and she was clueless about how she would ever escape this predicament. Although her friend wanted to help, he was unable to act quickly enough. Asel's body was found beneath the windows of that tall building on the morning of May 6. Georgian authorities confirmed the identity of the man involved in the tragic case of Asel Aitbayeva. He was Besik Tordua, a 57-year-old Georgian with a troubled past who was known in criminal circles as Besso. He had a history of aggressive behavior and had previously served a 10-year sentence for auto theft. Besso had already left Tbilisi and was making his way toward the border in an attempt to avoid capture by the time news of Asel's death reached the public. But the police moved quickly, and he was captured in a day. In the meantime, the man who had invited Asel to Georgia, Murat Mirbekov, returned to Nur Sultan as soon as he learned of her death, apparently in an attempt to avoid any repercussions. As they attempted to piece together the circumstances surrounding Asel's premature death, her family, friends, and the authorities were left in a state of uncertainty. Asel had contacted a friend a few days prior to the tragedy, requesting a loan of 1,000,000 tenge, roughly $220, to pay for travel expenses. She probably didn't want to worry her family, so she didn't call them, but in the end, her independence backfired. The fact that her friend was unable to help because of financial concerns among her loved ones. Her family vehemently disagreed with the Georgian police's initial assumption that Asel had purposefully leaped from the window. They were aware of Asel as a vibrant, upbeat young lady who was planning her future. She had thought that the Georgia job opportunity would help her get better off financially and get closer to her goal of owning her own apartment. To the police, the conclusion seemed unimaginable. The injuries on Asel's body that didn't fit the description of a normal fall from a great height particularly worried her mother. Asel's mother noticed some unsettling details as soon as her body was returned to Kazakhstan. Her arms and legs were unharmed, and she did not have any of the common fractures that happen after a fall. Oddly, she was holding her arms across her chest, which is not the proper position in these situations. Additionally, her head was free of the typical trauma associated with falls from high altitudes. The internal injuries, which included a ruptured spleen and other organ damage, were even more worrisome as they raised the possibility of serious abuse. Her body also had several burns that resembled cigarette marks before she died, and some of her teeth had been knocked out, which raised the horrifying possibility that she had been tortured. The family's suspicion that Asel had been abused in her last hours was only strengthened by these disturbing findings. Her mother was shocked that her daughter would act in such a drastic manner. When her body was returned home, the disturbing details that surfaced only raised more unsettling questions, none of which seemed to have definitive answers. According to an examination, Asel had been mistreated prior to her passing. In an effort to create the impression that Asel had committed suicide, her mother insisted that her body had been placed beneath the high-rise's windows after she had already passed away. The Georgian police did not carry out any additional investigations and refused to admit any criminal involvement in Asel's death, in spite of these alarming facts. While in detention, Besik Tordua, popularly known as Beso, first refused to cooperate. He acknowledged that there had been physical contact, but insisted it was consensual after investigators disclosed that evidence verified an intimate encounter with Asel prior to her passing. Besik Tordua claims that it all began on April 30, 2021, when he learned that Asel had been severely abused twice by her captor, Murat Mirbegov, who had brought her to Georgia. Beso said he was furious and made the decision to discipline Mirbekov. He claimed that after confronting and physically abusing Mirbekov, he threatened to make sure he left the nation and avoided Asel. Beso Tordua allegedly offered Asel a room at his house after this and pledged to keep her safe. He asserted that Asel spent a number of days with him and that he made an effort to look after her, assisting her in overcoming the trauma. He maintained that they developed a mutual sense of trust and that any intimacy they had was voluntary. According to Besik Tordua, Asel left her alone in the living room to take a shower the night before he passed away. She was gone when he got back. Asel's body was on the ground below, beyond a fence, when Beso found the balcony door open and looked down. Panic struck. Given his connection to Asel and his criminal history, he was afraid that he would be held accountable for what had transpired. According to Besik Tordua, he ran downstairs and got close to the fence but lacked the bravery to scale it. He claimed that after standing there for a short while in terror, he ran from the scene because he was afraid of being blamed for her death. He acknowledged that in order to avoid any possible consequences, he then made the decision to leave the city. Besik Tordua died in a prison hospital in July 2021. Although a heart attack was listed as the official cause of death, Asel's mother maintained that he had been beaten. His death may have been staged to keep him from going to trial, the family suspected. Besik Tordua had been facing a possible sentence of 8 to 12 years for his offenses when this occurred, and the legal proceedings were still in progress. After examining a voicemail Asel had left to her friend just before she passed away, investigators began to doubt his account before he passed away. Asel expressed fear of Beso and mentioned threats from him in the recording. Any assertions of a consensual relationship are called into question by references to aggressive behavior. One aspect of the case that attracted a lot of attention was the suspicion held by authorities that Besik Tordua may have coerced Asel. He was never officially accused of being the cause of her death, though. Although his actions might have pushed her to act in a desperate manner, the official position remained that there was insufficient evidence to pursue additional charges. The lawyer in Asel's family had a different opinion. They believed that she had been murdered and that the death was staged to make it look as if she had committed suicide. The injuries discovered on her body and the circumstances surrounding her fall, which didn't match the usual outcome of a leap from that height, confirmed this theory. When Murat Mirbekov returned to Kazakhstan, he was captured. He was accused of both human trafficking and aggravated assault. Asel's parents petitioned to have him extradited to Georgia for trial because they thought he was directly responsible for her death. Local authorities, however, took a while to address their requests or look into the matter further. Things didn't start to change until Asel's mother's morgue photos were uploaded online. The prosecutor's office took the issue more seriously after the pictures sparked public outrage. Journalists and the general public both took notice of Asel's untimely death and began their own online investigations. Details started to surface, some of them unverified. On the night of the tragedy, witnesses reported seeing two men allegedly push Asel off the balcony. Police stated that they had not discovered any evidence to support the rumors that the incident was captured on video. Asel reported Murat Mirbekov's violent actions to the local authorities after arriving in Georgia in order to obtain protection, but her requests were ignored. When Georgian journalists started looking into the case themselves, it became clear that the police had done nothing. One of Asel's acquaintances in Tbilisi consented to testify amid the events that were taking place. He revealed that Asel had sent him a desperate message the day before the tragedy. She mentioned Mirabekov in her message, claiming that he had attacked her twice. She talked about the intense psychological anguish she was experiencing in addition to the physical pain. She had requested assistance, but was hesitant to demand it because she still believed she could manage things independently. Being stranded in a foreign nation without any support system made Asel feel trapped. She tried to remain strong despite her fear of Mirbekov, she confided in her acquaintance. Despite her persistent belief that she could find a way out, she frequently talked about feeling as though she was in a hopeless situation. The inquiry also turned up other information. In addition to offering Asel a job in Georgia, Mirbekov had made similar promises to other young Kazakh women. He had promised them good jobs, good wages, and good housing. Luckily, none of them had agreed to his terms. Some had found his messages, which emphasized the ostensibly exceptional opportunities he could offer, to be especially persistent. All the women, however, had refused. Later, their families thanked them profusely for their foresight, saying it had prevented them from being in danger. The case took a dramatic turn by the end of July 2022-208. After more investigation, Georgian forensic experts found Mirbekov's DNA traces on Asel's clothing, which is a crucial piece of evidence. This bolstered the prosecution's case in court and validated witness statements. Ultimately, the work of investigative journalists and the new evidence obtained through forensic analysis started to provide a more comprehensive picture of what Asel had gone through in her last days. The truth was slowly emerging in spite of all the barriers. One of the most talked about occasions in Kazakhstan was Murat Mirbekov's trial in Nur-Sultan. The case gained even more public attention when Georgian investigators, who were invited to the proceedings, presented the evidence and conclusions they had gathered. The tension in the courtroom was evident when Mirbekov showed up. He insisted he had nothing to do with Asel's death or any violent actions toward her, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. He maintained that he was innocent and that he had been falsely accused. Those in attendance were left perplexed and incensed by his cold-blooded attitude and total lack of regret. Given the seriousness of the situation, Mirbekov's aging parents made the decision to apologize to Asel's distraught family. They hoped that their gesture would provide the victim's loved ones with some small solace. Mirbekov, however, continued to deny any wrongdoing and showed no interest in any attempts at reconciliation. The prosecutor made a resolute and firm statement. He offered a story that implied Mirbekov had given Asel to him for his own benefit, in an effort to improve relations with a strong Georgian man named Bashik Tordua. The prosecutor stressed that Mirbekov knew he was seriously endangering Asel and was well aware of Bashik Tordua's violent tendencies and criminal history. Tordua was infamous. He was so feared by the locals that they avoided him at all costs. According to the prosecutor, Asel was under constant pressure, and her desperate attempts to flee an intolerable circumstance resulted in the horrific events that ultimately led to her tragic demise. She had been pushed to the limit, feeling hopeless and in great distress, with no way out. Mirbekov was already a father of two, and his wife was expecting their third child. It was disclosed during the trial. Having a family should have deterred him from committing crimes, the court suggested, taking these circumstances into account as mitigating factors. Witness statements and the evidence, however, made it abundantly evident that he was involved in grave crimes in spite of these specifics. It became clear that his role as a father and his obligations to his family had not prevented him from acting cruelly. The court's final decision was rendered on August 2, 2022. Mirbekov was convicted of both acts of aggression and human trafficking. He received a 15-year sentence in a maximum security facility. The court also mandated that Mirbekov compensate Asel's parents for the emotional harm they had suffered by giving them 5 million tenge, or about $10,500. Although no monetary settlement could ever fully compensate her family for the loss of their daughter, this sum served as a symbolic recognition of the anguish and suffering they had to endure. Asel's family was not happy with the outcome, even after the verdict and the compensation. They were convinced that Asel had been the victim of a premeditated crime and that the case was far from over. Her loved ones were certain that she had been killed on purpose, in addition to being severely abused and exploited. The court proceedings did not allay the family's concerns or offer genuine closure, even after the trial was over and a guilty verdict and compensation were given. They persisted in believing that Asel's case merited more research and that the whole truth had not yet been revealed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When a distressed man called the Las Vegas, Nevada Rescue Service on Saturday, April 5, 1997, to report his wife missing, the dispatcher took the call. The man, who was identified as Mark Hollinger, clarified that Ginger Rios was the name of his wife. They had recently moved into a new home the day before and had only been married for 5 months. When Ginger walked into a store and appeared to disappear, they were shopping for a new house. The police started looking into it. Even in a city with its share of sins, detectives had never heard of a disappearance so enigmatic. The unusualness of this case, where you believe you know exactly what happened, but you are wrong and have to start over, was beyond their wildest expectations. Ginger Rios was a 20-year-old Las Vegas resident and worker. Ginger and her younger sister Daniela were beloved daughters of her parents, George and Denise. The girls were surrounded by care and attention as they grew up. Ginger had always wanted to be a performer, and she was lucky to be born in Las Vegas because by the time she was 20, she was a part of a popular group that played in casinos and hotels. Additionally, she met Mark Hollinger, a man who was 14 years her senior. Mark was very kind to Ginger. The young couple quickly made the decision to legalize their relationship after he helped her in every way. They were married in November 1996, when Ginger was just 20 and Mark was 34. Because Mark was a quiet introvert and Ginger was a happy extrovert, some people thought their union was unusual. However, they were already planning how to construct their family nest and were a perfect match. Ginger discovered a fantastic house with a buyout option that was for rent in the spring of 1997. Ginger could already picture converting the house's large basement into a dance studio. She dreamed of eventually buying the house because she liked it so much, but she and Mark needed a good credit history in order to make this dream a reality. Ginger wanted to purchase books that offered pertinent advice because they needed a clear plan for how they would handle their money. In the city, a store that carried the exact books Ginger was looking for was becoming well known. Spy Shop was an odd moniker for it. It resembled an adult candy store. Its bookshelves were stocked with lockpicks, police badges, concealed surveillance cameras, automobile alarms, image transmitting glasses, and even tools for removing store security tags from clothing. It was ideally situated in the heart of the city. The young couple went shopping, including buying books, on Friday, April 4th, which was literally the day after they had moved into their new house. Mark parked right in front of the entrance at about 4 in the afternoon. Ginger took her wallet, which contained some cash and her identification, and went inside after telling her husband to wait in the car. Mark thought she would emerge quickly, but he was able to finish his cigarette and she hadn't shown up yet. He waited a bit longer, thinking she might be in line, and then made the decision to see how his wife was doing. The store was small enough for him to notice Ginger's absence right away. He inquired if the man and woman behind the counter had seen Ginger and gave them a description of her. Naturally, they responded that she had simply entered, purchased 2 books, and departed. She couldn't have gone very far, they added. Despite his surprise, Mark chose to browse other stores in case she needed to buy something else. He entered each one and inquired if anyone had spotted the slim brunette, but nobody had. There were no limits to his awe. She couldn't have just slipped past the car, which was parked directly in front of the entrance. In the middle of the day, Ginger had just vanished. Mark went to his wife's parents because he had run out of options. George, Ginger's father, thought right away that the spy shop would undoubtedly have security cameras if any store had them. After she left the store, they might be able to see at least which way she went. In addition to being notable for its distinctive merchandise, this store closed earlier than other establishments in Vegas. So Mark and George rushed back, praying the storekeeper hadn't already left. Mark was able to identify the man and woman getting into a van with a baby, even though the store was closed. They came over and gave an explanation. The man identified himself as John Flowers and asserted that he was the shop's owner. He clarified that in order to avoid traffic, he and his spouse had already closed the doors and set the alarm because they intended to depart before the weekend. He would be pleased to show them any video on Monday, but they had to move quickly. Despite their extreme frustration, Mark and George didn't want to clog up traffic for a family with a small child. The men went home and decided to call the police in the morning if the young woman wasn't there by nightfall or evening. Mark dialed 911 as soon as the sun came up. After being assigned to the case, Detective Jeff Rosen naturally started his investigation by attempting to find out more about the girl's life prior to her disappearance. She seemed to have a very happy life. She was truly loved by her sister and parents. Her career was booming. She had recently moved into a new house, and she had only been married for 5 months. She didn't seem to have any reason to flee, or did she? Is there something that nobody is aware of? What if she had purchased something else that made her disappear in the store instead of financial books? A few weeks ago, George remembered, his daughter had talked about going to that same store, but he had no recollection of her discussing anything out of the ordinary or buying anything during her visit. Her family came to the conclusion that she had to have been kidnapped in some way, but how could this have happened so quickly without her yelling or phoning for assistance? Did this mean she was acquainted with her kidnapper? The young woman did not take out her most recent paycheck or use her credit cards after she vanished. This implied that her disappearance was probably not voluntary. The detective also talked to the girl's friends and co-workers, who had a very different perspective on Ginger's life. Initially, the girl was not as ecstatic about her career advancement as it may have appeared. She felt that she ought to have pursued a solo career by now, instead of serving as a backup vocalist. Second, some strangers who saw her on stage made persistent advances and even harassed her, which she didn't like. Thirdly, she experienced severe mood swings as a result of having to take weight loss pills. Lastly, she had been living in a hotel for a while in order to avoid going home because her marriage was not going well. Detective Rosen believed Mark was concealing something because he had heard enough, but Mark's tale had remained unchanged. Ginger's parents maintained that it was a waste of time and money to suspect Mark because he had no apparent reason to hurt his wife. However, there were no other leads in the investigation. Only Mark's story had been told. The girl's purchases were verified by the shop owner, of course, but could anyone be certain that Ginger didn't go back to the car before Mark did something to her? Mark fervently hoped his wife had just escaped. At least she was safe, even though it wounded his pride. He even made an effort to carry out his own investigation, interviewing people and looking for Ginger or any leads in the city with George. Mark was Ginger's husband, so on the one hand he loved her and undoubtedly spent every moment he had free looking for her. Detective Rosen, however, interpreted this as an effort to deflect attention away from himself. In fact, Mark's leads were insignificant compared to the police's subsequent lead, which was aimed directly at Mark. Patrol officers discovered what turned out to be Mark's burning car in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. What did he say about this? He was unaware. He just left the car in the parking lot and took a cab home after work when the engine began to make odd noises. To put it another way, the police had to assume it was a coincidence because the probable crime scene, assuming Mark had actually done anything to Ginger, was on fire. Despite the fact that it would take some time, Forensic specialists took the vehicle for examination. The detectives decided to restart the investigation from the location where she was last seen by someone other than her husband because they had spent too much time concentrating on Mark. Although John Flowers, the proprietor of Spy Shop, was not there at the time, one of his staff members gave the police permission to search the area. They went through every room, but they didn't perform a thorough search. When Detective Jeff Rosen entered the storeroom, the overpowering smell of bleach nearly knocked him off his feet. But he didn't find anything odd in the store itself. He saw a small reddish-brown stain on the wall that might have been blood. Just in case, they made the decision to take it for analysis. John Flowers was notified by Rosen that the police had come to his store. Although John was shocked that they hadn't located the girl yet, he was happy to answer all of the questions. He clarified that the reason for the bleach odor in the storeroom was that he had to clean up after his dog using it as a toilet on a regular basis. A small drop of blood might have gotten there that way. He would have to visit the store to locate the security camera footage and the book purchase receipts, then turn them over to the police. When Rosen inquired about the books Ginger had purchased, the surprise was revealed. One book focused on contract killers and the other on establishing a new identity. However, why did Ginger purchase these? Did someone coerce her into purchasing these books and then murder her in one of the ways outlined in the second book? Or did she truly intend to vanish? Though it was too small to analyze, the tiny spot on the wall may have bled. But since everyone already knew Ginger had been in the store and gone, determining her subsequent whereabouts was far more important. Given Ginger's remarkable beauty and public appearances, there were, in fact, a number of potential leads. She could have been seen by a large number of people, including those with malicious intent. In addition, her father was a dealer at one of Vegas's most well-known casinos. Things can get messy when it comes to money. Weeks passed, and there was less and less chance that the girl would be found alive. When the response about Mark's car arrived, guess what? They discovered nothing at all, including no blood or indications of struggle. It was then that Rosen remembered John Flowers. He thought about watching the security camera footage to see if Ginger had been approached at the store's exit, but it was too late for him. "Where have you been all this time, guys?" John exclaimed, explaining that he had watched the video and witnessed Ginger walk into the store, select the books, pay with cash, and walk out. The video had been replaced with fresh footage from the security camera because no one had arrived to watch it. John was also unable to locate the book's receipt, even though he was positive it was somewhere. John appeared reluctant to continue working with the detective after this, in part because of the negative impact that the police, the media, and interested bystanders had on his business following Ginger's disappearance. Although it made sense, selling lockpicks and phony police badges in a store already stocked with law enforcement gear severely strained his small business. Rosen was aware of this, and John had nothing to encourage him to speak with them. The police had no fresh leads, and the case was put on hold. The truth was there, in fact, but it would take several more months for the detectives investigating Ginger's case to realize it. A team of hunters discovered a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert on May 5, almost 400 miles from Las Vegas. The body in the grave was identified by the medical examiner as that of a young, dark-haired girl between the ages of 15 and 18. The murderer had not taken her very distinctive jewelry, which included a pink ring with 3 different colored stones and another ring that resembled wire loops intertwined to form the letter Mem or W. Could the M represent Mark? Or was it a family heirloom because Ginger's mother's maiden name was Waterworth? However, she had no identification on her person. The local police released pictures of the jewelry in the hopes of garnering public support, but they would not find out for a very long time. Meanwhile, the detectives needed a body or a lead to solve the case. On August 16, 1997, Jeff Rosen was suddenly contacted by phone. The caller claimed to have a lead on the Ginger case and identified himself as an Arizona federal agent. Rosen was curious. What was the connection between Ginger and John Flowers' alleged sale of unlawful eavesdropping devices? The agent clarified. The agent went on. John had fled because he didn't want to be taken into custody, but Cheryl Subzone, his wife, had been taken into custody to be questioned. She abruptly began discussing Ginger Rios, who had vanished in Vegas a few months prior. While they were curious about the whereabouts of her husband, The agent went out of the room to call Rosin. Only now did Rosin realize that he had never asked the proprietor of the spy shop where Ginger was last seen a formal question. Nevertheless, Ginger's spouse had mentioned that a man and a woman were behind the counter. Rosin rushed to Arizona after requesting that the agents keep an eye on Cheryl. Rosin had no idea what would come out of Cheryl's interrogation. John Flowers turned to Cheryl and asked her to go buy film when Ginger came in to look at the books. When they worked together at the store, she frequently ran errands, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. After 10 minutes or so, Cheryl came back, and Mark entered. John informed Mark that his wife couldn't have gone very far because she had just left. After thanking them, Mark walked away. Cheryl's husband appeared to be a completely different person. His face was filled with fear. The man said, "I did something terrible. Whatever you do, don't go into the storage room." Cheryl didn't know what he meant, and she never thought her husband had hurt anyone. She asked him what was going on. She was disturbed by his actions, though, and after a little while she made the decision to look in the storage room. She discovered a young girl's lifeless body inside, with a pool of blood encircling her head, and there was blood on the carpet. The girl had suffered severe physical abuse. Before John sent Cheryl to get film, the same girl had come into the store. When Cheryl realized that John was right behind her, her disgust quickly gave way to fear. He took her by the neck before she had even turned around, warning her that if she talked about what had happened there, something bad would happen to both her and their child. Although Cheryl complied with his orders, she made the decision to speak the truth now that John was fugitive. John's explanation of the situation to Cheryl was of interest to the detective. John informed her that Ginger was in possession of a note from 2 of his former workers requesting payment. John was allegedly so enraged by Ginger's impudence and the contents of the note that he struck her so forcefully in the face that she fell back, struck her head, and passed away. But Cheryl had never seen the note and was certain that this was a lie. She was certain that John had spent hours in the storage room, wrapping the girl's body in plastic bags and dousing her in bleach after stealing garbage bags. He had informed the staff member that the dog had urinated in the room. After placing the body in his van, he instructed Cheryl that they must depart for Arizona right away. At that point, Ginger's husband and father came up to them and begged them to play the security camera footage. Ginger was lying inches from John and Cheryl, but they looked them in the eyes and lied. That's not all, though. Cheryl was also aware of the location of her husband's burial. You see, John and Cheryl had visited the Mojave Desert on multiple occasions. John once drove off with their baby and the body of the girl, leaving Cheryl in the middle of nowhere. He obviously drove home after burying her and coming back for Cheryl. For him, though, this was insufficient. In order for John to cover the shallow grave with a layer of concrete, they returned there multiple times. Cheryl was pretty sure the police had already found Ginger's body because it was the last time John had run back, screaming in panic, "They found her! They found her!" At any rate, she consented to show the detectives the place in return for not being charged. Since they didn't think Cheryl had anything to do with the murder, they accepted her offer. They followed her to the location. Upon their arrival in the desert, the local officers began to make connections between Cheryl's revelation and the body discovered by hunters in May. After asking them to stop, Cheryl took them to the location where her husband had been. Instead of discovering an empty grave, the police arrived at what appeared to be an undisturbed concrete slab. They found the body wrapped in plastic bags there. They were initially identified as Ginger because of a tattoo on her lower back, but they chose to hold off on telling her family until DNA testing was completed. Several questions were left unanswered by this. Were there 2 victims? Did John murder them both? Why, if so? Who was the other girl? They were now able to obtain a search warrant for the store in Vegas, where they discovered evidence of Ginger's blood. Later, the DNA analysis verified that she was also the owner of the body found in the desert. Mark was devastated because he had hoped that his wife had just moved on and started a new life. He held himself responsible, believing that he ought to accompany her to the store. But how could he have thought that his wife, a mother and his devoted wife, would be attacked by a total stranger, the proprietor of a well-known and often visited store? After a brief period of hiding, John was taken into custody at a Los Angeles hotel. The detectives found that John Flowers, the proprietor of the spy shop chain, was not present when the extradition procedure started. Rather, a 26-year-old man named Craig Jacobson was wanted for offenses in Florida. The boy had battled mental health problems since he was 10 years old, with borderline personality disorder, paranoia, and probably antisocial personality disorder. After a year in a mental health facility, he was sentenced to 30 months in prison and 3 years of probation. However, he vanished in 1995. John appeared in his place. In addition to this discovery, 2 months earlier, the police had discovered another possible victim of Craig or John. Before she could even look at the merchandise, the owner of the Vegas store came up to the adolescent girl, slung her over his shoulder, and carried her into the storeroom without saying a word. She was extremely lucky, because John Flowers let her go after being frightened away by another customer who entered the store. Fear prevented this young woman from calling the police, and it might have been problematic for her to contradict the statement of a well-known businessman. Naturally, this was prior to the revelation of John's true identity. Psychiatrists examined him several times over the next few months and concluded he was not fit to stand trial. Despite being certain that Craig was lying, the prosecutor was concerned that the crime might go unpunished. He informed Ginger's family that a plea bargain would be the best course of action. Prior to being eligible for parole, Craig was sentenced to 25 years in prison after entering a guilty plea to the murder. Craig said that the other girl's name was Mary Stoddard. When he abducted and murdered her, she was the 18-year-old daughter of a chiropractor who had traveled to Vegas. In order to at least receive a life sentence or perhaps even the death penalty, Ginger Rios' family hoped that he would be charged with Mary's murder. The catch is that Mary Stoddard, who Craig described as the daughter of a chiropractor, was still alive and well. They had already taken a DNA sample and made a 3D model of the unidentified girl's possible appearance, but her body had already been exhumed. As it turned out, the documents containing information about her place of burial were lost, and no one knew which grave she was in, so this was all the police had. To put it another way, they had lost the body. The police, however, persisted in their efforts to identify her. There were 300 people on their list of missing persons. After 13 years, they were finally able to identify the girl on June 30, 2010. She was, more specifically, a 15-year-old girl from Phoenix, Arizona named Christina Mary Martinez. The girl lived in a group home, but she was mistreated there, so she frequently fled. She was taking a load of laundry to a self-service laundromat when she vanished on May 3, 1997. She passed Phoenix's spy shop on her way. Even though Christina had a rough upbringing, she had a lot of loved ones who were always looking for her, including her friend Valerie. To raise awareness of Christina's disappearance, Valerie set up a number of social media accounts. Valerie used to say, "I will never stop thinking about her, and I won't give up, no matter how long it takes. She is more than just a case number to me. I cherished her." Never giving up on finding someone is the essence of true love. Valerie had no idea that Christina, who was 16 years old when she vanished in the desert, had been found a week later. Regarding the girl's ring's mystery, the letter M on it stands for Martinez. It's interesting that Craig dated Mary Stoddard when they were both younger, according to the real Mary Stoddard's sister. If this is accurate, the man was already acting strangely at the time, and he might have become so obsessed with Mary that, after they broke up, he would constantly look for women who looked like her to vent his resentment. Given that Mary is still alive and Craig referred to Christina as Mary, it's plausible that, like many murderers, particularly serial killers, he had this fantasy in his mind when he committed the murder. Like the teenage girl from Vegas who survived because another customer scared the killer away, Craig most likely didn't plan his crimes, but instead gave in to impulsive behavior. Given that we know Ginger had visited the store prior to her disappearance, it's also possible that he specifically targeted victims. Craig never gave an explanation for his actions, but because Ginger's underwear was discovered around her ankles, investigators think the killings were motivated by violence against women. In any event, he will now be imprisoned for the remainder of his life after being charged with a second murder. Craig's ability to fool so many people with such ease is astounding. Mark and George, who were looking for Ginger, his own wife Cheryl, who was unaware of his secret personality, and even seasoned Vegas police officers who had seen a lot in their careers. A store owner with his wife and infant behind the counter makes you wonder where one can feel safe. He really seemed like a typical family man. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was a quiet evening in Dallas when Amber Geiger, a seasoned police officer, entered the wrong apartment. What happened next would send shockwaves through the community, the nation, and change the course of two families' lives forever. But was it truly a tragic mistake, or was something darker at play? As the courtroom drama unfolded, questions about race, power, and accountability took center stage. What happened that night, and who was really to blame? Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, the capital of the island nation of St. Lucia. His parents, Allison and Bertram Jean, were deeply religious and members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Raised in such a faith-driven environment, Botham's upbringing instilled in him strong moral values, including honesty, tolerance, and a desire to help others. These qualities were noted by many who knew him in his lifetime. From a young age, Botham stood out among his peers. His parents raised him with a strong sense of responsibility and a focus on education. In school, he demonstrated exceptional abilities in mathematics and music. At a young age, Botham began singing in the church choir, where his deep and moving voice immediately caught attention. Music became an important part of his life, and the church was a place where he felt supported and confident. After finishing school, Botham decided to continue his education in the United States. He chose to attend Hardin-Simmons University in Texas, where he pursued a degree in accounting. This decision marked an important milestone in his life, as moving to the U.S. opened up new opportunities for professional growth and personal connections. After graduation, Botham secured a job as an accountant in Dallas. His career quickly flourished, and his colleagues highly valued his professionalism and approach to work. For Botham, working at PwC wasn't just a career step, it was an opportunity to contribute to society and provide for his family. He supported his parents, helped the youth in his community in St. Lucia, and dreamed of advancing further in his career. His co-workers remembered him as someone who always brought positivity and inspiration to the team, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie and striving for the best results. But it wasn't just his professional life that mattered to Botham. He was actively involved in the life of his church in Dallas, where he was part of the music group and often spent time with friends from the community. He found joy in simple things, cooking dinners for his friends, organizing parties to maintain friendships, and always sharing his sincere smile and support with others. His life was filled with plans for the future, full of optimism and a drive to achieve even greater things. Amber Geiger, on the other hand, came from a small town near Dallas. She was born on August 9, 1988, and grew up in a family where discipline and hard work were strongly emphasized. From an early age, Amber dreamed of becoming a police officer. Her father worked in local law enforcement, and she knew she wanted to follow in his footsteps to help people and bring order to society. Amber pursued this dream after high school by enrolling in the police academy. She worked hard and demonstrated the discipline and focus needed for a career in law enforcement. After graduating from the academy, Amber began her career with the Dallas Police Department, where she eventually became an officer. Her colleagues described her as determined and hardworking, though she often expressed frustration with the emotional strain and high stress of her job. The life of a police officer is always filled with risk and stress, and Amber was no exception. She often found herself in situations that required quick decisions, where her reaction had to be immediate. These working conditions took a toll on her emotional state. Over time, she became more withdrawn and cautious in her relationships with others, preferring to spend her free time alone to recharge. Amber Geiger was dedicated to her profession, but her life was full of contradictions. She tried to hide her vulnerabilities, but those who knew her well could see that she often felt lonely and sometimes even lost in the world. Despite her strong and determined character, her internal struggles and fatigue from the constant pressure made her life less stable. She would often return home late, exhausted and emotionally drained, which perhaps played a critical role in the tragic events that unfolded later. After moving to Dallas, Amber bought an apartment in a high-rise building not far from her workplace. She hoped that living close to her job would help her rest more and not waste too much time on commuting. Life in Dallas was supposed to be a fresh start for her, but this new beginning didn't bring the peace she had hoped for. Work stress and emotional strain became part of her daily routine. She often found it hard to manage the growing exhaustion, which led to tension and personal issues in her life. September 6, 2018, started for Botham Jean just like any other day. He woke up early in the morning as usual and headed to his office in downtown Dallas. It was another busy day, filled with meetings, discussions, and preparing reports for clients. Botham was someone who always strived to do his best at work, and this day was no different. His colleagues noticed his upbeat mood and the smile he shared with those around him. No one could have predicted that this would be the last day of his life. After work, Botham returned to his apartment in the Southside Flats complex, located in the heart of Dallas. His apartment was his sanctuary, a place where he could unwind after a long day. That evening, Botham decided to keep things simple. He planned to cook dinner, play his favorite music, and relax. He loved cooking, and it was one of his ways to relieve the stress of his workday. Meanwhile, Amber Geiger was finishing a 13-hour shift at the police station. That day had been especially grueling for her. Numerous calls, patrolling, and paperwork had completely worn her out. She felt a fatigue that seemed to weigh down her entire body, and all she wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. When her shift finally ended, Amber headed home, eager to collapse into bed and rest. However, her exhaustion and emotional depletion would play a pivotal role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Amber arrived at her apartment complex, where she lived on the 3rd floor. On her way to her apartment, her attention was distracted as she was scrolling through messages on her phone, reflecting on the day she had just experienced. At some point, she accidentally rode the elevator to the 4th floor instead of her own. The doors to the apartments in this building were similar, and in her tired state, she didn't notice that she had approached the wrong unit. The door to Botham Jean's apartment was slightly ajar, which immediately made her suspicious. In her exhaustion and confusion, she thought someone might have broken into her apartment. Amber drew her service weapon without considering the potential consequences. The only thought in her mind was that she needed to protect herself. She pushed the door open and entered inside. Botham, who was preparing dinner in his apartment, heard the noise. He turned toward the door, unsure of what was happening. Amber, seeing a figure inside, mistook him for an intruder and without hesitation fired twice. The shots echoed through the quiet apartment, and within moments, Botham fell to the floor. Amber turned on the lights, and only then realized her mistake. She saw an unfamiliar man lying in a pool of blood, and it hit her that she had entered the wrong apartment. Panic and horror overwhelmed her. She rushed to Botham, trying to administer first aid. She called 911, explaining the situation to the operator, desperately trying to explain that she had entered the wrong unit and had shot someone. Her voice trembled with fear and regret as she pleaded with Botham to hold on, repeatedly saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. While waiting for emergency services to arrive, Amber attempted to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Neighbors who had heard the gunshots and cries began to step into the hallway. Some of them also called the police, reporting the gunfire in the apartment complex. Paramedics arrived at the scene and tried to save Botham, but his injuries were fatal. That evening, the life of a young man with so many hopes and dreams was tragically cut short. Amber Geiger was detained at the scene. She appeared to be in a state of shock, completely disoriented, repeating that she hadn't meant for this to happen and that it was a mistake. She was taken to the police station for questioning. The police launched an investigation to understand how this tragedy unfolded. There were many questions. Why hadn't Amber realized she was not in her own apartment? Why had she resorted to using her weapon without confirming that there was an actual threat? These questions became central to the investigation and sparked intense public debate. As investigators gathered evidence, the public began to actively discuss the incident. The case sparked a massive outcry, especially in the context of racial issues and concerns about police abuse of power. Botham Jean was black, and many saw his death as yet another example of unjust treatment and bias by law enforcement. People began to ask, did Botham's race play a role in Amber mistaking him for an intruder and shooting him without attempting to assess the situation? Meanwhile, Botham's family was devastated by the events. His mother, Allison Jean, was in St. Lucia when she learned of the tragedy. It was a crushing blow for her. Her son, who had moved to the U.S. to build a better life, was killed in his own apartment. Allison began to demand justice for her son, calling on the public and authorities for a thorough and impartial investigation. She knew Botham as a kind, responsible, and hard-working person who posed no threat to anyone. In the days following the incident, there was a flood of contradictory reports and rumors. The media extensively covered the case, and public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed Amber had made a tragic mistake, while others argued her actions were the result of bias and an inability to properly assess the situation. Protests and rallies began in Dallas and other cities, with people taking to the streets demanding justice for Botham Jean and his family. During the investigation, it was revealed that Amber Geiger had been exhausted after a long shift and may have been disoriented due to her fatigue. Her defense attorneys argued that she acted in a state of stress and fear for her life. However, the prosecution maintained that her actions were inexcusable for a police officer who should be able to control their emotions and make sound decisions, especially in situations involving the use of a weapon. Witnesses who lived in the apartment complex testified that they heard screams and gunshots. Some of them tried to figure out what was happening, but no one expected such a tragic outcome. Investigators collected evidence, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed testimonies to reconstruct the full picture of the events that day. They were trying to determine whether this was truly a tragic mistake or if other factors contributed to such a devastating outcome. After Amber Geiger's arrest, the case entered a new phase, a lengthy and complex process of investigation and trial preparation. Amber was charged with manslaughter. During the investigation, her attorneys argued that her actions were a tragic but unintentional mistake caused by extreme exhaustion following a long shift. However, the prosecution maintained that Amber's actions were unacceptable for a trained police officer who was expected to assess situations carefully and avoid unnecessary use of force. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage from the surveillance cameras at the apartment complex where both Botham Jean and Amber Geiger lived. These recordings helped reconstruct the events of that night. The cameras captured Amber arriving at the building and entering. The footage showed her going to the wrong floor and approaching an apartment that belonged to Botham. Investigators pointed out that she failed to exercise due diligence and did not notice she was on the wrong floor. In addition to the video evidence, phone records played a significant role in the case. Shortly before the incident, Amber had been texting with a colleague with whom she had a personal relationship. Prosecutors argued that these messages might have distracted her and contributed to her failing to realize she was entering the wrong apartment. The defense, however, downplayed the importance of the texts, claiming they were unrelated to the incident and could not have influenced her actions. Over the course of several months, investigators continued gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses. Neighbors in the apartment complex provided statements about hearing shouts and gunshots. Some claimed they heard voices before the shots were fired, suggesting there may have been an exchange between Amber and Botham prior to the tragic event. However, witness testimonies varied, making it difficult to piece together a definitive account of what happened. At the same time, forensic examinations were conducted. Experts meticulously analyzed the firearm used in the shooting, as well as the bullet trajectory and other physical evidence, to determine the positions of Amber and Botham at the time of the shooting. One contentious point was the positioning of Botham's body and the angle of the bullet. The prosecution argued that the evidence showed Botham did not pose a threat to Amber, while the defense claimed she acted out of self-defense. In August 2019, a highly publicized trial began, attracting widespread attention from both the public and the media. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members, and friends of Botham Jean, as well as supporters of both the prosecution and the defense. The case promised to be a difficult one, touching on issues of police competence, personal responsibility, and racial justice. The trial opened with statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecutors argued that Amber Geiger's actions were not just a mistake, but the result of her negligence as a police officer. They emphasized that any officer should exercise heightened caution, especially when it comes to using a firearm. Furthermore, they pointed out that Botham Jean was in his own home and posed no threat to Amber. The defense, on the other hand, built its case around the idea that Amber was acting out of extreme exhaustion and confusion, driven by fear for her own safety. Her attorney sought to portray her as someone who made a tragic mistake without any malicious intent. They also highlighted her previously unblemished record in law enforcement, hoping to elicit sympathy from the jury. Over the course of several weeks, witnesses, experts, and family members of both the defendant and the deceased testified. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Botham's mother, Allison Jean, took the stand. She spoke about her son's dreams and plans for the future, describing him as a kind and compassionate person. Her words deeply moved everyone in the courtroom, emphasizing the tremendous loss her family had endured. Also testifying was Botham's brother, Brant Jean, whose statement became one of the most talked about moments of the trial. In his address to the court, he publicly forgave Amber Guyger and even asked for permission to hug her. This gesture sparked a range of reactions. Some saw it as an incredible act of kindness and Christian forgiveness, while others felt that such an action should not overshadow the need for fair justice. Among the evidence presented in court were surveillance footage and an audio recording of Amber's 911 call after the shooting. In the recording, she can be heard in a panic, repeatedly stating that she had entered the wrong apartment and never intended to kill anyone. This call sparked further discussion as it captured her desperation, but also highlighted the lack of any attempt to determine who was in front of her before resorting to using her weapon. The expert testimony focused on analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the position of Botham Jean's body, and the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Experts for the prosecution argued that the bullet's path suggested Botham was in a relaxed position, likely sitting or standing up from his couch when he was shot. This contradicted the defense's claim that he had been moving toward Amber and posed a threat. However, the defense attempted to discredit these conclusions, stating that the trajectory could not be conclusively determined due to a lack of data. Throughout the trial, the public closely followed the developments of the case. Protests and rallies continued, with activists calling not only for a fair sentence for Amber Guyger, but also for police reform to prevent similar incidents in the future. There were widespread calls for changes to police training, especially regarding decision-making skills in high-stress situations, and for greater accountability for mistakes that lead to tragic outcomes. Amber Guyger also took the stand, describing the events of that night from her perspective. She explained how she had come home after a long shift, feeling tired and disoriented. She claimed that she genuinely believed she was in her own apartment and thought Botham was an intruder who had broken into her home. She cried as she spoke, stating that she never intended to harm anyone and that it was a terrible mistake, one that she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Her testimony was emotional and, in the opinion of some, sincere, though it sparked conflicting reactions among the audience. The question of what the appropriate sentence should be became central in the final stage of the trial. Prosecutors insisted that Amber Guyger should be convicted of manslaughter, arguing that her actions led to the death of an innocent person and that a police officer who cannot assess a situation properly should not remain on the force. The defense, on the other hand, requested a lighter sentence, citing the lack of intent and arguing that Amber already carried a heavy burden of guilt for her mistake. After several days of deliberation, the time finally came for the jury to render their verdict in the case of Amber Guyger. Tension filled the courtroom as all eyes were on the judge and jury, who would decide whether the former police officer was guilty of causing Botham Jean's death. For many, this trial had become a symbol not just of a personal tragedy but also of the deep-rooted issues within American society: racial bias, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability within law enforcement. On October 2, 2019, the jury announced their verdict. Amber Guyger was found guilty of the crime that resulted in Botham Jean's death. This decision came as a surprise to many, particularly since the prosecution had initially sought a conviction for manslaughter. The charge of murder carried more serious consequences and a longer prison sentence. In the courtroom, there were audible expressions of relief and quiet celebrations. This verdict was a significant step toward justice for Botham's family and those who had supported them throughout the long and painful trial. The following day, the judge delivered the sentence. Amber Guyger was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In her statement, the judge acknowledged the complexity and tragedy of the case, emphasizing that both sides had experienced significant loss. Guyger, the judge noted, had made a grave error that cost an innocent person his life. However, despite the weight of the sentence, many felt that 10 years was too lenient for a life lost as a result of such a severe mistake. While some were satisfied with the court's decision, others believed it fell short. Activists and supporters of the Jean family argued that the sentence did not reflect the gravity of the crime and was not enough punishment for the life that had been taken. Protests continued in Dallas and other cities, with many calling for further reforms in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. This case became a symbol of the fight for justice and brought renewed attention to the challenges Black Americans face in interactions with law enforcement. Amber Geiger herself remained in shock following the verdict and sentencing. She repeatedly stated that she had no intention of harming anyone and that it was a terrible mistake. Her attorneys filed an appeal, hoping to reduce her sentence. They argued that 10 years was too harsh for someone who acted out of confusion, stress, and exhaustion. However, as the trial concluded, Geiger was taken into custody to begin serving her sentence. Botham Jean's family expressed their gratitude to everyone who supported them throughout the long months of the trial. Botham's mother, Allison Jean, stated that while the verdict provided some sense of resolution, it could never bring back her son. She emphasized the need for systemic reforms in the justice system and law enforcement to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Allison continued to advocate for change within police departments, hoping her son's case would serve as a catalyst for meaningful progress. The case of Botham Jean had a profound impact on public opinion and the national conversation around policing. This incident became yet another example highlighting systemic issues in law enforcement and the treatment of Black citizens. In response to public pressure, several states began considering legislative initiatives aimed at improving police training, particularly in situations involving the use of force and community interactions. Calls grew louder for increased accountability for officers' actions, and mandatory training programs focused on racial and cultural competency. Additionally, the Botham Jean case inspired the creation of organizations and funds dedicated to supporting families of victims of police misconduct and advocating for law enforcement reform. These groups provided legal and emotional support while spearheading campaigns to raise awareness about racial discrimination and abuse of power. Allison Jean became an active participant in these initiatives, using her personal story to fight for justice and systemic change. As time passed, Amber Geiger continued to serve her sentence in prison while awaiting the outcome of her appeal. This case not only shattered the lives of two families, but also left a lasting mark on American society. The tragic mistake that led to Botham Jean's death served as a stark reminder of the need for reform and the importance of law enforcement officials making sound and responsible decisions, especially in life-and-death situations. The story of Botham Jean and Amber Geiger remains one of the most discussed and impactful cases in recent U.S. history. It underscores the profound consequences of poor judgment, particularly when exercised by those in positions of power. While justice, according to many, was only partially achieved, the case left unanswered questions and became a symbol of the ongoing fight for equality and accountability in America. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrifying discovery broke the quiet of a comfortable Goshen home on the evening of February 6, 2015. Respected policeman Daniel Green was discovered dead in his own restroom. One bullet to the forehead, 4 shots. The shots went unheard. Nobody noticed anything unusual, and there were no hints that would identify the offender. This was no coincidence. It all appeared to have been done with cold, deliberate precision. An officer had devoted his entire career to serving the community. Who could have killed him? Nobody close to him could have predicted how complicated and sinister the answers would be. In the tiny town of Goshen, encircled by orchards, the silence of the deserted house was suddenly broken. A dead man lay flat on his back on the bathroom floor. On February 6, 2015, at precisely noon, Daniel Green, a well-respected police officer, was discovered. His co-workers went to Daniel's house because they were worried that he hadn't arrived for work. They were completely shocked by what they discovered there. The 31-year-old officer was killed by 4 bullets, one of which hit his forehead. Nothing had been heard by any of the neighbors. No one had contacted the police. and there was not a single clue that identified the offender. No weapon or DNA evidence was found. The criminal left behind nothing but emptiness, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. Daniel Green had spent his whole life in Goshen. The people of the town held him in high regard during his 11 years of service with the California Police Department. He always sought to make a positive impact on the community and loved his work. His life ended so suddenly and brutally in this place, which was like a fortress in a quiet corner where everyone knew and trusted one another. As soon as the police started their investigation, they turned their attention to Daniel's private life. Following his divorce from 27-year-old Erica Sandoval, he had been living alone. It was not an easy relationship with her. Daniel's friends and co-workers were aware that Erica had not let him go and was still meddling in his affairs, even after they had split up. Despite their formal separation, she frequently attempted to manipulate him. Almost instantly after receiving a message from a friend, Erica showed up at the scene on February 6, 2015. In front of the officers, she sobbed uncontrollably as she entered the house, claiming she had nothing to do with what had happened and that she hadn't seen Daniel that day. But the investigators were suspicious of her actions. There were too many unresolved questions, she reacted too emotionally, and she got to the scene too soon. The Tulare County Sheriff's Department was rocked by Officer Green's death. His co-workers started to question whether his untimely death had anything to do with his work or if it was a personal matter. One thing was certain: despite the growing number of questions, these mysteries needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Motives, relationships, personal disputes. Investigators put in endless effort, step by step, to find the truth, looking everywhere. Daniel's twin brother and sister, Matthew and Misty, were devastated by his passing. The twin brothers had grown up together in Porterville, a small Californian town, where they had known early on that they wanted to work in law enforcement. Matthew chose to pursue a career in law after starting out in the police force. In contrast, Daniel remained in the force, becoming an officer and taking pride in his career choice. Their sister was proud of her brothers and was always there for them. Daniel Green was well known for his love of motorcycles, in addition to his work as a police officer. He enjoyed the feeling of speed and freedom while he was a member of a motorcycle club. Daniel had a special bond with James Bonds Downey, one of his closest friends. Both of them loved riding their bikes through the countryside, relishing the freedom they felt on the road. Daniel had a busy personal life. He was rarely by himself and loved going on dates. For a while, he would bring a new girlfriend to family get-togethers every month. This went on until he met 22-year-old nurse Erica Sandoval in late 2009. Everything changed for him when he met Erica. He made the decision to settle down after falling deeply in love. He was still single at that point, but his sister and brother were already married. But things were different with Erica. She captured Daniel's heart. According to Erica's close friend Angelica Ramirez, Erica was incredibly infatuated with Daniel at the start of their relationship. They appeared to be the ideal couple at first glance, and their passion was strong. But as Daniel's sister remembered, even though Erica was friendly, she could lose her temper easily if something didn't go her way. Tension in their relationship increased over time, leading to frequent disputes and arguments. Born into a middle-class family in Southern California, Erica Sandoval grew up there. David Sandoval, her brother, recalled how Erica always felt special as the only daughter. Her parents tried to give her the best of everything and spoiled her. She grew up expecting her wishes to be granted without question and never faced hardship or mistreatment. Due to her parents' and brother's unwavering support and attention, Erica developed a sense of entitlement and the conviction that she should be given preferential treatment. Everyone close to Daniel Green and Erica Sandoval was caught off guard when they learned of their covert Las Vegas wedding. When they made the decision to get married without telling anyone beforehand, Daniel was 26 and Erica was 23. When Daniel's brother and sister got a late-night message with a picture of the marriage certificate, they were astounded. A few weeks later, Daniel wore a black suit and Erica wore a white dress, and the newlyweds threw a small wedding celebration for their loved ones. But even though they seemed content, Daniel and Erica's relationship was anything but ideal. Daniel's friend and fellow motorcycle rider Herb Adams recalled how Daniel once told him that they had a fight even before they were married, and Erica took a razor and cut the furniture in his house. According to Herb, it was a concerning indication that shouldn't have been disregarded. Daniel's brother Matthew saw the damage firsthand and expressed concern, but Daniel maintained that it was only an emotional outburst. Within the family, the disputes persisted. One of these incidents occurred during a dispute between Matthew and Daniel's sister. Erica shouted at Daniel as she grabbed him. Daniel's brother and sister heard him sob in the adjacent room. It was one of the most agonizing times in Matthew's life, he recalled. Hearing his brother weep broke his heart. However, it was challenging to get involved in Daniel and Erica's relationship. The Green family had a difficult upbringing. Daniel's mother, brother, and sister recalled the harsh treatment they received from their stepfather. He frequently drank excessively, used illegal substances, and had a criminal history. Being older than their sister, Matthew and Daniel frequently took the brunt of the abuse in order to keep her safe. Their stepfather died shortly after their mother finally obtained a restraining order. They were all affected by these incidents. There were concerning similarities between Daniel's relationship with Erica and his early years. Family members observed that Erica verbally denigrated her husband, kept him away from friends and family, and controlled him. Even though Daniel works as a police officer and regularly deals with victims of domestic abuse, he was unable to acknowledge that he had experienced a similar circumstance. He was aware that he was turning into a victim, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was hampered by his fear, shame, and unwillingness to admit his vulnerability. For the same reasons that women do, men frequently fail to report domestic violence. In February 2011, Daniel and Erica's marital problems peaked. Daniel's neighbor overheard the couple getting into a heated argument. In an attempt to push her husband over the edge, Erica was shouting and making fun of him. Knowing that losing control could cost him his career, Daniel made an effort to maintain his composure. He once requested that the neighbor contact emergency services in order to put an end to the situation. Despite the gravity of the incident, Daniel declined to file charges against Erica, so she was quickly freed after the police took her into custody. Daniel concluded that their relationship was over after this incident became irreparable. Only a year after their formal marriage, they got divorced and separated in January 2012. Erica revealed to her friends that she was expecting Daniel's child a few months after the divorce. Daniel was informed promptly, and in spite of everything they had experienced, he made the decision to try to start over for the benefit of the unborn child. They moved back in together and resumed their relationship. The family of Daniel hoped that this time would be different and that their arguments would no longer be a problem. Daniel eagerly awaited the baby's birth and did everything he could to keep the peace at home. Nevertheless, the issues persisted. Erica frequently bemoaned Daniel's severe demeanor to her friend Angelica Ramirez. She said she was unhappy in the relationship with Daniel and that he could be cold and uncaring. Angelica remembered that Erica used to claim that Daniel had tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. One day, she feared it might end tragically. Although she was aware of her limited influence, Angelica made an effort to assist Erica. Daniel's friends and family discussed Erica's violent behavior at the same time. She demonstrated uncontrollable behavior by damaging Daniel's property by slashing couches and mattresses. Month after month, the disputes intensified, but neither side asked for assistance. Tension only increased and their relationship remained precarious. Despite their best efforts to keep the family together, Daniel and Erica were always at odds. Friends and family saw that their relationship was becoming more and more like a vicious cycle, where both parties suffered but neither dared to break free. Their story turned into a string of accusations and suffering because neither of them wanted to ask for help. Erica gave birth to a son on January 5, 2013, and they named him Aiden. Their relationship appeared to be finally getting better at that point. Daniel felt his life had a new purpose and was overjoyed to become a father. He made the decision to sell his motorcycle for the benefit of his family, realizing that their security and welfare came first. Though it was difficult for him, he made this choice for Aiden's sake and their family's stability. Daniel shared images of himself and his son on social media. These were the happy times in his life. But after only 6 months, tensions began to rise once more. Arguments and ongoing disputes increased in frequency. Erica accepted Daniel's suggestion to move out, but she took Aiden with her and severed all communication with her ex-husband. Daniel became depressed after being unable to see his son. He made the decision to battle for custody of Aiden. which sparked a heated argument between them. These things happened in the context of another incident that had a big impact on Daniel's life. Daniel's brakes abruptly failed while riding a motorcycle with a friend just before Aiden was born. Daniel found that some wires had been cut when they pulled over. He thought Erica might have been the culprit right away. He confronted her head-on when he got home, but Erica denied everything. Never would she do anything that would endanger his life, she insisted. In an effort to deflect attention and prevent future confrontations, Daniel decided not to call the police or tell anyone about the incident. Erica was adamantly against Daniel's love of motorcycles. They were dangerous in her opinion. They quarreled each time he came back from a ride, and their relationship only became more tense. Following the incident with the cut brakes, the motorcycle's disputes peaked. In an attempt to maintain control and lessen the consequences, Daniel chose to keep quiet even though he knew their relationship was becoming toxic. Daniel thought that his family would enter a more tranquil phase after selling the motorcycle and having his son, but the arguments persisted. Daniel was thoroughly shaken by an incident that happened in the fall of 2014 while he and Erica were spending another night together. When he awoke in the middle of the night, Erica was standing over him brandishing a gun. She pointed it at him and claimed to have had a nightmare about Daniel cheating on her. She expressed her desire to take his life in order to relieve herself of that suffering. By telling her that it was only a dream and that he had never betrayed her, Daniel was able to calm her down. Erica lowered the gun and appeared to relax. Daniel came to the realization that their relationship had become risky after this. After sharing the incident with his friends, he made the decision to permanently break off the toxic relationship. They reconnected in January 2015 to commemorate their son Aiden's second birthday in spite of this incident. Everyone saw Daniel and Erica chatting lovingly at the family get-together for close relatives. Many believed they were back together, after Daniel even gave her a cheek kiss. Daniel, however, was aware that they could not have a future together and did not wish to resume their previous disputes and arguments. Following that encounter, Daniel announced to his friends that he had a new girlfriend, Brenda Vela, who was 20 years old. He shared the good news on social media with a picture of the two of them. Many believed that he was finally starting a new, more tranquil chapter in his life because he appeared to be truly happy. However, a tragic incident soon followed. As agreed upon, Daniel dropped Aiden off at Erica's house early on February 6, 2015. He then proceeded to the gym. When he got home from his workout, his life abruptly ended. After entering the restroom and taking a seat, Daniel was shot 4 times, in the forehead, neck, chest, and arm. He had no time to defend himself before he was killed. Their relationship had always been characterized by animosity and accusations directed at one another. They were consistently aggressive in their text messages. There were insults and rage in hundreds of messages. Daniel claimed that Erica was attempting to take away his son, which was the thing he valued most. In response, Erica accused him of being a bad father and selfish. They argued about everything from personal attacks to parenting concerns. The tension only increased because there was no fruitful discussion. Then, however, there was a surprising reconciliation. Why they began spending time together again was a mystery to their friends and family. At first glance, it seemed like they were reestablishing their relationship. It appeared that they had achieved some harmony and that the arguments had stopped. However, as we all know, this tranquility was short-lived, and things quickly returned to normal. The day following Daniel's passing, Erica was taken in for interrogation. She said she had nothing to do with what had happened and hadn't visited his house in weeks. She was told by investigators that they had video from a nearby home security camera that showed her entering the house on the day of the crime. The investigators chose to use this strategy to make Erica panic, even though her identification from the video was actually inconclusive. This tactic was successful. Erica confessed because she was unable to cope with the pressure. She even indicated the location where she had thrown away the gun that was used in the crime. The prosecutor contended that jealousy and the sense of being supplanted by a different woman were the driving forces behind the crime. A note containing Brenda's name and birth year was discovered in Erica's purse when she was taken into custody, suggesting that she had been following Daniel's new girlfriend. Despite the strong evidence against her, the trial didn't begin until October 1, 2019, which was 5 years after the terrible incident. In an attempt to get back in touch with Daniel, Erica called him roughly 170 times in the days before the crime. She had heard that Brenda was spending time with their son Aiden, whom Daniel had introduced to her. She had been pushed over the edge by this. The prosecutor added that Erica erased a number of Daniel's phone messages following the crime. She tried to persuade Daniel that she would improve and change in these messages. Daniel, however, had replied that he planned to move on and didn't want to interact with her anymore. Erica's lawyer maintained throughout the trial that Daniel had been an abusive husband who routinely attacked her. They played audio recordings of heated arguments during which Daniel was heard threatening and insulting Erica. These recordings, which showed cruelty and aggression in their relationship, were an essential component of her defense. Speaking in court, Erica detailed the various abuse incidents she had experienced over the years. She said Daniel had threatened her, grabbed her by the neck, and physically abused her. According to Erica, she lived in continual fear and decided not to call the police because she believed it would be pointless. She claimed that because Daniel was a police officer, he had the ability to sway any investigation and was too strong for her to demand justice. Since Daniel was a respected member of the community, Erica thought no one would believe her. Erica said she had a phone conversation with Daniel on February 5, 2015, the day before the crime. She claimed that she had hope of rekindling their relationship because they were flirting with one another. She made the decision to visit his home the following day to see if they could get back in touch. She was instantly uneasy when she walked inside and saw 2 guns on the table. Erica made the decision to take a closer look around the house and discovered a partially open safe in one of the rooms. She discovered 2 private images of what she believed to be minors inside. She was taken aback by this and began to worry that Daniel might endanger their son. According to Erica, looking at those pictures altered her opinion of Daniel. She realized that his interests might be far more sinister than she had initially believed when she recalled how he had forced her to wear school uniforms. Erica put the papers back and then heard a car arrive. Daniel was the one. Unsure of what to do, she snatched up both loaded guns in a panic and fled into one of the rooms. Daniel went through the rooms when he first arrived at the house. Erica heard him take the guns in her hands and go to the bathroom. She was so terrified that she followed him. Daniel was seated on the toilet when she walked into the bathroom. When he saw her, he yelled in a threatening tone. She claims that's when she started shooting. She continued shooting until she thought the threat had passed, though she couldn't recall how many shots she had fired. She then threw the weapons away, ran out of the house, and attempted to escape. In addition, Erica acknowledged that she kept having sex with Daniel in spite of all the abuse because she was afraid of how he would respond to her rejection. She asserted that he would turn hostile if she didn't appease him. She stayed with him in part because of this. She was afraid of what might happen if she tried to resist his demands or refused to comply. She believed that obeying his wishes was directly related to her safety. During the trial, Erica first brought up the pictures she had discovered in Daniel's safe. She claimed that because she didn't trust the authorities and thought they would support her ex-husband, she had purposefully kept quiet about it during the investigation. Daniel's family members were appalled by these allegations and flatly denied their veracity. Erica maintained that she was afraid her words would be misunderstood or disregarded. Erica's assertions were unsupported, though. When the police searched Daniel's house, they didn't find any illegal images or proof to back up her claims. According to the prosecutor, Erica lied about everything she said in order to escape punishment. Erica's lawyer attempted to paint Daniel in a bad light by pointing out that hundreds of private images and videos of adults were on his computer and phone. The lawyer also pointed out that more than 1,000 pictures had been removed from Daniel's phone years prior, which he believed might reveal sinister secrets. Perhaps Erica had good reason to be afraid of him. Erica apologized to Daniel's family and said she was sorry for what she had done. She claimed that her actions were motivated by panic and fear for her son, and that she never intended for things to end so tragically. Additionally, Erica's lawyer contended that Daniel himself was equally responsible for Daniel's death as Erica. Both of them were unable to break free from the traumatic relationship they were in, and it appeared that their fate was doomed to end tragically. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict after nearly 4 days of deliberation. Since it gave them a chance to review the case and create a fresh defense plan, Erica's lawyer saw this as a success. In spite of this, Daniel's brother Matthew Green and his wife adopted Aiden, and Erica lost her parental rights. A new trial was planned for 2020, but the pandemic caused it to be repeatedly postponed. Although a final decision has not yet been made, the most recent hearing was held in December 2022. As of right now, Erica Sanville is being held pending trial. If convicted, she could be executed. The next stage of the trial, which could be pivotal in this intricate case, is still being prepared for by the lawyers on both sides. Many people learned from this tragedy, which served as a reminder of the extent to which personal demons and jealousy can lead if assistance is not sought, and toxic relationships are not ended promptly. Too many lives were lost, too much suffering was endured, and too many words remained unsaid. Nevertheless, despite this gloom, some people persisted in fighting for a better future and made every effort to ensure little Aiden's happiness. Even though the story is over, its reverberations will last for a very long time, serving as a constant reminder of what can occasionally be concealed behind the closed doors of homes that appear to be ideal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Washington in 2001. The mother of 8-year-old triplets, Dana Laskowski, 36, was discovered in her own home lying face down on a couch. It was a complicated mystery with multiple suspects for the police. Dana's ex-husband, her boyfriend, and other men were all investigated by detectives. However, this story had an unexpected conclusion, and Dana's family was shocked by the revelation of the truth. Dana Laskowski lived in Puyallup, Washington, a charming, peaceful city with tree-lined streets and nature trails. In 2001, although Puja has a low crime rate and is a safe city, on a typical August 2001 day, police receive a disturbing call regarding one of the city's newest residents. Dana was supposed to get to work at 7:30 a.m. but she never did. She was watching 2 doctors. She is very responsible, so this was really out of the ordinary for her. The police were contacted by her employers to inquire about her well-being. The police showed up at Dana's house at 11 a.m. to check on her. There was no response when they knocked on the door. The back door was open, so they chose to enter the house even though they had checked the perimeter and the windows and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Dana was discovered by the officers under the covers on the living room couch. Her other hand was behind her back as she lay with her head resting on her arm. Sadly, she had passed away. The body was briefly examined by police to check for wounds from gunshots or stab wounds. They saw injuries on her neck, but they didn't find any of it. She had been strangled, judging by the marks. Indeed, there are crime scenes with bloodstains, a victim on the ground, obvious wounds, and possibly a mess everywhere. In Dana's home, that did not occur. Nothing was broken, and there were no weapons. When police turned Dana over, she was face down on the couch. They discovered dried blood around her ears and nose, as well as bruises on her neck. Dana was strangled to death, most likely by her own scarf, according to the medical examiner's ruling. In order to try to identify the murderer, police searched for any trace evidence, DNA, bodily fluids, or other items. Dana's body was in an awkward position on the couch. She wrapped one arm behind her back. She was in a face-down position. This indicated that she and the offender had engaged in combat. The person who did this was strong enough to overcome someone who was actually struggling for her life. It was clear from the facts that the offender was powerful. Dana was not killed, as evidenced by the abrasions on her elbows and knees on the sofa. Blood traces were discovered on the carpet in the living room after forensics applied luminol to it. This meant Dana had been killed on the ground. After that, the murderer picked her up, laid her down on the couch, and wrapped her in a blanket. Investigators hypothesized that the murderer was attempting to comfort Dana. In this instance, the fact that she was wrapped in a blanket might suggest that the offender was experiencing regret or guilt. It's possible that the murderer had feelings for Dana. The house wasn't broken into by a random burglar. When searching for suspects, it's critical to consider the possibility that this person knew her. Important information was obtained by the police following the autopsy. Detectives started interviewing neighbors, and one of them claimed to have heard a woman's screams coming from around 1 a.m. EM. This gave police their first idea of the time frame. The medical examiner was able to estimate that Dana had been dead for a few hours before police arrived and had most likely died during the night or early morning hours of that day. Dana was probably dead by 7:30 a.m. EM because she had not shown up for work. Following the conclusion that Dana was murdered between 1 and 7:30 in the morning, the investigation probed further into her life in an effort to identify potential suspects. Dana was the mother of 8-year-old triplets who lived with their father, Steve, her spouse. The police learned that she had recently separated from him at the time of her death. There were more possible suspects among those Dana might have invited into her home because she had begun a new life and made new friends. The people Dana worked for as a nanny mentioned a man named Adam who started stalking her, so detectives contacted her employers to find out if any of the people she was dating had disturbed her. Adam, a cable company employee, was working at Dana's house after she recently moved. He asked Dana out on a date after finishing the work. He kept trying to spend the evening with her, but she refused. Adam refused to accept no from her, and his actions eventually started to terrify Dana. She mentioned gifts, flowers, and notes left on the door, as well as incessant messages from him that didn't stop. These behaviors suggested obsessive, domineering, and irate behavior that might make Adam think about committing a crime. Police discovered that Dana had threatened to hold Adam accountable if she were to suffer any harm. Adam became the main suspect and was in the spotlight. Despite everything, his actions and potential motivation appeared to be strong evidence of guilt. Adam denied any role in Dana's demise. The police conducted a thorough investigation of his surroundings while he was being questioned. They looked through his work locker and his car, but they didn't find anything unusual. When questioned about his whereabouts, Adam acted aggressively and insisted on his innocence. Adam stated that he stayed at home with friends the night of the murder. His statements were verified by a review of his phone records. As a result, he was placed lower on the investigation's list of suspects, forcing the police to focus on other individuals. A phone number written fluently in pen on Dana's hand was the tiny but crucial piece of evidence that investigators concentrated on. They looked up the number and found that it belonged to Julian, a 35-year-old man. The importance of the phone number to Dana was evident from the fact that it was written in pen on her hand. To learn why Julian's number was inscribed on Dana's hand, detectives located him and asked him to come in for interrogation. Their suspicions were aroused by his unwillingness to provide a cogent response, which led them to investigate his relationship with Dana further. Julian acknowledged under duress that he was close to Dana, despite the fact that she was seeing his best friend Matt. Detectives started to question whether Julian could have been the murderer after this discovery, but when his alibi was examined, it was discovered that witnesses and establishment employees had verified that he was at the bar from 10:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. on the night of the murder. Julian was thus disqualified as the murderer by his alibi. The detectives began to question whether Matt could have committed the crime after discovering that Dana was having an affair with his friend. Romantic relationships have the power to arouse our emotions, and although it may not be immediately apparent to everyone, out-of-control feelings are frequently the root cause of such crimes. Personal intimacy is frequently the cause of crimes of this kind. Matt, Dana's romantic partner, was immediately elevated to the level of suspicion as a result. Investigators examined Dana and Matt's relationship more thoroughly after receiving Julian's information. The asymmetry of feelings was clear. Dana believed she had allowed Matt into her life, but Matt was blazing with passion for her. Lacked such intense emotion. According to phone records, Dana and Matt were in constant contact the night of the murder, with calls taking place between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. As a biker who abused illegal substances and was able to confront multiple men at once, Matt was described by Dana's friends as being abrasive and rude, all of which made him an obvious suspect. Investigators found that Matt lived close to Vancouver, Canada. While looking into Dana Laskowski, however, this did not absolve him of suspicion. In a couple of hours, he could have driven from his house to Dana's. When asked, Matt claimed that he was not involved in the crime because he had intended to meet Dana but was stopped at the border due to issues with his documents. His alibi was confirmed. Investigators asked Matt for any information that could help solve Dana's murder after he was exonerated of any suspicion. According to Matt, He had called Dana the night of the murder and observed that she appeared uneasy during their chat, which may indicate that someone was present in the house with her. Matt surmised that the unidentified individual might have been Steve, Dana's ex-husband. Dana had spent a portion of her life with Steve, so it was obvious that she needed to talk to him. Her triplets were his children. Breaking up is a tough experience, and depending on the situation, it can cause anger that can turn into murder. Maybe Steve decided to commit a crime because he was so furious after Dana left him. He might have committed murder out of passion, jealousy, or rage, all of which needed to be taken into account. When investigators started looking into Steve's identity, they discovered that he had given Dana a life insurance policy, which expanded the pool of potential explanations for what transpired to include financial ones. When Steve was brought to the police station to be questioned about his relationship with Dana, he seemed unusually distant and withdrawn, seen in his feelings. His emotions seemed to have been smothered. Another suspicious detail was discovered by the detectives during the interview. Steve's knees were abrasive, just like Dana's elbows and knees. Investigators thought that on the night of the murder, there might have been a disagreement between the two. Steve explained that he had sustained the abrasions on his knees while playing baseball when detectives questioned him about them. But according to one of the detectives there, who was a real baseball expert, those kinds of injuries were not typical of the sport. Steve was even more anxious after that, but did he have a chance to murder Dana? Steve responded that he was at home, 5 hours away from Puyallup, when asked where he was on the night of the murder. The following morning, he said, he put the children to bed, filled up the gas tank, and drove to a nearby campground. His explanation was intriguing. The triplets' absence from Dana's home the night she passed away could have been a coincidence, but it could also indicate that Steve had prearranged the entire situation. It took 10 hours to travel back and forth between Steve's and Dana's homes. If Steve had gone to Dana's house, investigators realized, he would undoubtedly need to stop at a gas station, so they gave careful thought to the possibility that he could have put the kids to bed, driven to Puyallup, committed the crime, and driven back. They looked into locations where he might have refilled up with gas and went back his potential path. Investigators removed Steve as a suspect after reviewing surveillance footage and examining areas of the road where his car might have been spotted. They were unable to find any concrete proof that Steve had made the trip. The investigation hit an impenetrable wall after all suspects were ruled out, which caused great frustration. The fact that Dana's body was covered in blankets seemed particularly strange, a behavior that amply demonstrated the unusual nature of the perpetrator. The investigators had reached a point where they had no viable suspect or explanation for the nature of the crime. In light of this, the police made the decision to enlist the FBI in the inquiry. Because the local police lacked the requisite experience to identify such specific signs, the investigators sought the FBI specialist's assistance in creating a psychological profile of the potential offender. After carefully examining the case, the FBI concluded that the crime was likely committed impulsively and in a fit of rage, revealing a disordered personality. The person who was in Dana's home that fateful night, according to experts, had no intention of killing her. They probably knew one another, spoke, and then he attacked in a fit of rage. The search had to be expanded after the police had already looked at the ex-husband, the boyfriend, and even the stalker. This crime was committed by someone. It was unclear who made the decision to expand the search for suspects in the Dana Laskowski case in light of fresh FBI information. Police were now searching for someone who could have lost control if provoked. Detectives examined the video footage from Dana's funeral in an effort to find fresh evidence. Finding out who was there and how people acted on this day of mourning was essential. It was crucial to observe who attended Dana's funeral and who did not, both from a psychological perspective. Given that most murders are carried out by someone the victim knew, it is possible that the murderer was one of these individuals. It's possible that the murderer attended the funeral because it would have been suspicious to skip it. However, how did he respond to that circumstance? Did anything have the potential to reveal him? The police discovered an entry in the guest book that caught them off guard. His loved ones wrote that they missed Dana and were shocked by her passing, expressing their sorrow over the loss. However, Amanda Dana's niece's entry was especially noteworthy. "I apologize for not being the best niece," she wrote. "It's been 34 days since I broke free from addiction. You are the reason for this." Amanda was characterized by some family members as a wild and erratic young lady. According to what was written, Amanda had overcome her addiction following Dana's passing. She also did it for Dana's benefit, which said two crucial things. Her love for her aunt was the primary factor, but it also revealed that she felt bad about her death for whatever reason, which was important because it raised the possibility that she was involved in Dana's demise. Dana was a compassionate, kind individual. Dana loved her family, and in an effort to keep her niece, Amanda 17, out of trouble, she would often let her stay with her. Amanda was a frequent runaway from home. Because Amanda was a reliable adult who was always there to support them through any problems at home, Amanda and her friends would frequently visit Dana's house. The detectives looked at Amanda to talk about the circumstances surrounding her aunt's death. They had scheduled a meeting with her. Amanda disclosed that she and Dana had been like mother and daughter. She and her friends had always had the support of their aunt. They were teenagers with unstable home lives who spent time in the park and associated illegal substances and alcohol with their future. All of them had just finished high school, but they had no clear plans for the future. Dana was attempting to establish a secure location that Amanda and her friends could visit day or night. As a result, when investigators questioned Amanda about Dana's murder, the back door of her home was always left open at night. She gave a list of those who had visited the house, naming Zane in particular. He was a strong man with a violent temper, she said. Then Amanda revealed something even more unsettling. She described how she had once been beaten by Zane. He threw her on the couch and started acting aggressively. He would try to hit on her hard and she would push him away and ask him why. Zane merely chuckled at this, displaying his strength and beauty, as though he was taking pleasure in the situation. The detectives made the decision to examine Zane more closely and search the databases. Zane was a suspect due to his criminal history of fighting and dealing illegal substances. To find out more about Zane, one of the detectives got in touch with his young informant. In their meeting, he talked about Dana's murder and recommended Zane as a potential suspect. But according to the informant, Zane was not the one who killed Dana. Emily, a young woman from Amanda's group, was the murderer. Emily Lauenborg, a 17-year-old drug user, lived close to Dana's home. Emily and Amanda had a close relationship. They might have even been best friends. After hearing the story, the detective started to question its authenticity. He couldn't believe that Emily, a 5'2" girl who was frail, could strangle a 36-year-old mother of 3. The informant responded that she was no longer the frail girl she had been. She had matured and gained muscle. Because she enjoyed wrestling men, she was known as the mutant. Emily wasn't your usual suspect. But as the investigation progressed, it became clear that she was the strongest of the problematic teenagers, impressing everyone, including the guys, with her physical prowess and wanting arm wrestling and even regular wrestling. Emily was taken to the station by the detectives to be questioned about her potential role in Dana's murder. After placing her hands on the table, Emily threw back her head and frantically looked from side to side before leaning forward and angrily telling her that she had been slandered. Emily was asked by the police where she was when Dana was killed. Emily and Amanda both stated that they were present at the party when the crime was committed. But around midnight, Amanda and Emily left the party, and the police were able to track them down. Consequently, they could have arrived at Dana's residence by 1 in the morning. Everything suggested that they were concealing something and were most likely involved in the crime. However, what had actually occurred? Was Emily responsible for the murder? The police were able to secure a search warrant for Emily's rented room because of mounting circumstantial evidence against her. Her private journal was one of the things confiscated. It had the usual entries of a 17-year-old girl, but it quickly disclosed surprising information. A wish list that included the desire to murder someone and escape punishment was one of the entries. Emily expresses her anger towards Amanda in a different entry, stating that she wants to strangle Amanda in the same manner that she strangled her aunt. Emily's guilt was confirmed by this startling discovery. The murder, Dana's strangling, and the intention to potentially strangle Amanda in a similar way were all described in the diaries. Crucially, detectives had not yet made public the news that Dana had strangled to death when they discovered Emily's diary. This further suggested that Emily was to blame for Dana's ordeal. Amanda was questioned by detectives once more, and was accused of lying about the night her aunt was killed. They questioned why she had deceived everyone. After all, Emily stated that she wanted money and that she wasn't there under duress. Amanda couldn't stand it any longer and told the detectives everything she knew before they even got to Dana's house. Dana woke up as they walked into the living room and heard a noise. The sight of them startled her. Dana responded that she didn't have any money when they told her they needed it. Emily, however, was not happy with that response and asked Dana for money once more. Emily was gently nudged in the direction of the exit when Dana asked them to leave. Emily didn't like it though, and she wasn't going to put up with it. In front of Amanda, she launched an attack on Dana and strangled her. Emily refused to listen to Amanda's cries for her to stop. The fact that Amanda did nothing but watch Emily kill her aunt suggests that she either feared Emily or that it happened so fast that she was likely unaware of what she was seeing. Amanda's scream, not Dana's, was heard by a neighbor at 1 a.m. when Dana was killed. Emily covered Dana's body with a blanket and placed it on the couch. Before they left, they took what little money Dana had. Emily took a brief break to get a black shirt out of Dana's closet. Emily wore that exact shirt when she attended Dana's funeral. It was her display of power and authority. Motive was the question that the investigators were struggling with. Emily had expressed her anger to her friends about Amanda's constant abandonment of her for her aunt. Given their close relationship, Emily might have killed Dana in order to fully control Amanda. However, Amanda was given a plea deal and would not be imprisoned for her involvement in Dana's murder. After much deliberation, investigators decided that Amanda was needed as a witness because she had witnessed the murder and would have the right to remain silent if she were charged with a crime. As a result, Amanda became a witness and gave information about what transpired that fateful night. It was the vital data that the authorities required. However, because of Emily's unremarkable size, prosecutors were unsure they could convince a jury of her guilt and allowed her to enter a guilty plea to the lesser charge of manslaughter. After being convicted and serving 5.5 years in prison, Emily Lollenborg was released in 2008. She later moved back to Puyallup, changed her name, got married, and had kids. Locals will undoubtedly be concerned about Emily's freedom to roam the streets. Like serial killers who wear mementos of their crimes, she was dressed in the victim's clothing, having already killed once and never regretting it at the funeral. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the 3rd attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between 2 halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's 5th and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the 3 suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the 2 closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. "That car is there." Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the 3 men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In December 2010, at St. Malachi's Church in Tyrone, Northern Ireland, it all began exactly where it ended. In front of more than 300 guests, beauty queen and educator Michaela Hardy and athlete John McArevey exchanged vows. But 3 weeks later, John came back with his young wife's body, buried in her immaculate wedding dress. What caused Michaela to pass away? Who could be so cold-blooded and cunning as to murder a woman who had just recently started to enjoy her wedded life with her beloved? And will international cooperation aid in the investigation of one of the most horrific and unforgettable crimes of the past several years? In 2005, John McArevey, the captain of the Irish football team, and Michaela Hardy, the daughter of one of the nation's best football managers, met in university. The young couple fell in love at first sight and had never been apart since. Michaela gladly accepted John's proposal while on vacation in Paris. On New Year's Eve, which was also Michaela's 27th birthday, they scheduled their wedding. Following the formal wedding, the newlyweds flew out on their 3-week honeymoon. Before the most anticipated portion of their trip, 2 weeks at the 5-star Legends Hotel, situated in the fishing village of Grand Gabe on the northeast coast of Mauritius, began, they spent the first week in Dubai. Michaela thoroughly investigated local hotels before deciding on Mauritius as their idyllic honeymoon destination. They chose the Legends Hotel because it has a lot of good evaluations and is well liked by Irish travelers. They asked the hotel's receptionist if they could be assigned to one of the better rooms when they first arrived. They were told that room 1025 in the premium block was available. On January 10, 2011, after having breakfast together, John opted to play golf while Michaela sunbathed. They had lunch together once more. After lunch, Michaela usually looked forward to tea with something tasty. While she went to the room to get Kit Kat bars with her favorite dark chocolate, which she had bought from Dubai and placed in the refrigerator, she requested her husband to get tea. Although John offered to bring her the snacks, she chose to go alone because the accommodation was only 150 feet from the restaurant. While waiting for his wife to come home, John viewed videos and shot some pictures. After a while, he started to question why Michaela hadn't returned. He made the decision to find her. John knocked on the door but got no answer. He went to the receptionist after forgetting his key in the room and failing to see anything through the window. After guiding him back to the room, the corridor attendant used his key to open the door. However, the corridor attendant heard a man's cries for urgent assistance as soon as he moved a short distance away from the door. John walked into the room and found his wife in the cold water bathtub. Her lips were blue, her skin was cold to the touch, and there were noticeable bruises on her neck. John tried to assist Michaela, supposing she had planned to take a bath because of back problems, but had slid or passed out. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The dreams of a young, contented married couple came to an end when medical authorities declared Michaela dead within an hour. People kept coming and going from the newlyweds' room, and no one tried to protect the crime scene, perhaps since it was initially assumed to be an unfortunate accident. When the police entered the room and saw Michaela's condition and the chaos within, they assumed a murder had occurred, even though they had been told that a tourist had drowned. After being brought to the police station, the distressed spouse was detained for 5 hours while being questioned. Given that most murders are carried out by people who are close to the victims, this was not unusual. The harshness and inappropriateness of the police officer's remarks in John's situation were unusual. John was obviously overcome with grief by Michaela's passing. He found his wife's lifeless body in the bathtub, while only 30 minutes before he had seen her joyfully making her way to their room. But when a policeman noticed that he was crying, he may have tried to comfort him by saying, "Why are you crying? You're still young, you'll find yourself a new wife." If the hotel manager hadn't stepped in, it's unclear how long they would have held John at the station. The management reported to the police that a master key that was taken and fit all the locks had been used to open the door of room 1025. It became clear that a member of the hotel staff was responsible for the murder. Most likely, it was an accidental killing. At 2:42 p.m., a staff member, possibly a security guard with the master key, entered the room. Michaela opened her own door 2 minutes later. The maid's sudden appearance forced the thief, who might have been hiding in a tiny alcove in the toilet, to make a snap decision. Since cleaning rooms is a standard procedure in hotels, he could have just grinned at Michaela and pretended to do his job if it was part of his responsibilities. Nothing would have happened. He was aware that his presence in the room would be difficult to explain, though, if he was a security guard. He then saw no choice but to hide in the bathroom and wait for the woman to just go. However, that did not occur. Michaela chose to seize the chance and went into the restroom as investigators conjectured. She found the robber inside. The thief attacked Michaela in a panic after she fled in fear. He put Michaela in the bathtub after realizing that he had killed her, possibly in an attempt to make it seem like an accident involving the maid. Despite the shock, he may have also imagined that water would wash away any DNA evidence left on his victim. The murderer was still present when John got up from the table at 3:05 p.m. to see why his wife was taking so long. John could have apprehended the murderer at the spot if he had his keycard with him, but by the time he approached the administrator, requested that the door be unlocked, and stepped into the room, it was 3:26 p.m., and the thief, who had inadvertently become a murderer, had disappeared. The cops were under tremendous pressure to release John. It is critical to settle the case as soon as possible when a visitor is slain in a nation that depends significantly on tourism. The local police head claimed that the island had a 100% homicide clearance rate, which gave the impression that the case would be resolved quickly. Given that Michaela was one of 30 persons slain on the island in 2011, and that all cases but Michaela's were resolved by dubious confessions, one might assume he was merely praising the work of his colleagues, but any professional would be cautious. The police once again used admissions to solve every case the following year. The investigators had a perfect crime scene, which may have made up for the police's over-reliance on instinct and intuition, if that's what it is. Surveillance cameras were installed all throughout the hotel, the room was cleaned daily, the security system recorded every entry, and the hotel itself was essentially an invincible fortress with watchful security personnel everywhere. That was not at all the case, as we shall see in a moment. 2 hotel staff members were detained by the police within 2 days after the murder, and 2 of them, Avinash Tribhovan and Sandeep Munia, were charged with the crime. The other staff members obligingly became important prosecution witnesses. Dasan Narayanan, a hotel security guard, was also taken into custody a week later. On the day of the murder, Dasan was on duty. His fingerprints were discovered on a phony key that the robbers used to replace the stolen universal key in the security room, although it was impossible to determine his precise position at the time of the crime. There was nothing Dasan could do to explain how his DNA got onto the room's safe door. He gave a preemptive explanation for why his DNA might be present if it were discovered, acknowledging that he had touched Michele's cheek in his haste to assist John. Nevertheless, the police chose to concentrate their efforts on Avinash and Sandeep and merely charged Dasan with being an accomplice to the thefts, despite his contradictory testimony. In 2012, the trial started on May 22. The police's pattern of obtaining confessions served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Michaela discovered Avinash and Sandeep stealing cash from the safe or her purse when she returned to the hotel that day. In order to save their jobs, the robbers chose to silence Michaela because hotel workers frequently provide the majority of their family's income, not just their close relatives. Their colleague Raj Thikoi also provided testimony during the trial. After being arrested at first, he was granted immunity and turned out to be the most important prosecution witness. Raj claimed that although he was close to the room and heard a woman's anguished cries, he chose not to knock on the door. Rather, he hid and watched as Sandeep and an upset, sweaty Avinash left the newlyweds' room. When he later inquired about what had transpired, they responded, "Nothing happened, just keep quiet. If you say anything, we'll involve you in this matter." Prosecutors mostly relied on the confession that one of the suspects, Avinash Tribhovan, gave, in accordance with standard police procedures, in addition to witness statements. Because of their negligent investigation, it appeared as though the police were being judged alongside Sandeep and Avinash, even though they were the ones who were implicated. The defense lawyers called attention to all of the investigators' obvious flaws, errors, and gaps. First of all, the hotel was not closed when Michaela's death was found, and neither a visitor nor a staff member was questioned. The evidence was compromised since some tests were not carried out and others weren't done until the hotel room was given back to them. Although palm and fingerprints were discovered in the room, their owners were not recognized. However, there was no DNA evidence that Sandeep and Avinash were guilty. Even the paper money, which the authorities said the robbers were interested in, was not scanned for DNA or fingerprint. The court was also informed that numerous significant artifacts were not captured at all, and that all of the photos taken at the crime scene were in black and white. The enigma surrounding the 46 security cameras that recorded the activities within and outside the hotel, however, generated the most controversy. The cops refused to give the defense lawyers the videotapes in spite of repeated requests. As it turned out, they were unable to conceal the footage, not because they wanted to. Due to their inability to control the cameras, the police officers deleted 90% of the videos. Instead of providing a truthful response when asked to explain how the apparatus operates, they merely hit the button, which also happened to be the record button, and when they believed they were playing back the recordings, they were actually erasing them. International media questioned whether the local authorities were purposefully undermining the probe due to the police's obvious incompetence. Lastly, the defendants asserted that they only confessed after the police tortured them. Sandeep, who reportedly handed the keycard, stated that he was forced to make the confession under threat of a firearm. Avinash also refuted his testimony, claiming that he vomited blood after being tortured and subjected to water interrogation by the police. He was also allegedly informed that his wife would be deported and that he would have to move to Ireland to live with John McAvery, who would now require a new wife. Avinash claimed that he only signed the document that was given to him, not even reading his own confession. Even though he and Sandeep were in room 1009 where a VIP customer was scheduled to stay when the murder occurred, another witness said he was coerced into providing false testimony. Sandeep demanded that his subordinate keep the space spotless at all times. He even picked up the mop personally at one point to show how the floors should be cleaned. Telecommunications data also supported Sandeep's assertion that he was speaking on the phone with his sister in Britain at the time of the incident. Lastly, it was verified by the retained security camera film that he was in a separate area of the hotel when the murder occurred. The court case took over 8 weeks to complete, even though it was only supposed to take 2 weeks. This was mostly because the defense lawyers went beyond the bounds of decency and made the trial into a spectacle. They frequently cracked jokes and caused the board, spectators, and law students in the courtroom to erupt in laughter. The defense brought up the possibility of a sexual motive for the crime, implying that Michaela's husband was involved. They implied potential wrongdoing between John and his wife and mentioned an intimate aid they discovered in the hotel room, but it was actually a straightforward insert from Cosmopolitan, a women's magazine Michaela had bought at the airport. Then, using a purportedly verified video, they tried to demonstrate that John and Michaela had a heated argument, but the people in the video weren't Michaela and John. Rather, they were 2 Germans who looked like them. In order to verify that he was the man in the video, John had to reach out to him on Facebook and ask him to give a statement at a German police station. All things considered, the sensationalism surrounding Michaela's murder case caused great distress to her family. Specifically, John was ranked highly on the list of readers' choices in a survey called Who Killed Michaela that was published by a local newspaper. In addition, the police released pictures of Michaela's battered and nude body to the Mauritius newspaper, which caused her family unimaginable distress. But these 8 weeks were over, and the jury members had to decide what to do. After a guilty conviction, Michaela's family thought the accused would have the right to request a review of the case because the judge gave a clear summary of the case and highlighted the suspect's culpability. They were certain that the verdict would be just what they had expected. The court also firmly asked the jurors to make the appropriate choice from their point of view, rather than to think about how this case would affect the nation's reputation. And the jury found Avinash and Sandeep not guilty, after 2 months of trial and just 2 hours of deliberation. After the acquittal verdict, John and Michaela's families were incredibly disappointed. They endured all the agony of the process, inappropriate remarks from attorneys and police, tolerated laughter in the courtroom, and even faced aggressive behavior from the locals because they were confident that the guilty parties would be punished for the murder. They were certain of Avinash and Sandeep's guilt and believed that they were acquitted because the case received global media attention and the jurors did not want the murder case to reflect negatively on Mauritius' image. The Hart and McCarvey families cannot forget that Avinash's lawyer appeared on a local radio station and essentially admitted his client's guilt, mentioning how Avinash cried and apologized to Michaela's family. The interview was supposed to be presented in court, but the lawyer managed to evade his responsibilities. John believes that Avinash told the truth when he confessed to Michaela's murder. He is why, when everyone hears about death by strangling, they image the killer suffocating the victim, ripping their neck with 2 hands. But Avinash recalled that when they were in the honeymoon suite, Michaela walked in and spotted him clutching a pocketbook. She asked what he was doing. She couldn't have known that Sandeep was in the bathroom. When the girl tried to prevent Avinash from leaving the room, standing in his path, Sandeep approached her from behind and put one hand around her neck. The truth is, the autopsy report was prepared much later, and it confirmed that everything happened exactly as Avinash claimed. If Avinash wasn't certain, how could he have created such a strangulation technique? Avinash added that when Michaela fell, she struck her head on the ground. That was further supported by a bruise discovered on the back of her skull during the postmortem. Furthermore, in summarizing the case, the judge reminded everyone that Avinash made his confession on January 12 and signed it on the 13th in the presence of his lawyer. Avinash would have been made to sign something else on the 12th if the cops had intended to fake the confession. Furthermore, 3 other doctors evaluated the youngster on separate days, and none of them discovered any evidence of abuse. After the acquittal verdict, a new investigation was launched. The key card that the murderer and thief used to enter the room was the main piece of evidence that the police concentrated on. Even these locks' mechanism, though, is unreliable. It is impossible to pinpoint the precise moment the murderer entered Michaela's room because the 240 locks in the Legends Hotel are not synced, and each one displays its unique time on the security system's dashboard. Because the precise hour of the crime is uncertain, this puts almost every suspect's alibi into doubt. The situation was exacerbated by the discovery of yet another serious weakness in the hotel's guest security. The number of possible suspects could rise from dozens to hundreds as a result of this vulnerability. Mauritian law states that the beach is public property if the hotel owns the guest rooms, dining establishments, bars, golf courses, and other such places. Locals own the island's beaches, and traders and fishermen have always had complete access to the hotel's grounds and the beach. Young boys are used to hanging around on the hotel grounds, and local craftsmen sell their wares to visitors. To put it another way, the hotel cannot guarantee the security of its property, even with cameras, gates, and security guards, and there is no way to confirm who entered the honeymoon room. Consequently, there were no noteworthy discoveries made during the fresh inquiry into the matter. Under international pressure, the Mauritian police examined Michaela's murder many times and even sought the services of a French laboratory for retesting DNA evidence. The discovery of DNA on Michaela's clothing that matched that of one of the suspects was reported as a major breakthrough in 2014, but this finding wasn't enough to justify a new trial. John offered a sizable reward for information regarding the case in 2017, in an effort to bring it back into the public eye. A lawyer called him a few weeks after he got back home to tell him that Sandeep and Avinash would now undoubtedly be arrested. Michaela's family was relieved and thought they would finally receive justice, but the attorney did not name the new evidence that made this possible. But months and weeks went by with no one being taken into custody. The case was formally ended in 2020, but the Mauritius government agreed to revisit it in 2021 after pressure from Irish MPs. A desire to re-examine the matter does not ensure that it will be resolved, which is the problem. It is difficult to investigate any crime after 10 years, not to mention the potential that Mauritius's authorities would not be motivated to track down the murderers. Many investigators have advanced in their careers over the course of 10 years, so if something is disclosed in the case that many would rather keep hidden, heads will roll. Following the trial, the relatives of John and Michaela sued the hotel for $1.6 million. The terms of the out-of-court settlement are not made public, but the funds were donated to a charity set up in Michaela's memory. Both the Legends Hotel, which was renamed the Lux Hotel, and Room 1025, which was renovated and given the new number 1026, are still quite popular. At a memorial luncheon for Michaela in 2013, John, who is now an accountant, met a sweet girl called Kara Brennan. John proposed to Kara, who works as an accountant, in 2015. James McAravey, the couple's first child, was born last year. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Susan Walters, formerly known as Susan Kuhnhausen, was employed at Portland Hospital in Oregon's Critical Care and Resuscitation Unit on September 1, 2006. Before going home after her sixth-floor shift, she made the decision to visit a beauty parlor to get a new hairstyle and unwind after a demanding day. She felt revitalized and renewed when she left the salon. Maybe she thought of the proverb that says, "A woman is about to change her life when she changes her hairstyle." Susan had no idea how accurate this statement would prove to be. She came upon a one-story blue Cape Cod-style home with a gray fence around it. She went through the back door and discovered a note from her husband, Mike, in the hallway by the microwave. He said he had gone to the beach and had to leave. They would meet up on Friday or Saturday, he added. Susan heard the security system and unlocked the kitchen door. After deactivating it by entering the code, she proceeded to the front door and emerged into the front yard. Susan gave herself a minute or two to check the mail outside on this warm, clear September evening. When she finally removed her shoes and went back inside, she saw that the bedroom was unusually dark. She always drew back the curtains in the morning, so this was out of the ordinary. But she brushed it off, assuming she had been rushing and had forgotten, and moved on into the room. Out of nowhere, a man emerged from behind the bedroom door. He was a huge giant that suddenly materialized, standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing about 90 kilograms. He had on a baseball cap pulled down over his eyes and a striped shirt. His long gray hair was pulled back into a ponytail that was concealed beneath the cap, and the rest of his face was entirely covered by a gray beard and mustache that made him appear even more menacing. Susan was most horrified to see that he was wearing yellow rubber gloves and that he had a hammer in one of them. Most people would instinctively run away if they saw a stranger in their bedroom wielding a hammer, but Susan could not be considered a normal individual. She was 51 years old and had spent 30 years working as a nurse in the critical care and intensive care units, so she understood how difficult it was. She had subdued patients who had taken illegal substances, dealt with wounded men who were writhing in agony, and learned how to deal with any of those situations while maintaining composure. She routinely received self-defense training, just like other hospital nurses. They knew how to escape a grip or sidestep a blow. Susan had gained self-confidence through years of training. So she didn't flee when the stranger tried to hit her with the hammer. Rather, she sprang at him. She was aware that if she got close, the hammer's swing would be much weaker. One blow to her temple, however, proved to be very painful. "Who are you? What do you want?" she yelled as loudly as she could, overcoming the pain. But he didn't stop or respond. Susan's knees ached from multiple surgeries, and she was significantly shorter than the man at 164 centimeters, but she weighed more than the stranger. Susan threw her body at him, hoping to take advantage of this. He pushed her back against the wall, but he didn't fall. Then he said the one and only thing he would say that night: "You are strong." Susan felt her body tingle with adrenaline. She suddenly understood that the stranger had come to her house to murder her rather than rob her. His intentions were obvious, and she wasn't going to wait for it to happen, even though she didn't know why or who he was. For the second time, Susan shoved him. She yelled, "Who sent you?" once more. The only answer was silence. Luckily, the woman was able to knock the hammer out of his hand, and then hit him 3 or 4 times in the head. Susan caught him by the throat as he recovered control of the instrument. She interrupted his breathing with her hands and repeated, "Who sent you here?" The stranger's face first turned red, then purplish, and then nearly blue. In a panic, Susan released his throat. She just wanted to get out of there because she was tired and in pain. However, the man caught up to her before she could escape the bedroom and enter the small hallway. Her lip was smashed when he pushed and struck her. Even now, she is plagued by the memory of what transpired next. Susan looked down at the floor and thought she was going to die as he stood over her with the hammer. However, people needed to know that she battled for her life if death was her destiny. She was unable to describe how she did it, but she was able to knock the man down on the floor beside her and began biting him so that, should she die, her killer would be identified by her tooth marks. She rolled with the man on the floor, biting his hand, his thigh, and even ripping his pants zipper to get to his groin. For her, though, even that was insufficient. She felt the man's clothes with her hand in an attempt to find any identification or proof that she could conceal in a closet or beneath the bed for the police to find. For a full 14 minutes, the struggle went on. "Tell me who sent you here and I'll call an ambulance for you," she yelled as she threw her left leg over the intruder, climbed on top and put her left arm around his neck. He remained silent. Rather than letting her off his back, the intruder just growled. Susan pressed her hand more firmly against his throat as she leaned in. The man eventually ceased to move. Susan ran to the neighbor's house, grabbed his hammer, and dialed 911. When Susan's neighbor told the emergency dispatcher that the injured woman may have strangled an unidentified intruder who had broken into her home with the intention of killing her, the dispatcher was shocked. The neighbor clarified that Susan had put the man in a chokehold and repeatedly hit him with a hammer after the operator explained what the injured woman had done. The neighbor, who works as a nurse herself, responded that the man needed the ambulance when asked if the injured woman needed one. The dispatcher reassured the women that the ambulance was already en route and asked them to stop handling the hammer. Susan was taken to the hospital where she worked by the paramedics who arrived. Her worst fears were validated at that point. The man who had attacked her was dead, she found out. The identity of the man was quickly established by investigators. In his back pocket, they discovered an identification card. The police had been keeping an eye on Ed Haffey, a 59-year-old Viet. While Susan was being treated, she began to reflect on her life and try to figure out who could have wanted her dead. Susan had a difficult upbringing. Despite their love for her, her parents were unable to provide personal examples of what a successful marriage looked like. Their lives were very hectic because her father was an Air Force chef and her mother was a stay-at-home mom. The family had to constantly adjust to new homes and schools after moving from Colorado to Arizona, California, and Nevada. When Susan was in the second grade, her parents got divorced. Susan's romantic life took a turn in the early 1980 when she moved to Oregon and began working as a nurse. Susan's mother and friend sponsored a newspaper ad in 1988 announcing that she was prepared for a committed relationship. The ad was written in Susan's usual lighthearted and upbeat style. Mike Kuhnhausen, 39, wrote that he loved nothing more than strolling along the beach at sunset in one of the many responses she received. Mike spent a lot of time talking on the phone. He spoke in a pleasant tone and didn't hesitate to bring up weighty subjects. They threw unsalted peanuts to squirrels and fed ducks on their first date in February 1988 at the Crystal Springs Rhododendron Garden. They were married within a year. However, things weren't always easy in their marriage. The days of taking long walks in the park were over. Although Susan was the primary provider for the family, her husband disapproved of her spending time with friends and insisted on an accounting for every dollar spent. Susan soon discovered that her husband had never been content and didn't think he could make her happy, and they didn't have any kids. Mike eventually got a job at a business that sold adult videos at one of its locations. However, Susan decided she had had enough after 17 years of marriage. Although she no longer wanted to live with her husband, she still cared for him. She desired to experience joy once more. She asked him to leave the house in September 2005. Mike went to live with his father. That being said, they remained friendly, and he frequently came over to visit Susan's cats. As a result, Susan made the grave error of failing to update the locks or the alarm code, which was 1,210 the day of their wedding. Susan went home to collect her belongings the very next day following the attack, accompanied by her friend Helen Ballone. A backpack that shouldn't have been in the basement was discovered by Helen. Like any other basement, Susan's was filled with a wide range of items, so the police were unaware of the backpack. Dessert syrup, diabetes medicine, $200 in cash, a journal, and a receipt for a payment made to Ed Haffey were all found inside the backpack. The diary entry, from September 4, 2006, states that Mike was supposed to get a call from the man. Mike's new mobile number was also included. According to the autopsy, Haffey had taken a nearly fatal amount of illegal drugs prior to breaking into Susan's home. Although his family told the police that he was a successful tennis player and came from a wealthy family, The man had recently been living in a trailer, but 15 years ago, Haffey did something horrible. He planned the murder of Georgia Lee Dutton, 39, his ex-girlfriend, in 1991 near Roseburg, in the Umpqua River. Her body was discovered. After acknowledging his guilt, Haffey was imprisoned for the next 9 years. He relocated to Portland after being released in November 2003, where he naturally began looking for work. When Mike Kuhnhausen hired him to clean the floors of an adult video store in July 2004, he discovered it. The police learned that Mike had traveled to the coast and stayed at the Lincoln City Inn on the day of Susan's attack. He went back to Portland during the night and bought a Taurus .357 Magnum revolver from a pawn shop the next day. Mike ran away after leaving a parting note at his father's home on September 8 that read, "All I wanted was to be loved, and every time I achieved that, I ruined everything." His arrest warrant was issued by the police. He was arrested on September 13 in the Kaiser Sunnyside Medical Center parking lot, where Mike said he planned to go to the psychiatric clinic for assistance. He expressed to the officers his sense of meaninglessness in life. His claims of innocence were not taken seriously by the police. Mike Kuhnhausen had lost his job a few weeks earlier and was living on the streets. Mike knew that Susan had named her brother as the beneficiary of her insurance policy in case she passed away. But Mike and Susan had paid off the $300,000 mortgage on their home, and if Susan passed away, it would still belong to him. Mike first claimed he didn't even know Haffey, but the detectives had already gotten company records to support their claim. Mike acknowledged that he was acquainted with Ed Haffey, but that did not imply that he had done anything wrong. Other evidence, however, surfaced that suggested the two men were conspiring. Records from the security system indicated that someone had turned off the alarm while Susan was at work, but there were no indications of forced entry into the house. Mike denied allowing Haffey to enter the house, but he did say he had turned it off when he left the note. However, Haffey's former accomplice called the police on September 18 to report that Haffey had asked him to participate in an insurance fraud scheme. He described how he and Haffey met with the town's contractor, Mike Kuhnhausen, who offered the man $5,000 in exchange for helping Haffey murder his wife. Naturally, the man declined. Another witness reported to the police on November 17 that he had escorted Haffey to a parking lot where he met a bald man. After the assault on Susan, he saw the man's picture on the news a few days later. Mike Kuhnhausen was the one. Despite Mike's best efforts to deny it, the evidence against him was growing, and on August 30, 2007, he admitted to ordering the murder of his wife. "You wanted me to share a life with you until death do us part. Turns out, you were hoping the sooner it happened the better. If I believed you deserved to die, I would have had the courage to do it myself," Susan said on the stand during the trial. Mike was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Susan filed a lawsuit for $1 million right after the sentencing to make sure he wouldn't have enough money left for another contract. The scheduled date of Mike's release was September 14, 2014. His former spouse was prepared for it. The new Susan, who had once been lively and daring, became very wary. She sat with her back to the door in restaurants. She started taking a different route to work, and she would circle the block for a while if she thought someone might be pursuing her in an attempt to ward them off. In Portland, she relocated to a new home on a gravel-lined dead-end street where she could hear footsteps if someone came to the window or door. She also practiced shooting in the garage next door. "I'm serving a life sentence for choosing the wrong husband," she quipped. Susan did everything she could to make sure Mike would never be able to harm her, but her ex-husband was never given the opportunity. 92 days prior to his release, he passed away from cancer on Friday, June 13, 2014. The prisoner's letters reveal that he only confessed to the crime in order to avoid a longer sentence and never really admitted his guilt. Mike thought he was the true victim of the incident. Susan acknowledges that she mourns his life, which he could have had if he had only let those who loved him into his heart, rather than his departure. She also laments that he passed away in prison, far from all of his loved ones. Since it is difficult for a victim of crime to get the information they need, Susan looked for information about Mike's release and her rights following his release while he was incarcerated. As a result, in 2017, she and the district attorney's office developed Case Companion, a free website devoted to helping local crime victims. It provides answers to all of the victims' inquiries concerning the legal system. Victims can also follow the defendant's court dates, sentencing information, and the date of the convicted person's release after the district attorney's office files charges. Susan kept up her nursing career until December 2014. Since saving lives was the focus of her work, she was long perplexed as to why her coworkers referred to her as a hero. They called her a hero not because she killed someone, but because they want to believe that if they were in a similar situation, they would also be able to survive. Her supervisor explained to her. Susan can't recall what happened without crying, even after all these years. She acknowledges that she thought of Hafey's family right away after learning of his passing. Everyone has someone who loves them. Children, a wife, a mother, a father. The worst part of what happened is not that someone tried to kill me, but that I had to kill someone to survive. But I'm not ashamed because I didn't choose his death. I chose my life. I chose to live. Although what happened was terrible, no one in this family thinks poorly of you. You did what you had to do, and by doing so you protected many from a similar fate. Susan finds comfort in helping others, knowing that they can also survive after an attack. Aunt Ada Duffy wrote her a letter in 2010 after learning about her suffering. If you can't run and can't hide, you have to fight, she states. You can't know that you won't survive. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Mile's mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Mile vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Mile did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Mile fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Mile had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Mile had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions, since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon. The detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country, where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira. and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Mile's actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Mile abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Mile halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university, where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved, but when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother in Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done, and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarok family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarok spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend, Matt Wheeler, was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Concerned drivers who had spotted an abandoned car on the highway started calling Thurston County, Washington police on August 31, 2022. Officers discovered that their worries were not unjustified when they got to the designated spot. The key was still in the ignition, the driver's side door was open, and the door and steering wheel were covered in dried blood. Beside the car, on the ground, was a broken phone. Whatever happened on the phone happened very quickly, because it was last used at 5:10 p.m. and found at 5:30 p.m. The car was registered to Kenneth Davis from Olympia, Washington, which is 25 minutes away from the location where the car was found, according to the police's check of the registration number. But when they got in touch with Kenneth, they found out that the car had been taken by Gabriel Davis, Kenneth's 16-year-old son, at 4 p.m. Gabriel never returned from school after leaving for football practice. Blood and a smashed phone were clearly bad indicators. When such an incident occurs, a number of scenarios immediately spring to mind, such as a fight or perhaps even a murder. The police rushed to learn as much as they could about the boy. The 16-year-old Gabriel Davis hails from Olympia, Washington. His enthusiasm for football has not changed, despite a recent sharp decline in his academic performance. He never skipped a training session because he took it seriously. He was therefore immediately noticed when he failed to appear at the stadium on August 31st. No one knew where he was. Not even Justin Hume, his best friend. The police immediately began a thorough search after finding Gabriel's car, the broken phone, and the blood. Helicopters and search teams were involved in the ongoing search through the night and into the next morning. People who said they had seen the boy began calling in droves as word spread about his disappearance. The teenager was spotted strolling down the highway, according to 5 witnesses. He was walking toward the park by himself. Gabriel even responded to a caller who inquired about his well-being by saying, "Yes." The young man's mysterious disappearance was not the first or even the second incident in the county, which was the most horrifying part. Within 5 miles of where Gabriel's car was discovered, 2 other young boys had disappeared during the previous 6 years. Locals wanted the police to act right away because they believed he was the 3rd victim of the same kidnapper. Logan Schendelman and Matthew Anfelt were the names of the missing boys. Matthew and Logan played a lot of sports in their senior year, just like Gabriel did. There were notable parallels between the cases, especially in Logan's case. He had no reason to be in the southern part of the county, and his car was also discovered abandoned on the side of the road. Additionally, witnesses claimed to have seen the boys prior to their disappearances in both cases. But Logan and Matthew were never located. The FBI became involved early on because of these parallels and the urgency of Gabriel's investigation. The manager of North Carolina Power Systems, a company that specializes in diesel engine repairs, called the police while the massive search for the missing teen under mysterious circumstances was in progress. She stated that Daniel McCaw, one of their staff members, had not been showing up for work for 4 days and was not returning calls. She asked the officers to come to his house and see how he was doing because this was unusual for him, and he had never been missing before. When the officers got to his home in Orting, Washington, which is 45 minutes east of Olympia, they knocked on the door but got no answer. Through the doggy door, Daniel's German Shepherd dog ran outside. At the same time, they smelled a rotten smell, so they looked around for a way to get inside the house. An unlocked door to the laundry room allowed the officers entry. Daniel was lying on the floor when they got inside. He had been shot in the head and was lying in a pool of blood. At first, they thought he had committed suicide because there were no indications of forced entry. Nevertheless, no weapon was found close to the body, and a follow-up examination showed several stab wounds and an abdominal gunshot wound. The advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to determine the precise nature of the neck wounds. They discovered 2 empty holsters and casings for 9mm and .45 caliber firearms at the crime scene. Investigators came to the conclusion that the offender or offenders had used 2 distinct firearms, most likely taken from the victim. Only locals and the mailman had access to the man's elevated neighborhood residence, according to neighbors. How the offender could have muffled the gunshots was not immediately clear. It turned out, though, that although the locals were used to carrying guns, they did not meddle in one another's affairs. Even if someone heard something, they wouldn't think to call the police because they lived in relative isolation. During her talk with the police, Daniel's boss made a very intriguing comment. Daniel had split from Amanda Olafson, his fiancée, just 2 weeks prior. North Carolina Power Systems was another employer of Amanda's. Gabriel, her son, was the same Gabriel who had vanished the day before. It was an odd turn of events, and now the investigators had to figure out whether the murder of the 51-year-old man and the disappearance of the 16-year-old boy were related in any way. Thankfully, they could question Gabriel directly. On the evening of September 2nd, they located him in Thurston County, only 3 miles from the location of his car. Gabriel was found wearing only shorts, without a shirt, shoes, or even socks, and by himself in the dark in the woods. Gabriel said he didn't remember anything and didn't know where he had been when the detective asked him what had happened to him. The police found his response odd. Gabriel had no scratches, but his feet should have had some abrasions if he had been lost in the woods for 36 hours. The blood in his car also didn't match this. Gabriel didn't seem to be able to recall what had happened over the last 36 hours, possibly due to drug use. But in the end, the teenager's account was altered. He admitted that he broke the phone out of fear that the police would discover something that could be used against him. He went on to say that he was afraid of getting hurt, so he couldn't tell what had happened to him. This was a very strange and alarming statement, but since they couldn't force the boy to give an explanation, they let Gabriel return home to his family while detectives worked to determine what had happened. Kenneth, Gabriel's father, called the police the following day. He claimed that although his son did play a role in Daniel's death, it was only because Daniel's biker friends forced him to do so in order to steal something from the victim's safe. According to Kenneth, the biker gang approached his son because Gabriel had lived there and was familiar with the house's layout. If the boy didn't comply with their demands, they threatened to hurt him. Gabriel then confided in his friend Justin Hume about his problems, and the two came up with a solution. The police's evidence, however, painted an entirely different picture. Although the victim and the Amigos Motorcycle Club, which is connected to the infamous Bandidos Motorcycle Club, were connected, the police did not discover any proof that the Amigos Club was involved in the murder. In addition, one of Daniel's friends, who was also a club member, went to the victim's house a few hours after the body was found. When the detective told him about Daniel's passing, he was truly upset. Whatever was in the victim's safe, it had to be identified. When Daniel's mother gave the police the safe combination, she said that the contents would surprise and shock them. Amanda had called and told her that nobody knew how to open it, she said. Approximately 212 different kinds of weapons and ammunition, along with a few coins kept in plastic packets, were discovered by the detectives when they opened the safe. There were several packets containing illegally obtained pills and an empty jewelry box. There were details about his biker club in the notepad. There was obviously something the size of an ammunition box on the bottom shelf. Daniel took his safety very seriously, which was lucky for the investigators. He had a number of cameras in his home in addition to weapons. They assisted the police in figuring out what happened the night of the murder. The detectives discovered that Justin and Gabrielle spent a weekend getaway with their loved ones at Lake Panther on August 28. They left the campsite shortly after midnight and came back at about 6:30 a.m. The surveillance cameras at Daniel's house recorded their exact location, but their relatives were unaware of their whereabouts. 2 young, slender men came up to the victim's house from the backyard at 1:50 a.m. On his belt, one of them carried a canister of pepper spray or something. The men wore masks that partially obscured their faces. One of them had on a ski mask, the other a medical mask and a baseball cap. They had flashlights on hand. Through the dog door came the young men. After a while, nothing happened. But at 2:41 a.m., the homeowner left the garage, went inside, and vanished from the camera. 6 minutes later, his German Shepherd was seen on camera hastily leaving the house through the dog door. After leaving through the side door, the unidentified men wandered for a few minutes between the house and the garage while carrying what appeared to be a toolbox or a crate of military ammunition. At 2:52 a.m., They finally left the crime scene, bringing with them what appeared to be a toolbox or a military ammunition crate. Gabriel informed his father that Justin followed Daniel after he came inside from the garage, stabbed him, and then there was a gunshot. The safe was in the garage, so Gabriel went there. At that moment, he says he heard 2 gunshots. On August 29th, the guys went back to their regular lives after disposing of the weapons close to Daniel's house. Gabriel, though, vanished prior to the 31st. He claimed that after bikers found him, they dragged him from his vehicle and struck his head against the steering wheel, spilling blood inside. Then, after beating him for a while driving around with him in a Suburban, the kidnappers let him go. Additionally, they mysteriously took his shoes and shirt and looked through the car for the stolen item from the safe. They found nothing because he didn't steal anything. As a result, the teenager chose to portray himself as a victim, similar to Danielle. That being said, this version isn't cohesive. Why couldn't the teenager enter the house and flee right away if bikers were the ones forcing him to commit the crime? Why wasn't everything finished sooner if, as Kenneth claimed, they had planned it? It was illogical. Once more, why did they enter the house when the safe was in the garage if the goal was to steal something? In any case, Justin and Gabriel were searched and taken into custody by police on the evening of September 2. They discovered a black ski mask and a handheld flashlight in Justin's home, and a black mask in Gabriel's vehicle. Gabriel showed the investigators where he had thrown the weapons close to the former Olympia Brewery in Tumwater after the police arrested the teenagers on September the 2nd. Similar weapons to the one used to shoot the victim were found by the detectives, a .45 caliber Sig Sauer pistol and a 9mm Ruger handgun. More than a dozen knives were also discovered. The firearms were found inside an ammunition box, the same type that vanished from the victim's safe. Although Daniel had friends among the bikers, the police did not discover any indication that they planned to murder the man or even steal anything from his home. The real reason for the crime is not disclosed. However, Gabriel's past might conceal the crime's motivation. He has encountered numerous difficulties in spite of his youth. Gabriel and his older sister were at the center of a terrible custody battle that started when Gabriel's parents divorced when he was just 3 years old. A 2010 court ruling stated that the children lived with their father on weekends and with their mother during the week. After Amanda separated from an abusive husband and remarried twice, the decision was not reviewed. Kenneth, however, sued her after she moved in with Daniel in 2018. Alleging that the kids' grades suffered and they frequently skipped class. Additionally, he claimed that Daniel was violent, threatened Gabriel with a weapon, and even threatened Gabriel's sister, who is now 20 years old, and her boyfriend. Daniel acknowledged yelling at the sister's boyfriend when he became embroiled in the custody dispute, but he denied threatening him. The argument started when the boyfriend broke into the house and took a phone charger, but he now feels bad about how he handled the matter. In any event, a judge in 2018 ordered that Gabriel, then 12 years old, and his sister, then 16 years old, live with their father during the week and with their mother on the weekends. The chaos didn't stop there. Because of her subpar grades, Gabriel's sister was expelled from school in January 2019. The girl reported to the school psychologist that her father had grabbed her wrist with force and that he acted aggressively, particularly when intoxicated. This only had a short-term impact. It is unclear if this was the case or if Amanda and Daniel pressured her to obtain full custody. The children were ultimately ordered to live with their father by the court. Amanda and Daniel's arguments served as the background for all of this. According to Daniel's boss, they may have broken up because of his devotion to the biker club. Amanda gave him a choice, either she or the club, refusing to make concessions to the club. His reaction is unknown, but neighbors noticed her removing items from his home on August 13, about 2 weeks prior to the murder. Gabriel made friends with Justin Hume during this period, who also had a history of getting into trouble at a young age. He was accused of making false bomb threats in high school and threatening a classmate with a knife in middle school. As a result, he had to transfer schools as soon as the academic year started. There are numerous pictures of the boy at the shooting range with Gabriel, demonstrating his intense interest in firearms. They caused mischief at school. Daniel's murder might have been retaliation for the way his relationship with Amanda ended, or maybe Amanda is lying. Anyhow, only a teenager could imagine a biker gang sending a kid to carry out their duties. The Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center is currently housing Gabriel and Justin, Among the many charges against them are first- and second-degree murder. Because of the high probability of them trying to flee, the bail amount for each teen is set at $1 million. When police arrived to arrest Gabriel, Justin's family was seen packing their belongings into a car, suggesting that they were probably planning to flee. Gabriel has previously staged a disappearance to avoid being held accountable for his actions. The teenagers will face adult trials. Notably, the Supreme Court in Washington decided in May 2021 that a person under the age of 21 cannot be automatically sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Therefore, after serving 20 years, they might be eligible for release if found guilty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 13, 2015, around 5 p.m., firefighters extinguished a raging fire in a garage by the road in the village of Sand Lake, Michigan. At that moment, a terrified woman dashed up to their car, screaming that her neighbors had died. Several firefighters accompanied the woman to her neighbor's house. 2 lifeless bodies lay on the bedroom floor in a pool of blood. It appeared that they'd been shot. To preserve the evidence at the crime scene, the firefighters avoided touching anything and immediately informed the police that they had discovered 2 bodies and needed investigators and forensic experts. Forensic experts had been at the crime scene for about an hour, collecting evidence and photographing the bodies of 46-year-old Martin Durham and 47-year-old Glenna Durham, when one officer noticed a small movement in Glenna's chest. He rushed to her body and attempted to feel for a pulse, but Glenna's eyes opened wide and she sat up abruptly, screaming, "What are you doing, Marty?" The officer immediately summoned paramedics, who transported the injured woman to the local hospital. Marty and Glenna met as teenagers in the early 1980 SS. Marty invited the girl on a date to a local open-air theater, where they both lost their virginity in the same evening, with little interest in the film itself. Their relationship progressed quickly and passionately, but it ended after a few months, in part because Glenna, 17, married soon after. Marty started a family on his own. Christina Keller was 14 years old when she met Marty, then 19, at a party at his house. The young man appeared charming and amusing to the girl, but also a little strange because he immediately declared that he would marry her someday. Marty arrived on her doorstep the following day. He must have made a good impression on Christina's parents, because he has never left her life since. Their friendship turned into a romantic relationship, and Christina, then 16, discovered she was expecting their first child. Within 2 years, she was carrying their second son, prompting the young couple to marry. Christina and her husband had a daughter 11 months later. Christina was 19 and Marty was 24 at the time. Initially, the young family lived with relatives, but in early 1995, Marty secured a higher-paid job at a factory in Michigan, and the family of 5 relocated. However, Marty was involved in a car accident on the evening of February 16, 1995, on his way home from work. Another vehicle speeding through a red light collided with his vehicle. The larger vehicle nearly crushed Marty's car, trapping him inside. Marty was transported to the hospital, where he had been clinically dead for approximately 5 minutes. He suffered severe injuries to his left side and was in a coma for more than 3 weeks. When he regained consciousness, he had no memory of his wife, children, or much of his previous life. He spent a year and a half learning to walk, speak, eat, and care for himself again. Christina provided physical support for him during this time. Marty began to resemble his former self, but psychologically he had changed. He became enraged as a result of the brain trauma. He never fought with his wife or children, but he became a domineering figure. Even his sense of humor grew darker. Christina filed for divorce in 2000, nearly 5 years after the accident. She still cared deeply for her husband, but her feelings had shifted to a more maternal nature, as she had taken on the role of his caregiver and could no longer relate to him in any other way. Marty purchased his first home in May 2001 using funds from the insurance company and a bank loan. The house was located in Sand Lake, Michigan, a small village with a population of 500 people. Marty was overjoyed with his new home, which he had moved into with his 2 sons and an African gray parrot named Bud. 2 months after moving in, Marty received a knock on his door from a 16-year-old girl claiming to be his daughter. Marty inquired as to her mother's identity, and Glenna, his first love, revealed herself. The girl knew her mother had an affair early in their marriage, and she was born a few months after. She wished to establish her paternity for certain. A DNA test confirmed that the girl was Marty's biological daughter, born outside of marriage. Clearly, Glenna had never forgotten Marty, as she had a tattoo of his name on her arm throughout their marriage. Glenna divorced her husband and moved in with Marty. They were very happy together, and they quickly had a new wedding ceremony. Glenna's new husband was everything to her. The couple spent their entire time together, visiting family and going to the local casino once or twice a week. Glenna would sit in the car and read a novel while Marty went hunting. Glenna was paid $3,200 per month to care for her husband, after officially taking on the responsibility. Marty received more than $1,000 in disability benefits each month. Glenna also sold Marty's excess medication, bringing their total monthly income to around $5,000. When Marty's sons moved out, this income was enough to support them in the small village. However, by 2010, Marty's mental and physical health had deteriorated significantly. The couple continued to spend their entire time together and with their friends, including Connie and Keith Ream, another neighboring couple. On Monday, May 11, 2015, Marty offered to mow Connie and Keith's backyard. He enjoyed the work and did it for free. Later that evening, Connie, Keith, Marty, and Glenna sat on the neighbor's terrace, and the Durhams returned home around 9 p.m. Keith sent Marty a message the next day, Tuesday at 8:26 a.m., asking how he was feeling, but he did not receive a response. This was strange because Marty was always quick to return calls and messages. Throughout the day, Keith sent several more messages to his friend, all with the same result. Later that day, Connie approached her neighbor's door and knocked. She heard the Durham's dog bark, but no one opened the door. Keith even sent a joking message to Glenna, asking, "What did you do to Marty?" But she didn't respond either. On Wednesday at 7:30 a.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house again and rang the doorbell. The only response she got was the dog barking. She walked around the house, checking for any open doors or windows. Everything remained locked as usual. Throughout the day, Connie and Keith attempted to contact their neighbors, growing increasingly concerned. After work, around 4:30 p.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house for the third time and knocked. She assumed she'd have to break the door, but when she touched the handle, she discovered it wasn't locked. This time, Connie cautiously opened the door and called out for the neighbors, but she was only greeted by the Durham family pet, who led her into the living room, which was a gruesome mess. Documents and photographs were all over the place, along with a broken lamp and other miscellaneous items. Connie followed Shelby into the bedroom and discovered the homeowners lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Marty was only wearing underwear, whereas Glenna was fully dressed, her legs covered by a blanket. Connie dashed out of the neighbor's house and ran toward a fire truck she saw further down the road. Marty did not have the same luck as his wife. He was shot 5 times in the back, forearm, and chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. He'd been dead for a few days. Glenna was shot twice, both times hitting the area behind her right ear. Blood was discovered not only in the bedroom, but also on a chair in the living room and a pillow with 2 bullet holes. Under the chair, a gun and 2 empty shells were discovered. In the bedroom, there were 5 more shell casings, 1 near the door and 4 near Marty's body, for a total of 7. However, the gun found near the chair was designed to fire 6 bullets. This indicates that the perpetrator had time to reload the gun before continuing to shoot. Aside from the living room and bedroom, the rest of the house appeared to be in perfect order. There were no signs of forced entry, and the kitchen table was set with a bowl of spaghetti and a piece of garlic bread. Later that evening, when Glenna was taken to the hospital, Marty's children were allowed to bring the family pets, a dog and a parrot, to their mother's home, Christina. Despite the fact that the children were only allowed to take the pets, the trio took advantage of the opportunity to search the house and discovered a sealed envelope labeled "Personal." Inside, they discovered letters from Glenna addressed to her children and ex-husband. In the letters, she expressed her love for the children and apologized for not being the best mother. She also asked her ex-husband to care for the children. In Glenna's drawer, they also discovered a packet of unpaid bills. They handed over all of their findings to the police. The investigators began questioning the family's relatives and friends about their personal and financial situations. They enjoyed spending time together and became completely absorbed in each other's company. However, it quickly became clear that they were having serious financial difficulties. Glenna was in charge of the family's finances, and relatives suspected Marty was unaware of the gravity of the situation because he was so frugal. On the other hand, Glenna had developed a serious gambling addiction. She would buy hundreds of lottery tickets and lose thousands of dollars at the casino. But whenever her husband approached her, she pretended to be playing with $1 bills. Glenna played every week, and in 2010, she spent $75,000 on her addiction. The family had fallen behind on tax payments, had credit card debt, and Marty's car was about to be repossessed. However, their most pressing concern was their home. Glenna hadn't made mortgage payments in over a year, and they owed $48,000. Marty's mother saw a list of homes that would be seized due to debts in early April 2015. A few weeks before the family was attacked, Marty's address was on the list. She called Glenna, who assured her that the newspaper had printed the incorrect address and that she would resolve the issue. Of course, it turned out that their home was being repossessed. Despite the fact that Marty had taken out a mortgage, Glenna received notice on April 28 that their home would be auctioned if they did not pay $5,000. Interestingly, the auction was scheduled for May 12th, just one day before Marty and Glenna were discovered by their neighbor. The investigators concluded that Marty was unaware of the impending loss of their home because he had been renovating it for the previous 2 months. He painted the bathroom just 2 days before they died. Glenna was able to regain consciousness after 3 days in intensive care. She had no recollection of the day of the murders or the days before. She couldn't remember writing the letters to her children or ex-husband. Because the eyewitness couldn't provide any useful information, the police had few leads or clues to work with. Marty, an avid hunter, frequently showed his firearms to friends, so the weapon contained multiple DNA samples. Glenna and Marty did, however, sell drugs for cash, and large sums of money were kept in envelopes in a safe. Could it have been an unplanned robbery? The living room was in disarray, as if someone had been looking for something and the money from the safe was missing. This version of events appeared to be the most plausible, but finding the killer among their illegal clients was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It took a full year before an unexpected witness helped solve the case. Bud, a 19-year-old parrot, had been living with Christina for the previous 12 months. Bud was an African gray parrot with the unique ability to mimic not only sounds and words in his environment, but also human voices. Originally, he was Christina's beloved pet, but Marty took him, presumably to retaliate against his ex-wife for leaving. When Bud returned to his beloved owner, he began repeating various conversations he had overheard while living with Marty, such as how Marty interacted with the dog. However, at some point, he started repeating an argument between a man and a woman. They were clearly arguing with one another, raising their voices and occasionally mixing profanity with everyday words. At the end of the conversation, a male voice said loudly, "No, don't shoot." Christina recorded this scene performed by the parrot on video, but did not report it to the police because she assumed it would be laughed off. However, a year after Marty's murder, a local journalist interviewed his mother, and she mentioned the video. The journalist became very interested and broadcast it on the news. The video quickly went viral, prompting the police to reopen the investigation and narrow their focus on one suspect, Glenna Durham. They examined Marty and Glenna's phones and discovered that Marty's last action on his phone was to search for information about lawnmowers on the evening of the 11th after returning home from the neighbors. The examination of Glenna's phone proved to be far more intriguing. It had been used until the 13th, when the bodies were discovered. Since 3:32 a.m., someone used the phone 5 times between 4 and 4:48 a.m. to learn more about the gun used in the shootings, including how to reload it. The final message was sent to Glenna's mother at 4:48 a.m. and said, "I love you, please forgive me." Glenna was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. She maintained her innocence, and her lawyer attempted to show that another family member or a stranger had broken into the house to steal medication, cash, or Marty's weapons. However, the forensic experts found no evidence of forced entry into the house. What about the money from the safe? Marty's children had taken it while they were searching the house for Glenna, who had been taken to the hospital, and their father to the mortuary. When investigators discovered this, they claimed that no one had asked them about the money at the police station, so they did not say anything. In any case, the version of a robber was abandoned because nothing was stolen. The prosecution's version of events seemed much more plausible. They believed Marty was killed on the morning of the 12th because he was wearing underwear. When the man realized he was going to lose the house, he became very upset, and a heated argument ensued. Marty attempted to flee into the bedroom after Glenna grabbed the weapon. She shot him in the back. Marty was still on his feet, reaching for another weapon from the bedside table. Glenna fired again, striking his forearm. Only then did he turn to face her, and she fired 3 more shots into his chest. Marty lay lifeless on the bedroom floor. Glenna spent the entire day completing paperwork. She wrote letters to her ex-husband and children and made spaghetti for lunch. Glenna was still engaged in these activities when the neighbor first arrived at her house on the evening of the 12th. Glenna planned her next steps, knowing that her and Marty's neighbors would become concerned regardless. She needed to act fast. She sat in a chair in the living room, placed a pillow against her head, and fired. However, nothing occurred. The pillow absorbed the impact of the shot, and the bullet only grazed her. She had to look up how to reload the pistol because it was down to its last bullet. This means she didn't try again until the early morning of the 13th, when she sent a message to her mother. Perhaps she still had doubts when Connie knocked on the door again at 7:30 a.m. and found it still locked. But after Connie left, Glenna must have unlocked the door, sat in the chair, grabbed the pillow, and tried again. This time, the injury was more severe, but her doctor later explained that she did not strike any important veins or arteries or penetrate the skull. It's difficult to imagine what condition she was in, but because head wounds always bleed profusely, she may have decided to simply bleed out. She made her way to the bedroom, where her husband's body had been lying all along, and collapsed on the floor, a blanket covering her legs. It's unclear whether she staged a scene when the police officer touched her or simply regained consciousness at that point, and we may never find out, because Glenna continues to claim memory loss. The jury believed the prosecution's version. On Wednesday, July 19, 2017, after 9 hours of deliberation, they found her guilty of murder. Glenna Durham was sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, the parrot named Bud was not called as a witness in court, and it's not because he swears a lot. It is simply impossible to prove that he did not hear that particular dialogue on television or radio, let alone take an oath on the witness stand. In other words, if Bud had been involved in the process and it had been less than 24 hours since Glenna's guilty verdict, her lawyer would have filed an appeal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Little Bria had only ever been frightened by imaginary monsters. She called her mother, Michelle, on November 20, 2000, claiming to have seen someone outside the window. The day before, 3 armed men wearing masks broke into her house. Michelle looked out and saw no one, so she dismissed her daughter's words as the product of her young imagination. The difference with this incident, though, was that Bria saw them. They had looked through the window. Michelle and Bria were being held at gunpoint in their own home's living room by the same individuals who had been there the previous evening. In a peaceful San Diego, California suburb, it was November 2009. Michelle Renee was 35 years old and had just returned home from her job as a manager at the bank. She and her 7-year-old daughter, Bria, resided in a rather remote home. Michelle had been a bank manager for more than 13 years, putting in a lot of time and effort to advance through the ranks and land a job where she was respected and trusted. She was happy to be home with Bria after a long day. The two of them were playing Game Boy on the couch when a loud noise suddenly burst from somewhere behind them. Michelle saw 3 people when she turned around. As though they were a takeover squad, they stormed into the house. This was obviously not a SWAT team, though. The strangers wore all black clothing and were armed. Bria and Michelle screamed. When Michelle was grabbed by her hair, a gun aimed at her face and flung to the floor close to the couch, she was able to see her daughter running into another room. After securing her with duct tape, They turned the woman to face her daughter, who was lying face down close to the door with her hands and legs bound. "Are you going to kill Mommy?" Bria asked. "Do you intend to murder me?" The stranger said, "No, if the mother does everything we tell her to Michelle's belief that they had broken in to kill them. Michelle was told bluntly by the illegal intruders, "You will rob the bank for us, or we will kill you, and your daughter will be first." The intruders told Michelle that they had been watching her for months and had a plan because they knew she was a bank manager. They would stay with her all night to give her instructions and make sure she understood exactly what she was supposed to do. As they held her and her daughter bound on the couch with tape, the gang leader gave her explicit instructions throughout the night, stressing what she needed to do repeatedly. He told Michelle that 6 more gang members were standing guard outside, waiting to murder her if she did anything stupid. Around 11, a female voice on the radio caught his attention, as if to reaffirm what he had just said. He was told by the accomplice that a car had pulled into the driveway. The neighbor of Michelle and Bria had shown up. She lived in the same building and was named Kimbra. She was obviously very drunk after returning from a night out. She shocked the criminals by resisting their attempts to grab her. One of the criminals shouted at Kimbra not to move while pointing the weapon straight at his face. In an attempt to shield her friend, Michelle pushed his arm away, but he pointed the gun at her and hissed at her to never touch him again. Kimbra was finally restrained, and they all waited for dawn. Michelle became aware that she might be spending her final evening with her daughter. She needed to share everything with Bria. Thinking that this might be the last time she would ever touch her daughter's hair or see her sleeping, the mother smoothed her hair to give her some space to rest. The nightmare persisted in the morning. The robbers' leader told her to get up and prepare for work at 6 o'clock. He interrupted her to apply dynamite to her as she was getting dressed and arranging her hair. She was in excruciating pain as he taped it firmly to her back. Kimbra and Bria were also outfitted with sets of explosives by the criminals. The girl sobbed and asked what it was, but the mother merely muttered something because she didn't want her to become even more terrified. Then they showed Michelle something that looked like a lock on a door. According to the man, it was a detonator, and he would press the button if she made even the slightest mistake. The detonator had a 10-meter radius, he added. Bria was placed in her bedroom closet by the criminals. The mother reiterated that everything would be all right and that she would be back shortly. "Mom, have courage," her daughter said. 2 men remained inside the house as Michelle left, and the gang leader gave her a suitcase containing a sports bag before hiding in the backseat of her Jeep. As she always did, she was headed to work in a minute, but this time she had a gun pressed against her side and dynamite strapped to her back. She parked in her usual spot when she arrived, and the man told her she had 5 minutes to come out with the money after the cash collector arrived before she got out of the car. He had his finger on the detonator in case something went wrong. Around 9 o'clock, the cash collector showed up and handed over the cash. Michelle was in charge of getting the money because she was a bank manager. Michelle asked her colleague to go with her to the vault as soon as his car pulled away, and she explained the situation. Michelle was left with no choice but to stuff the bag full of cash while her colleague watched in horror as the bank manager did something so unthinkable. Her heart pounded. Was she moving quickly enough? Naturally, Michelle's co-workers informed the police about the incident, but first she took $360,000 out of the bank. She climbed into the Jeep and got ready to do whatever was asked of her. The criminal told Michelle that she would find her Jeep further down the street and told her to get out of the car after a few blocks. And so, it came to pass. She located her vehicle, got into it, and drove quickly home. The woman didn't know if she would find her daughter alive when she got home. She saw Kimbra's car was gone as soon as she pulled up to the house. She called for Bria as she entered the house, but the silence was uncanny. At last, she heard a small voice. From the other side of the house, Bria was calling to her. Her mother had left the girl in the closet, and she was still there. Relieved, the woman gave her daughter a hug, but it wasn't quite over. Bria saw her mother's expression change to one of panic. The gang leader had departed without taking the dynamite away from her. What if the detonator was used remotely by the criminals? Before departing, Kimbra informed Michelle that they had just cut the tape and thrown the explosives against the far wall, removing the dynamite from the girl and her back. They all rushed to the nearby homes after that. Investigators from the FBI, police, and even a bomb disposal team quickly swarmed the street. The officers soon realized that the dynamite was a fake, consisting only of 2 sticks painted red. However, no one would risk their lives assuming they were fake, given the low lighting and the fact that they were on the victims' backs in such a dire situation. However, Michelle made an effort to commit every detail that might aid in identifying the criminals to memory during the incredibly terrifying 14 hours that she was held captive. It made it possible for her to concentrate on something else rather than the situation's horror. Actually, it was her special talent for picking up on subtleties in people's looks and actions that others might miss. She committed the criminals' physique to memory, attempted to gauge their height from the house's furnishings, took note of their footwear and jeans, and examined the appearance of their weapons. She eventually had to use the restroom, so the gang leader accompanied her. She flipped the switch, brightening the man's face as he led her to the restroom. He was still wearing a mask, of course, but Michelle could see his eyes clearly. They were big, expressive, and a little red at the corner. All of a sudden, she recognized this person from her bank office. She frequently handled new client accounts in her role as bank manager, and on that particular day, a man had visited her office. He clarified that he needed information about opening accounts and making investments because he would shortly inherit a sizable sum. He repeatedly asked the same questions while seated at her desk. The man introduced his companion as Lisa, and they departed when a woman finally came in and said, "Chris, we need to go." However, he gave Michelle his business card before he left. She put it in her desk's top drawer. Michelle's mind was racing with all of these ideas, and she felt that she needed to be extremely careful and not even hint at her recognition of him. Additionally, she recognized his accomplice because she occasionally heard Lisa's voice on the radio. They wouldn't let her die if she messed up. Michelle then requested that the officers immediately check her desk's top drawer. The business card wasn't a fake. It was there. Christopher Butler was the man's name. Butler's conviction as a bank robber was quickly discovered by the FBI. They discovered his residence and placed him under observation. The bank was only a few kilometers from Butler's home and that of his fiancée, Lisa Ramirez. The other 2 men, Robert Ortiz, who had his sights set on Bria, and Christopher Higgins, a big man who protected Michelle, were soon recognized by detectives. The decision to arrest Christopher and Lisa was made on December 1. They were allegedly pulled over for document verification during a routine traffic stop. There was just so much evidence in the car. In a stressful situation, the pneumatic gun in the glove compartment appeared completely real. In addition, the officers discovered a black bag Michelle had described, gloves, homemade masks, Michelle's credit cards, banknote adhesive ribbons, and even a door lock that the criminals had managed to pass off as a detonator. 2 investigators waited for more evidence in the house. Officers discovered a sample of dynamite bearing Christopher and Lisa's fingerprints, along with all the ingredients needed to make fake dynamite. Because they were sure they wouldn't be linked to the crime, the accomplices left a ton of evidence. The $360,000 that was stolen, however, was not discovered by the officers in the house or the car. On that same day, they took $93,000 and arrested Higgins. Higgins admitted to everything and talked about going to Vegas for a few $1,000s. Ortiz fled, but he had $32,000 from the bank when he was apprehended in Wisconsin 3 months later, and he admitted to everything. Christopher Butler, however, denied everything, even in the face of indisputable proof. His fingerprints on the dynamite. Lisa rejected his attempt to place the blame on her. She acknowledged that she was the woman Michelle had heard on the radio. She even acknowledged that she came up with the plan to steal the bank manager using fake dynamite. Lisa disclosed that although they divided the funds into 3 sections, over $100,000 of their portion with Butler was pilfered. To the surprise of all, she said Michelle was part of the plot. Everything had to be confirmed by the police. Michelle acted exactly like a real victim of the crime would have when they recreated the events of that day. Every detail of the victims, Higgins, and Ortiz's accounts lined up, and investigators were unable to uncover any proof linking Michelle to the plot. All 4 suspects were in custody awaiting trial by the spring of 2001. But Michelle and Bria were still processing that terrifying night. The girl thought the criminals would eventually find them and kill them, so she desperately wanted to hide somewhere. She changed from a joyful, fearless, and energetic youngster to a terrified being who feared solitude. Michelle took Bria to stay with her grandmother in Alaska in June because of this. She went back to finish things up and moved to Alaska with her dog, essentially no money and a camera, leaving the child with her grandmother. She drove off on a 9-day journey. Since she had committed to returning for Bria's birthday, she was only on the road for 9 days. Their healing really started only after they relocated. Michelle and Bria were prepared to confront their criminals when they returned to San Diego for the trial a year later. Michelle believed the trial was merely a formality because the investigators had gathered so much evidence. How foolish she was. Together, Christopher and Lisa were put on trial. Lisa would find it challenging to maintain her innocence because she confessed during a videotaped interrogation. In order to spare her from life in prison, her attorney made a deal with prosecutor Tom Manning, but he turned it down. However, the judge was compelled to forbid using Lisa's statements in court because she incriminated Christopher as well as herself during the interrogation. The case depended almost exclusively on Michelle's statements in the absence of Lisa's confession. The attorneys for Christopher and Lisa made the decision to pursue Michelle in an effort to damage her reputation. The jury doesn't think angry witnesses are trustworthy. Michelle did not do well on the witness stand and they were successful. The problem was that Michelle wasn't your typical victim. She had been a stripper for many years. It was a decision she had to make in order to live, and the woman didn't hide it. Michelle left home when she was 15 years old and put in a lot of effort to rise from bank manager to regional vice president before taking a bank manager position to spend more time with Bria. She kept up her exotic dancing for a while even while she was employed at the bank. However, Michelle's integrity as a witness was called into question by something else. She falsified her resume and other documents, listing experience and skills she didn't have in order to obtain a job at the bank. This appeared to be less than ideal from a legal standpoint. Butler's attorney also probed her personal life in an attempt to paint her as a careless, egotistical mother who would stop at nothing to get money. Her financial troubles might have served as a catalyst for the conspiracy. Since the FBI reports made no reference to Michelle recognizing Lisa's voice on the radio, Lisa's attorney asserted that Michelle had lied about it, and there was nothing stopping him from adamantly declaring that the voice on the radio was not that of his client, because Lisa's admission was not heard in court. He then asked Michelle about marked bills, which are traceable banknotes that banks store in safes in case of a robbery. She didn't intend to endanger her daughter's life, and the criminals cautioned her against taking such notes. However, the attorney now asserted that it was suspicious. In addition, he questioned her maternal instincts, knowing that her daughter is wearing dynamite. Would a mother rush to the house where she is? Following Michelle's 3-day testimony, Christopher took the stand. He testified that he had a romantic relationship with Michelle and that she was behind it all. He had no proof, of course, but his plan was obvious. First and foremost, he was committed to keeping Lisa safe at all costs. Second, compared to kidnapping for robbery, the robbery was deemed less serious. However, his plan only partially succeeded. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury found Christopher guilty of robbery and kidnapping Kimbra and Bria, but they were unsure about Michelle's abduction. 2 jurors abstained, and 1 juror thought Butler was right. He received 3 consecutive life sentences plus an extra 64 years in prison. Lisa was acquitted of all charges. Both Higgins and Ortiz were swiftly convicted in the second trial, which proceeded completely differently. Each received a 32-year sentence. There was never any trace of the remaining $260,000 in bank funds. Therefore, while the guilty were incarcerated to serve their sentences, Bria and Michelle saw it as only the beginning. It was a difficult road for them to heal, but eventually Michelle understood that she could either take charge and set an example and support system for her daughter, or she could become angry and blame the kidnappers for all of her life's shortcomings. So she did. She began her own public relations firm from the beginning, gave numerous speeches in public, told other assault survivors her story, and penned a book that was made into the movie In Captivity. Bria followed her dreams after being inspired by her mother. Despite receiving a multiple sclerosis diagnosis at the age of 18, she went on to attend college and join the school cheerleading squad, but they had to confront the past once more after their world was destroyed 20 years ago. Christopher was granted parole in June 20. Tom Manning, the prosecutor, made the decision to attend the hearing. He had a strategy. Christopher Butler was questioned by him regarding all of his false statements made in court. Christopher could have insisted on his version and carried the truth to his grave, so it was a dangerous plan. However, he acknowledged that Michelle was never a part of the conspiracy and that they did not have a relationship. He blamed his ex-girlfriend Lisa Ramirez for the crime, but he refused to accept responsibility for it. He conveyed his profound apologies for the suffering his victims had endured as a result of him. Christopher acknowledged that he felt deeply moved by Michelle's book and that he regretted what he had done. Despite their forgiveness, Michelle and Bria opposed his release and repeatedly refused to let him go. They had a fundamentally different attitude toward Ortiz and the other two men. In court, he was the one who expressed regret to Michelle. Ortiz was released in January 2021 after Bria spoke favorably during his parole hearing. Working together in Michelle's newly established business, Michelle and Bria are now closer than ever. Michelle's 9-day healing journey to Alaska altered her worldview, and she wrote another book about it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A 24-year-old girl went missing from the store where she worked the evening shift. Police discovered traces of blood in the back room and signs of a struggle, but it was not a robbery. The unknown perpetrator had left a fully stocked cash register. A few days later, the girl's body was discovered 5 kilometers from the store. The investigation into this terrible case lasted nearly 25 years. Lisa Sievert's fate was unknown for nearly a quarter of a century. Lisa Marie Seeger was born March 24, 1968, in Holyoke, Massachusetts. She was raised in a close-knit family with 3 other children. Aside from her, they lived in a town called Agawam. The girl has always been interested in music and has learned to play a variety of instruments. She was even a part of the school music group. Lisa attended Westfield State University after graduating from high school and earned a teaching degree in 1990. As an intern, she works multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, while also teaching Sunday school at her church. After that, she works as a teacher's aide at Agawam High School, where she previously studied. At 24 years old, she spent the majority of her time working with a group of special needs children. She understood her students better than any other teacher, and she was also very professional, ensuring that each of her students received the best education possible. She also worked part-time at a local card and gift shop. On Wednesday, April 15, 1992, she finished her school shift around 5:30 and went to the store, where she worked until 9 p.m. At around 5 p.m., her sister Lynn briefly joined her at work. Lisa recalled being in a good mood that evening, and nothing foretold trouble. The next morning, saleswoman Sophia Maynard arrived at the store and was scheduled to start her shift at 9 a.m. Lisa was surprised to find her car in the parking lot. It was unusual because the girl worked at school in the mornings and was not supposed to be in the store. Sophia thought Lisa might have been out for the morning shift due to the approaching Easter. They were planning to inflate balloons for sale for that holiday. Sophia walked in the store and called Lisa by name, but there was no response. When she approached the counter, she saw her things there. Including her wallet and car keys, it all looked very strange, so if she decided to call the police, a squad arrived at the store and began their inspection. Everything seemed normal. A heel strike. Despite this, they were unable to locate any useful leads on the premises. It was soon discovered that Lisa had also failed to arrive at school this morning. The principal even called her mother to see if everything was fine, but she had no idea where her daughter was. Lisa's disappearance quickly spread throughout the small town, and within hours all of her friends, relatives, and acquaintances had joined the investigation. The police began by developing a robbery theory, which quickly fell apart. Nobody had touched the money in Lisa's cash register or wallet. All of the merchandise was also available. Detectives then began to reconstruct the chronology of events. That evening, they learned that Lisa's sister had left the store at around 6 p.m. After talking to employees at neighboring stores, they obtained more information at about 7:20 p.m. Lisa spoke with the owner of the carpet store next door. They discussed a pressing problem with the local parking lot, which was being occupied by bowling alley customers. The owner told her that he himself would not risk voicing his displeasure with the drivers who parked in front of there. The door was open, but the clerk never emerged. The woman thought she heard noise in the back room, but she decided to leave. As a result, the police determined Lisa's disappearance occurred around 8:20 p.m. She served her final customer, and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were to figure out what had happened during those 40 minutes. The local investigators were assisted by the FBI and state police, who coordinated a massive surge. Foot squads searched the area surrounding the store from helicopters. The more distant terrain police dogs were also brought to the store in the hopes of tracking Lisa down. Unfortunately, none of this led to any results. Investigators concluded that Lisa had clearly not left the store of her own free will, so on April 17th, the head of the local police announced a reclassification of the case, which had previously been classified as a missing person case. 2 days after her disappearance, police were already looking into a kidnapping. On Sunday morning, April 19th, all local churches prayed that Lisa would be found alive and unharmed. It was Easter, but there was no holiday spirit whatsoever. At around 2 p.m., the police received a call. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of town near Highway 75, walking along a wooden area when he noticed a woman's body and immediately contacted law enforcement. Officers arrived on the scene and identified Lisa Sievert. They found multiple wounds on her body from a sharp object. Later medical experts determined that the girl had also been abused. Her body was about 5 kilometers from the store, which meant that the perpetrator most likely drove the girl here in a car. A farewell ceremony was held at the church where the girl taught on Sundays. It was attended by nearly 1,000 people. The residents of the small town, who were accustomed to a quiet and safe life, panicked. Many store owners eliminated single shifts, and employees walked each other to their cars. The self-defense sections became overcrowded in a matter of days. In addition, approximately 300 women applied for firearm ownership permits. The entire town feared that an unknown criminal would strike again. The police and FBI were working on the case almost all day and night. It soon became clear that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene that could belong to the killer. They developed a theory that Lisa's boyfriend was involved, but he had an alibi and his DNA did not match the sample. They discovered that the girl's friends, coworkers, and relatives had all undergone DNA testing, but there were still no matches. The police also received numerous tips from local residents. Some reported seeing a suspicious car on the night of Lisa's murder, while others claimed to know the identity of the perpetrator. However, all of these leads led nowhere, and detectives sifted them from the tire tracks on the road near where the body was discovered. The police determined that they were abandoned by a van or large SUV. Detectives questioned all drivers of similar vehicles and were no closer to apprehending the perpetrator, but they did locate a witness who may have seen the same vehicle. At around 9:15 p.m., an employee from a store near Lisa's workplace drove home. Standing at a traffic light, she noticed a large SUV pull off the road and head toward the location where Lisa's body was later discovered. The woman was unable to describe the car in greater detail because it was dark outside. She only mentioned that she thought there were a man and a woman in the car. She also mentioned that when the car pulled onto the dirt road, the woman's head twitched unnaturally, as if she were asleep or unconscious. Because this information did not aid in the identification of the suspect, all leads have been exhausted. The police continued to investigate the case, but with each passing month, the prospect of solving this macabre mystery faded. It took a year and a half before Lisa's family and friends were given another chance to discover the truth. In October 1993, national television aired an episode about the caves. The popular program aired stories about unsolved cases, which drew a lot of attention. This sometimes resulted in new witnesses for the police. The case got a second wind. Lisa's case was no exception. Within an hour of the broadcast, the police had received hundreds of calls from people with information. As is often the case, the majority of these leads led nowhere, but the police pursued each one thoroughly. The detectives stated that they had identified a few valuable leads, but did not specify which ones. Unfortunately, it did not go anywhere. The chances of solving the case decreased steadily over time. Lisa's family went to great lengths to ensure that her legacy was never forgotten. Although Lisa's teaching career was cut short early on, her relatives made significant contributions to the Agawam educational system in 1995. Lisa's parents donated $11,000 to the science division of the school where she worked. These funds were used to buy equipment and support genetics classes. The parents also established a fund to assist gifted students, which distributed approximately $35,000 in awards. Lisa was murdered 10 years ago. Her mother refused to give up hope that the case would ever be solved. She went to great lengths to honor her daughter's memory. Her mother participated in all interviews and answered reporters' questions. Every year, hundreds of people gathered to light candles in Lisa's memory. Meanwhile, police had only one piece of significant evidence in their possession: a DNA sample from the alleged killer. They kept cross-referencing it with known criminal databases, hoping that the right person would show up sooner or later, but it never happened. A new method of DNA phenotyping essence is as follows. Using the information embedded in a person's DNA, experts determine the features of his appearance and construct an assumed portrait at the time. Specialists can use DNA to determine sex, approximate age, eye and hair color. The portrait created from this data is not always accurate, but the coincidence with a real person's face can be amazing. Experts presented two portraits of Lisa's alleged killer, aged 25 and 50, based on DNA evidence. When the police department posted these portraits, they received over 170 calls. These individuals reported seeing a similar man, but the majority of these leads also led nowhere. Only a year later, on September 18, 2017, police issued a high-profile announcement that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Gary Shara, 49, was the man who revealed himself. The news quickly went viral in the American media. When the police find the killer after a quarter of a century, it is extremely rare, so such stories immediately piqued the public's interest. Investigators revealed how they located Cher shortly after his arrest. It turned out that the man was considered a suspect in 1993, a year after Lisa was murdered. Remember the federal television program that prompted the police to receive hundreds of calls with potential leads? A lawyer from Seattle was among those who called in. He informed detectives that his client may have information about Lisa's murder. She was a woman in the process of divorcing her husband. They lived in the town of Long Meadow, which was near Agawam. According to the woman, her husband was paying more attention to Lisa Sievert's case. If this murder were on television, he would rush into the room and stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive to those around him. As you may have guessed, this man was Gary Shara. He was 24 years old at the time. He was in a very troubled marriage with a 1-year-old son. He and his wife were constantly fighting and had begun divorce proceedings shortly after their child's birth. According to the police statement, they developed a theory that Gary was involved in 1993, but found no evidence to back it up. On the contrary, using his ex-wife as a source of information raised concerns. The truth is that she suffered from a variety of mental disorders and had a long history of alcohol abuse. Furthermore, during their divorce, Gary obtained custody of their son through the courts, but his wife secretly relocated the child to another state. Another important point to note is that this was not the first time former or current wives had called the police, alleging that their husbands were involved in Lisa's murder. Surprisingly, there were many such calls, so the detectives assumed Gary's case was just one of them. However, they questioned him, and the man denied his involvement and refused to provide a DNA sample. Because no one could legally force him to provide a sample, the police were left with few options. Later, detectives compiled a list of all the men interviewed in the case who refused to provide a DNA sample. Gary was among them, and the police called him in for questioning several more times. During the third interview in 2008, it was apparent that Gary was trying not to touch anything, not even the table. He was offered a bottle of water, but he refused. He looked as if he had only one thing on his mind: how the cops wouldn't get his DNA sample. By 2017, detectives had a list of 11 suspects on their hands, including Gary. All of them had been interviewed at various stages of the investigation and refused to voluntarily submit to DNA testing. In fact, there were many more suspects on that list, but through DNA phenotyping, investigators were able to weed out unsuitable candidates. They did not match some of the characteristics that experts determined from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August 2017, detectives gathered all available information and went to court. They asked for an order compelling all the list members to provide DNA samples, and the court agreed. On September 13th of that same year, police went to Gary's apartment to notify him of this obligation, but the man was not home. The door was opened by his neighbor with whom they shared an apartment. The detectives left him their business card and asked him to give the information to Gary urgently. The very next day, something unexpected happened. Gary's current girlfriend came to the police station and reported that he had left 3 letters in her apartment. The researcher was surprised to find an apology to the secret family, as well as a detailed confession of Lisa's murder on 2 sheets. Gary wrote that he had violent and uncontrollable desires since childhood, and that evening he was obsessed with the idea of kidnapping and abuse. Gary, as he stated in a letter, allowed himself to do something horrible while driving past Lisa. The man stated that he did not intend to kill Lisa, but events allegedly spiraled out of his control. Gary stated that he wanted to surrender to the police hundreds of times but was unable to do so due to cowardice. He admitted to having suffered from self-loathing for many years. At the end of the letter, he stated his intention to commit suicide. Police immediately began looking for Gary, and his car was soon discovered in. Another suicide note was found on the windshield of a car in Stafford Springs Hospital parking lot. The man had ingested some powerful drugs, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the nearest hospital, where he was pumped out. When the doctors finished helping Gary, the police arrested him and took him to the station. At the same time, a judge issued a search warrant for both his and his girlfriend's apartments. The police discovered several objects containing his DNA. No one was surprised by the results of the analysis. It matched the killer's sample exactly, as well as several other potentially significant leads. Gary's wife, who had reported suspicions about him back in 1993, died in 2014. However, investigators discovered documents drafted by her lawyer in which the woman revealed numerous gruesome details. One day, Gary told her in plain language that he could not engage in intimacy with her unless he had a knife in his hand. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister and told her that Gary had come home late at night, was extremely disturbed, and his body was covered with scratches. He also gave his wife a music box and said that he had bought it at the very store where Lisa worked, except according to Gary himself, it was an older woman with gray hair who sold it to him. The problem is that no such employee has ever been there. It is not clear why all these details were not reported to the police in 1993, and it is impossible to find out now. While in custody, Gary suddenly proclaimed his innocence and refused to confess to what he had done. In all likelihood, he was driven by simple fear, but with that kind of evidence, there was no chance of getting away with it. The only thing he was able to achieve was a postponement of his sentence. The trial was not to begin until 2 years later, but Gary, who had been in a cell the whole time, suddenly decided to confess on September 21, 2019. He appeared before a judge and pleaded guilty to the murder of Lisa Sievert. This charge qualified as first-degree murder, and in Massachusetts, a defendant on such a sentence faces life in prison without parole. Lisa's family was present in the courtroom. Her mother, who had waited 25 years to learn the truth, spoke. She thanked everyone involved in the investigation, as well as the ordinary concerned people who had been there for her family throughout. As a result, the killer went on to live the rest of his life. Despite taking a quarter of a century, one of the state's longest-running criminal cases was finally closed behind bars. The harsh reality in such a situation is anything but endless ignorance. Take care, and thank you for watching.